Unavoidable. So let's resume the game. We were on the flashback. There was a Yasmin. Yasmin, it hurts. Dan, stop trying to talk. Come on, take a deep breath. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. Get out of here. Get out of the way. Neko. No, there's not even a heartbeat. It doesn't even make sense. Why? Okay, question mark? Give it up. Unfortunately, because of your companion's recklessness, even if the being behind this child's connection is as capable as it is, there's nothing you can do about it now. And I'm afraid I have something even worse to tell you. Wait, that bell. What are you going to do with it? I don't like meaningless questions, Professor. Obviously, I'm going to use it. It says I'm going to use it to do this. I'm going to use it on you and do this. Anyway, so we have no idea what it is. Now we have back with Cecile with a black background. Is it really okay that we came here without the store manager? Cecile whispers quietly to Neko, who is exploring the room in front of her. He can't leave the building anyway, so what would be the use in telling him? That's not what I meant. Come on. That guy was born to cause trouble. And if he really knew about this, who knows what would happen? Zach, I don't think we're really in the big position to say that about someone else. You're annoying. Justin, now that we're here, let's just get it over with. Okay. Cecile watched Zach crack his knuckle and sigh as he kicks away the small trap under his feet. Okay, so now they're getting out. Not long after regaining her senses, Neko began to repeatedly urge everyone to start this investigation. This made Cecile very curious. Even though Neko has agreed to be a member of the investigation team, she'd never taken the initiative before. She doesn't know why Neko suddenly cares so much, but Cecile obviously couldn't let such a young girl go off on her own to what was once an incredibly dangerous place. Even if that young girl is much more experienced than herself and the factory is empty and peaceful once again. Without the hollow barking and howling, the place suddenly feels so empty it's now a different kind of scary. The lights haven't been repaired yet and aren't likely to ever be, and the group is illuminating the place step by step with the light from their phone screens. Okay, so now they're leaving the place. From a higher point of view, this place doesn't look like a maze at all. You just climb onto a table as a cat too, but you wouldn't have a cat's perspective all the same. Why does this feel so weird? It should be the complete opposite. Who knows? I don't think it's as simple to rewire the brain. I'm still not sure if I'm really intact again. I saw a cucumber on the side of the road this morning and almost jumped into the ditch in shock. That's lame. But we're still incredibly lucky. At least we got back to our true selves pretty quickly. I wonder if Scarlet's cat is really okay. It knows human language now, right? It's just a cat. Just turning over a new leaf, right, Neko? ... Why so silent? It's nothing. Neko shakes her head. Pushing away Zach's hand that was about to pat her head, she walks over to the side of the room and fumbles carefully with something in the safe. It really is still here. Yeah, the book. Huh? Is that the book we saw the other day? Yeah, we didn't have time to get a closer look back then. The structure and origin of time. I'd like to see what might be hidden in here. Neko mumbles to herself as she flicks through the book. Cecile looks over Neko's shoulder, trying to read its contents. Book description. It's a tattered pile of paper, hastily stapled together. The whole thing looks very inconsistent and the cover is a simple sheet of checkered paper. Despite its very humble appearance, the content of this book is simply astonishing. The author conducts a serious analysis on how to create a whole that connects different points in time, and the attached data is extremely detailed. The theory mentioned in the book is obscure, but the result is not that difficult to describe. A large amount of electrical energy is thrust into a structure made of superconducting devices, allowing the space near the structure to enter the co-temporal phenomenon, as the author calls it. I have no idea what I just read, but okay. Objects under the influence of this co-temporal phenomenon will no longer follow the linear characteristics of time, but will form closed loops. They will remain present in a state of consistent being regardless of which point in time they're currently in. Okay, I'm gonna need to reread all of this. Okay, it's basically it's a manual to how to create a wormhole. So basically it's like time travel. Like creating a gateway. Object under the influence of this co-temporal, okay, present in a state of consistent being, okay. In short, as long as the device that guides the co-temporal phenomenon is placed in a different space-time position and remains open, objects affected by it enters the co-temporal state and lose the continuity of space-time, simultaneously existing in two different points in time. Oh, fudge. According to this text, it's even possible to synchronize two different points in time and have them overlap. The author describes in detail the possible configuration of the aforementioned superconducting devices. However, he also points out that the power requirement for all of it is so immense that today's basic technology isn't equipped to handle such devices. Interestingly enough, the book seems to be classified as theoretical physics, but the author uses words such as prototype and reference sample as if the result of some kind of ongoing reverse engineering are being reported. Quote, "At the moment we cannot find a device that could serve as a power source. This little box could potentially be used as a weapon, but it's so much more than that, bringing with limitless potential and endless possibilities." End quote. Info acquire the structure of origins of time. After reading this, I don't think it's a good thing to understand this content anymore. But it's necessary. Haven't you noticed that the place looks different? That was us. No, I mean an actual person. Cecile, ... The cluttered room is indeed a little different from how Cecile remembers it. She examines the corner of the table carefully, noticing a gap between the table's edges and where the dust has settled. It gives her an uncomfortable feeling. Cecile can't remember moving any of these things. There may be a lot of weird coincidences in this world, but a couple of TVs don't make for such an amazing machine. This is something different. You think we're not the only ones who know about this place? It's just my intuition. It seems so unnatural, as if someone is trying to protect this place by always keeping it in the same state. Normally, a bandit factory would still have electricity everywhere. Huh? Who's there? Huh? Yep, just see a shadow pass by. Looks like a young boy wearing a hoodie or some sort. Neko's sudden reaction takes Cecile by surprise. She can see a shadow moving from the corner of her eyes. What's wrong? Neko, ... Hey, talk to me! Forget it! We have to go after it! Yeah, they're chasing the human-looking boy. Stop! Wait a minute! Hey, at least explain! I'll explain later! Question mark, ... Hurry, to the basement! I know, shut up! Neko, wait for me! The anxious Neko simply ignores Cecile and disappears at the end of the passage. Shit, do you think I could die from too much breathing? They... Still, won't. Listen. What should we do? Should we go after them? Don't be careless. We tend to act impulsively when we know something's wrong, but we have to be careful. Neko? Not you too. Cecile and Zach threw each other at a worried look before trying to catch up with their friends, who's run ahead without as much of a backward glance. This isn't normal. Neko is usually the first one to hold the others back before they do anything irrational. Even though Cecile has only known Neko for a month, she can't imagine what would make the otherwise so experienced girl act this disoriented. The store manager has always been reluctant to reveal anything about her past, but from what Neko has mentioned, it was definitely extraordinary. When such a straightforward attitude and professional skill that basically borders on magic overlap, it would be hard for her to have turned out like any. It would be hard for her to have turned out just like any other ordinary girl. What did she see that made her act so desperately? Does it have something to do with her past? What was going on? Could they do anything to help her? All kinds of thoughts are racing through Cecile's mind, and she almost forgets where Neko ran off to. She runs the stairs down as fast as she can, taking 3 steps at a time before stepping into a dark room. Now they're back at the room where the pile of TV and the suspended bodies are. This! She can't believe her own eyes. The dense web of cables is still taking over most of the space, just as it did before, and the odd apparatus in the middle is standing there as if fast asleep. But it hasn't been shut down. It's breathing, as if it were a living thing. Its light expands, converge, and expands again with such regularity that even the pure white color itself seems to be alive. Cecile isn't the only person in the room. She sees Zach, who looks dumbstruck. She sees Zach. Well, nowadays it's a repeat for some reason. Probably she sees Justin, who looks dumbstruck. She sees Neko staring mindlessly at the apparatus, her eyes wide. She can see the thing reflected in Neko's eyes. Yeah, it's a little girl with a red dress. A very old dress. She looks like she looks like one of those ghosts from over a century old. She has a brown pigtail and she looks 2 years younger than Neko. The shadow is young, dressed in red with 2 little pigtails. These are the first things that come to Cecile's mind, but she doesn't recognize the shadow. Neko does. Neko ... Yasmin? It wakes up. It's really you! The young girl's voice is cold and monotonous. No! Why are you here? No, why are you? It has to be here. Now, for some reason, Neko is transforming into something. She's like warping. Cecile ... Cecile isn't exactly sure what she's seeing. She doesn't feel like she can trust her own eyes right now. Fortunately, this Yasmin doesn't pay her any attention. It's time to get to work, Neko. At some point, a coil of cable appeared in Yasmin's hand. The next moment, Cecile feels a cable around her neck. Now, let me see it. Now the screen boots white. Okay, Friday, Monday, November 7. Okay, so we're back at the store manager. Well, that's about it. Do you want to go outside and find something to eat? For some reason, he's not at the store. I sigh and cast my eyes over the few remaining occupants of the room. Oh! Wait, is this a flashback? Because this is Scarlet and the mysterious guy, the stranger. They don't react, but the tension in the air has finally subsided a little. Even so, this isn't the time to crack a joke. Scratch my head, unsure of how to continue the topic. It isn't my first time working with them, but even Dan, who is usually the most flamboyant one of the lot, is suddenly so quiet that I can't help but worry about whether the rest of the job will go well. So this is Dan! Okay. We'll have a confirmation with the UI soon. Although I've always heard about it, it wasn't until I really set down roots in Tora that I began to notice the city's restless, strange atmosphere. An uneasy feeling of hope is hidden beneath everything. Pedestrians and taxi drivers I chat with seems rather detached from everything around them. In any case, Tora isn't an isolated poor place, and it has recently begun its plans to open bridges to the surrounding economic centers, so there's little reason for such gloom to be hanging over it. Thinking of it that way, the city's recent state of affair is very cautious. Yasmin. You're going to grab a bite somewhere else? You know you could eat here too. Yasmin suddenly opens the door and pokes her head in, looking like she must have overheard our conversation. She's the daughter of the owner of the house and seems to be in 6th grade. Many generations of the Shu family have a unique musical talent. This little girl has been hosting our group of freaks on behalf of that busy father of hers. I'll go down to buy some snack first. You guys should pack up. Okay, I'll change my shoes. I don't know how well that guy... Okay, now the translation errors are getting more and more frequent. And now there's typos and stuff like that. I don't know that guy well, who has a bit of a reputation. Okay. Basically, it's I don't know how well that guy knows his friends, but there's a split in between in the middle of the sentence. I don't know how well that guy, who has a bit of a reputation, knows his friends, but he probably doesn't know anything about them of sending a group of strangers to the school festival. Otherwise, as lenient as he is, he wouldn't have let his own children interact with us. In 2 days' time, Tora Memorial High School will be celebrating its 80th anniversary, and Yasmin, a well-known local child star, has naturally been invited to perform. At the same time, we were secretly hired to investigate a series of supernatural happenings at Tora Memorial High School. It's basically an impossible job. I smiled bitterly. The amount of labor it would take to get that precious research manuscript is too much. Scarlett is probably doing it for the firm, and Dan is doing it to return the favor of helping him get his citizenship. As for Neko, as long as she can get out of that orphanage, she probably doesn't care where she goes. We've been called up many times for similar reasons. Neko was the last new member to join us, but I already know about the other two strengths and weaknesses from past jobs. I sell my knowledge, Scarlett sells her quick tongue, Neko sells her talent, and Dan is often the only one who actually faces the danger. This combination certainly doesn't lead to any serious and decent jobs, so the fewer people who know the inside scoop, the better. The head of the Shu family has entrusted us with the task of looking after Yasmin during the school festival, and we are left with the knowledge that there is a tiger lying in wait, which is pretty stomach-churning. I'm going down to buy some snack. You guys should hurry up and pack. Huh? Oh, okay. Okay. So this is Dan. Alright. So the stranger that Justin met and that Zach met was actually Dan. Wait, huh? Why are you suddenly practicing your vocals, Neko? Did Yasmin singing inspire you? No, I... Stop talking gibberish, I'll see you downstairs. As long as they remember what they have to do, they should all be fine. I got used to working with this bunch of weirdos pretty quickly too. There's still a lot to do today, but I should get in shape first. I opened the door and tried to get a few breaths of fresh air. He's finally gone. The little girl hides behind the door and breathes a sigh of relief. This body is very small, which makes hiding extremely easy, but the body size is obviously a problem. His strength has returned to that of a child, and he is having mixed feeling about it. Even the door is heavy. Setting aside the age difference, children who grew up under different circumstances are decidedly different. His childhood, while not extravagant, was acceptable. At least he didn't have to clean his own place or run for the police on the street or be chased to death by the person who owned his wallet, and the difference in exercise has caused very different muscle and physiques to develop. Can't swing his arm and legs as he usually would, since that would look as if he were trying to swim in midair. His body is also a little too light, so he has to be careful not to run into walls. He feels worse than he would in a straitjacket. Are they talking about Neko? Was Neko a boy all along and they only managed to address him as a he? When he turns back around, there is nobody else in the hallway. That's a stroke of rare luck. If anyone else were to see him like this, he'd be sent straight to the psyche ward. That wouldn't be good at all, but that isn't his biggest concern right now. The little girl walks back to the room, in which several people have gathered, and slammed the door shut. What? The tall woman sitting on the sofa cries out. It doesn't match his memory of the usually stern lawyer. It has the sudden urge to laugh, but he's quickly overshadowed by sheer mental exhaustion. Line up, will you? The big guy next to the lawyer starts making weird noises too. He isn't sure if that man has always been like this, but it doesn't seem like it. He vaguely remembers his face, and in those memories, this man is quite the opposite of stupid. All of this is like a cruel joke, as if his misery were serving as entertainment for fate himself. If madness could solve the problem, he would probably accept it just like that. But that isn't an option. He hasn't gotten to the bottom of the situation yet, and there's still a lot of work to do. The time to give up hasn't come yet. Scarlett ... Dan ... The two of them do look very unusual, but he himself isn't doing much better. It isn't a question of familiarity or lack thereof. The boss and the little girl he met earlier seem quite familiar with each other. They must know each other from somewhere, or even be working together. The rest of the group, however, is a different story. As a rule, people who know each other well would not be hovering in corners, surveying each other like this. Don't tell me. Scarlett is definitely having those kinds of issues, and the other man seems very uncomfortable with the whole situation. Considering his own situation, a theory comes to mind. It's an absurd theory, but it's the most likely one. It could even been verified. However, from the time being, he has no intention of putting it to the test. No matter how nervous the other two are, they shouldn't reveal their identity right now. Putting Scarlett aside, the other person is kind of scary. Why the hell are we here? If this memory is as accurate as he has always prided himself on, that guy's appearance means nothing good. Although it may sound like trying to give someone else the blame, there is no doubt that Hilda's death has something to do with him. The boss seems to know this guy, even though he never mentioned him at Hermitage. If they could have predicted his existence, perhaps fewer people would have died on the rooftop. The so-called Soliman's dust was quite effective. If he knew about it, he could have at least told him that such a thing existed. However, the boss never said anything like that. In other words, this guy seems pretty dubious. What should he do now? Should he continue to pretend to be Neko? or avoid the other two as not to arouse suspicion. Okay, I see what's going on. There's a guy inside Neko's body right now. He weighs the pros and cons in his head, but standing still like this might be even more suspicious, so that gives him little time to think. You should find a place to sit down and wait for others to make their move. He deliberately glances out the window and slowly approaches the sofa on one side of the room. However, the whole thing doesn't go as planned. Question mark, that should be all. Huh? The young girl's voice is coming from behind them. The door he closed himself just moments before must have been opened again very quietly, allowing the little girl to slip inside. Even if she has the key, the door lock should still have made a sound where she opened it. Although it was just a basic precaution to ensure they wouldn't be overheard, she overcame it a little too easily. He turns around and surveys her carefully. The little girl, dressed in red and wearing pigtails, looks no different than she did just a moment before. However, her eyes are colorless, like two lifeless glass beads. This single fact has changed her completely. "What can we do for you?" Scarlet blurts the words out timidly, and her effort pay off. At least, it looked like they did. "Very distant. You guys hard." Neko ... Scarlet ... Dan. "What?" Her words are followed by dead silence. Even a child wouldn't speak in such a strange way. She tilts her head slightly as if she were trying to dig through the letters in her head and put them into words one by one. Her voice sounds completely emotionless, like a simple translation software. It sends goosebumps all down his back. Question mark ... Even if it might only be delaying the inevitable, something has to be done. He hasn't grown used to his dainty fingers yet, and the clothes wrapped around his thin body doesn't have all the tidbits he used to carry around, but he has no intention of using such obviously hostile tricks here anyway. He has to find a way to keep the conversation going so he can gather some more clues. He slides towards the back of the couch. Okay, so it's written it siddles. He slides towards the back of the couch, trying to make himself look more inconspicuous. However, his mind betrays him as ominous memory starts to emerge. Yes, he has seen this kid somewhere before. Wait, are you Yasmin? You don't. Ignoring everyone's dismay, the little girl walks to the center of the room and stares straight at the remaining people, her two eyes strangely meeting everyone's gaze at once. The lights begin to flicker. It may just be his imagination, or it may not. He hopes it's the former, but things don't always go as planned. She drops a second bomb. "Hello, Cecile, Zach, and Justin." Yeah. So, that's what I thought. So, Cecile is probably inside Scarlet, Zach or Justin is inside Neko, and the other is inside Dan. Chapter 5, Phantom. Evening. Store manager. Not very talkative today, huh? What's wrong, Dan? It's nothing. Just a little dizzy. Guess I'm still not used to the climate down here. Yeah, I know that feeling. Don't you feel anything, manager? Come on, do you really think I could have done my job here for years if this climate bothered me? If you can't handle the weather here, the weather around Myanmar would kill you. The mosquitoes there are bigger than your fist. Anyway, cheer up, we're almost there. For some reason, the store manager is outside the store. They look like they're in a car or something. I sure hope so. Knowing that they can't change the situation anyway, Zach buries himself in the van's back seat instead. Yasmin can't stop moving and keeps sliding around in her seat. Scarlet smiles at the sight in Cecile's trademark way. As far as Neko is concerned, the situation couldn't be any worse. Justin's sudden change into a little girl bothers him more than words could ever describe. Okay, so Justin is inside Neko, and Zach is inside Dan. Yasmin, what the hell is going on?
What is the last thing you remember?
The last thing, we were in that abandoned factory. We had a plan. We wanted to get rid of that machine. We went back there after having recovered our bodies. Neko said she saw something and led us all to the basement, and that's where we saw you. Then the pile of TV started to glow. I was getting pretty dizzy because there was a light everywhere. There was a bundle of wires around my neck, and then... Wait, that instrument started up again? Replace, more than, at the same time. Replace, past, again, possible. Even if that's true about it being replaced, when you say past, you mean... No, that's not possible. That's ridiculous. I think I saw a newspaper somewhere around here. Ah, here it is. Let's see, jokes aside, it could have been that easy. What? What's wrong? This newspaper is from a year ago. Really? Here, 1 year ago, you look the same. You, right here, a year ago. If that is actually true, Zach needs to calm everyone down and straighten his thoughts, which has become a muddled mess. The world really doesn't care much for sense and reason. Besides, Zach can barely control himself right now. His body is overflowing with energy. He feels as if he's controlling a barrel of dynamite. That guy, Dan, must have an exciting past. His brain still needs time to get used to his new body. While Zach has basically switched from an average car to a racing car, Justin driving Neko's body must be like changing to a tricycle. Not to mention the other difficulties of suddenly becoming a girl and watching yourself take over your friend's body. He decides to chat a bit with the others to ease the mental stress of being the largest and most intimidating body of the lot. Speaking of which, have you ever seen the boss this stern? He looks so serious. No, I haven't. When my classmate and I were in danger, the store manager was very serious, but even then he wasn't like this. Scarlet's voice is higher and quieter than it would usually be. He's like a person. Has he not been replaced like the rest of us? Yasmin says no, so it's probably true, right? Yasmin, I wouldn't take her word at face value. The girl's strange behavior didn't last long. After blurting out a couple of confusing words, she fell back onto the couch as if she was completely exhausted. It took her nearly half a minute to regain her composure. Huh? After she recovered, she looked even more surprised than anyone else. She wandered around the room, asking the equally confused tenants what had happened. That put Cecile and Justin in a tricky situation. It was with great difficulty that they turned their attention to the day's trip and left the residence. If the whole thing has taken even 5 minutes longer, the store manager would definitely have become suspicious. By the way, what does this kid want us to do after all that god-awful rambling? She said the mission has to be completed again. There weren't that many details about it. It's all a blur now, except for the fact that we have to follow the store manager's lead. I'm a little worried about something else as well. If we've really gone back a year, aren't we looking into the past? Huh? I don't quite understand what you're trying to say. I mean, maybe there are scaly silkworms here too. At that moment, Justin, who has been hovering on the sideline as background decoration, finally speaks up. I would advise you not to think about that. The guy didn't mention any risk like that at all. Moreover, Yasmin must have had her reason for sending us here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come by to say hello in person again. If she wanted to trap us in a scaly silkworm, it wouldn't be worth the risk, would it? That's true. It can't very well come back to life, right? What's done is done, I guess. Neko sighs, cracking her knuckle and shaking her head helplessly. The two tufts of unruly hair that are perched on top of her head like cat ears flutter gently, similar to the real ones she had in her cat form. On an optimistic note, I've had worse things than this happen to me. I will apologize to Neko later. Well, it's good that you're thinking so open-mindedly. I don't think Neko is going to see it that way. Getting a chance to apologize is better than getting no chance at all. I don't have time to worry about someone who isn't even here. So, do we really have to follow the boss around today? We're obviously going to do something strange, aren't we? What else can we do? Right now, we don't even know what the strange part could be exactly. Let's find a way to play this out the way it happened a year ago. With the store manager there, we must have some kind of knowledge, more or less. We'll only be able to understand what happened later if we gather more information. Besides, it's important enough to find out who you actually are. I don't want to keep following a suspicious character around. Hey, I'm not suspicious. Not you, Zach, but Dan. Dan is different. You said you saw him in the park the other night, or have you forgotten? Oh, I don't quite understand why he went to the Sanjung building to stir up trouble if he's a friend of the store manager. And it seems the manager doesn't even know about that. It's not just the Sanjun case. Let's not forget that he was also involved in the Gargoyle affair too. I can't tell what that guy is up to. Those whole thing is so confusing. Either way, nothing good can come out of this if the manager is involved. Because... What are you saying about me? The subject of the conversation suddenly turns around in the forest front seat, looking curious. The atmosphere in the back row, which was starting to get a little heavy, is completely thrown off course. Zach's hand and feet scramble around frantically as he tries to lean casually against the window, pretending to be doing nothing.
Neko is talking to Scarlet and Dan. Do you want to hear it too?
I see. What are you whispering about? Thinking about what to do next. Say, we're going to that school, right? Dora Memorial High School. We're sort of alumni who came together for the festivities, so at least the doorman won't be suspicious of our identities. But I guess there's no need to be nervous anyway. The guards are already going crazy what with all the people helping with the preparations. Isn't this just a formality? Why would a middle school festival be so high profile? Because the school has a ridiculously high standing. Do you know how big it is? How big? It occupies over 900 acres of land. They have their very own mountain in the backyard. There's an audible intake of breath from everyone in the car. What? That big? Phoenix High, my whole high school, kept advertising how big they were, and that was only about 160 acres. And that's why they call it a ridiculous school. They have enough resources to start their own university. That's not luxury anymore, that's paranoia, isn't it? Dora Memorial was built to honor the city's honorable leading figures, so that's why it's so unusually large. After all, it helped establish the city's great status, so it makes sense that it's so grand. But I actually heard that they tore down the family ancestral shrine in order to build that school. I didn't know there were schools like that until now. So low-key. Basically, the public voluntarily put in tax dollars when the government was raising money for it. If it weren't from these strange incidents, the city wouldn't have any complaints about it, and the whole thing certainly wouldn't be on the news so much. I think I remember something. Last year, our memorial school has the youth school fair and... Huh? The lawyer suddenly frowns, covering her mouth quickly with her hands. What? What happened? What's going on? You've gone all pale. I don't know. She looks around confused, as if she lost all memory of what they were talking about just now. We can discuss all of your questions later, okay? Get ready. Fine. We're almost there, then. They've been surrounded by identical sidewalks the whole time, so it's hard to figure out where they are exactly. There are parks and greenery all over the place, and Zach can't help but sigh at the sight. To be precise, we're already there. We're just heading for the gate. I didn't think my first visit to this place would be for this reason. A person can dream. Although the store manager is trying to keep his composure, Zach spots an odd smile on his face.
So, you've thought about visiting this place before?
Of course. Zach has never seen the store manager's eyes glaze over like that. There is an excitement about him, similar to a child in a candy store. In my line of academic work, this is the legendary place known as the South's largest treasure trove. After getting out of the car, we walk for almost 500 meters before we actually arrive at the school gates. The wall around the place goes on, seeming like it might never end. Torah Memorial High School must be a sign of glory for Mato's spoiled parents. The city's residents have built their very own castle in the sky as a sign of pride. That's Torah Memorial High School for you. It goes far beyond anything that would be necessary for a middle school, both in terms of the space and faculty. The school's artistic standard is among the best in the province, and its status in mathematics competition isn't bad either. In the South, the name Torah Memorial equals excellence, and the student grades are only part of the equation. What with the huge investment in resources the education students receive here is next to no other. However, that isn't the most impressive thing about it. Because of the school's long history, it has become a worldwide success. The graduate, scholars, and business tycoon associated with it are numerous. Even a couple of sons of famous warlords have attended this school. They don't just accumulate knowledge here, but many more practical things as well. In what has become a long-standing tradition, the history building has been expanded into a more specialized museum to house the various documents and objects donated by alumni. This isn't only for the sake of vanity. A variety of cultural relics that have been the subject of numerous negotiations before it was agreed to keep them at the school. After all, it takes more than just a big building to preserve them properly. Researchers at the academic forefront have benefited greatly from these collections. As a result, it has gradually become a legendary place in certain circles. It would be preferable not to set foot in this school under the current circumstances, but you never know. All they can do now is sigh at the irony and take it one step at a time. I guess I was worried for nothing. Neko keeps muttering to herself and stretching her arms as they walk across the school grounds. You know, your attitude is going to rub off on Yasmin. A lot of people will be arriving here over the next few days to prepare for the school festival. The janitor should know something about the school arrangements. Really? Yeah, she seems to be pretty famous. We sent Yasmin to the auditorium to prepare. She seems overly happy to begin rehearsal for the festival, as opposed to the rest of us who have to bury our heads in the investigation. Store manager, what can we do today? It looks like the celebration hasn't started yet. The actual festival date is the day after school, the day after tomorrow, and students won't get much time off until then. Seniors seem to be free to decide whether they want to participate in the activities or study.
After all, the teachers are attending the event, so they won't be giving any classes.
That's right, so let's just get a feel for the place today. Classes will end early tomorrow, and in many places we'll only be able to check in then.
We can't let students find out that we're doing. We can't let students find out what we're doing, though, right?
Correct. The client would prefer that nobody spot us going in and out of areas that has been closed off. Kids that age tend to question everything that aren't that easy to deal with. In this case, they'll be right to question what we're doing though. Do you have any better ideas, Neko? No, it just feels like every time we go anywhere with you, the situation escalates somehow. You say that as if you're not partly responsible for that. Remember when we went to that village to retrieve a book? If you haven't said the wrong thing at the wrong moment, we would have the book within 5 minutes. In the end, Dan had to come out here and set things right. Oh, really? Hey, don't tell me you've forgotten that already. It was only 6 months ago. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just being honest.
So, what's the point of today?
Let's make a map of the school grounds first. We have to have it done by the school festival, and we won't have much free time tomorrow. We have to have it done by the school festival, and we don't have much free time tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, we should take a look at the playground, right? Yeah, a road collapsed around here, and the place is surrounded by yellow tape now, so we'll have to see what's going on from a distance. Then there's a case of vandalism in the school building. It's probably just a case of plain old vandalism, but the fact that the floor was dug up beyond was a regular person's abilities. The fact that the floor was dug up goes beyond a regular person's abilities. The damaged desk and chairs have been replaced, but the walls and floors are still intact.
But we can't go in while the students have classes, can we?
According to the data, similar have been found near the history building and the library. Not many students hang around there, so we can't check them out. As for the flattened animal carcasses that were found at the foot of the mountain, they won't have left them lying around. We need to search for other traces.
Does flatten mean squashed?
It can't have been a truck, because the place is surrounded by pedestrian areas. It's impossible to get through there with a vehicle.
Sure enough, it's like the kid said. Manager, you seem to attract strange things.
What else would the middle school approach us? Do you think you're better at catching simple thieves than those guards?
Well, probably not. The fact that the district high school can actually issue taser is an eye-opener for me. The fact that the district high school can actually issue taser is an eye-opener for me.
That's why the problem has to be a different nature. Come on, let's see what kind of unthinkable occurrence this could be that even the school can't fathom it. Where should we go next? School buildings, sports field, library, mountainside pass. Let's go a school building first. So this is the school building. Several tall buildings stand before us at a subtle amplitude. The whole school is nestled on a hill, and the largest building is no exception. The school building is covered in red tiles that look like plain bricks. Perhaps we're just in time for the end of class, since countless students are walking through the halls, their white uniform visible throughout the corridors. There are so many people that it would be hard to get inside. I wasn't expecting to be able to go inside today. Someone would be watching us the whole time.
So this is where that strange theft took place.
Here and there. I recall the information I was given and point to building in the southeast. There were signs of theft in the school buildings and the chem lab. The chemistry building is the furthest from us.
There are students everywhere. How did anyone even have the guts to go in and steal anything? They must have quite some nerve.
That's what makes the whole thing pretty suspicious, isn't it? The chemistry building is mainly used for practical activities and science tutorials. There are usually fewer people there, but there are classes at all times, so there's not much opportunity to slip inside. At least during the day. Yes, a couple of seniors has an early class and discovered the theft. It's quite possible that it happened during the night.
Even if all the damage to the table and chairs happened overnight, it would have caused a lot of noise, right? Were there any reports from the school about that?
None that I've seen, at least. Also, it's not likely that somebody punched a couple of the holes in the concrete wall just in passing. So we should probably think out of the box here. Strange encounters in the school building. Right.
So, do you want to go in tomorrow?
Yeah, that's the plan. In preparation for the festivities, classes will be dismissed half a day early tomorrow, and there will be fewer people around.
So, let's keep that location in mind and look around somewhere else.
Okay, where to go next? Sports field? It's not a small field. Yeah, I see a tennis court and somebody dig a big hole in the middle of it. I guess it's time for my energy drink. Be right back. Indeed, it isn't small. Beyond the patches of green, the white paint marks each path on the red running tracks. The sight in front of me reminds me of American college, but it's even more spectacular.
Your country has the nerve to call itself a developing country, but you already have a sports field the size of for middle schools.
I'll bet you anything that there aren't even 10 senior high schools that reach this standard.
Too close-minded, I'll bet you there are 5.
Football field, basketball court, badminton court. I heard they even have a beach volleyball court, but I can't see it from here.
At this point, that doesn't even surprise me anymore.
Hey, is that the problem they were talking about? I think that's it. There are 3 tennis courts near the foot of the hill. However, unlike everywhere else, there are no students around. The area around the field is quiet and the entrance is closed. The school must have recently sealed off the entire site. It isn't surprising, half of one of the 3 pitches is occupied by a pothole. At the moment, they're saying it must have been some kind of landslide, but as you can see from the mountainous terrain here, even if a rock rolled down from above, it wouldn't create that kind of crater in the ground.
It would be more realistic to attribute this as a meteorite or an aerial bomb. It doesn't really matter, the students will get suspicious either way. Hey, looks like there's something flashing down here.
It's a simple crater! There's no way a meteorite could hit the ground quietly, but no one heard anything of the sort on the day of the incident. And I don't think the average meteorite crater would be this deep.
We can't see much from there, so we should go over there and take a look.
Forget it, that would be too suspicious. Potholes in the tennis court and formation added. 4 people checking out a forbidden area of the grounds. It probably won't take more than 5 minutes before somebody notices that something's wrong.
Alright, you're the boss.
Okay, where to go next? Library.
We really should have come a little later, shouldn't we? It's so difficult to get anywhere right now.
The library is no exception. The student here seems to be more interested in books than the school kids I remember, and groups of students going in and out of this quaint-looking building. A place in which books are stored has an inherently ritualistic feel to it. It is quiet, with tall windows, and the sounding trees circle the building as if it were a secret realm of knowledge. I wasn't joking when I said university-level resources were invested, and these 6,000 square meters of space are proof of that.
By the way, I would love to borrow a book about the school's history. Is there any way I could?
I don't suppose they'll lend it to people who don't attend. If you'd mentioned it earlier, our clan might have had a solution. Why would you be looking for exactly?
Just a little more information. Manager, you also said that this whole situation can be explained by common sense, right?
They must have tried everything they could think of before they went to the trouble to find us. In other words, there's no harm in thinking outside of the box.
You mentioned on the way that some of the alumni donate items to the school. I'm kind of curious to see if there just happens to be something out of the ordinary in there.
Like an ancient book that summons strange creatures? The kind that can pierce your hand?
You know, if you simply don't talk to them, no one will take you for a dumbass. If you simply don't talk, then no one will take you for a dumbass.
Dan, where did you hear about that stuff?
Huh? It's just a joke.
It won't be funny if it turns out to be true. I didn't think you believe in that sort of stuff, Neko. But you won't find those kinds of records in the library anywhere.
Huh? Why?
All donated materials are in the historical library, not here. This library is basically open to all students, and they wouldn't want to be showing that kind of stuff to school kids, right?
True.
The history building is a little difficult to reach, so I would like to take a look at all for the other places before we go there.
Alright.
Okay, where to go next? Mountain Pass! Mountainside Path. Whoa! There are stains on the ground. Like huge stains. I don't know if it's paint or blood. It takes us quite some time to find the clearing our client was talking about. It's right behind one of the warehouses that was used when the school was being built. All manner of bushes and shrubs have been planted, probably to keep the rain from washing down too much dirt, but most of it is cast into shadow. There aren't any more buildings in the vicinity that are related to teaching activities. There's a storage room filled mainly with broken chairs and desks. Apart from faculty and staff, nobody would have any reason to hang around this place. Although the site has been cleared, faint patches of dark red are still visible on the concrete and the mountainside.
Whoa, seriously?
Looks like a wild cat or dog was hit here. Poor thing.
You're right, manager. The only vehicle that could get through here would be a motorcycle.
Dan takes a large step to measure the width of the road. But you couldn't crush an animal like that with a motorcycle, could you? Cars are bad enough, but I've seen little creature across the road and...
Listen, Neko, can we not talk about that, please?
Oh, are you afraid of that kind of thing, Scarlett?
Stop it. It just sounds so disgusting.
All in all, unless someone has nothing better to do than come here and hit wildcats for fun, the cause of this mess is quite weird. Why do you guys look so pale?
I think I've already said why. That argument's a bit too much even for me.
And you call me a cat at least once a day.
Then, can you identify these traces? Let me see. Let's just say that it's blood, yes. And there seems to be some hair stuck to it. This length doesn't quite look like it could come from a dog. There's too little left for me to draw any more conclusion. Wait, let me take another look.
He's almost lying flat on his stomach, scrutinizing the bloodstain.
Some of the hair is so bent that the body might have been dragged away after the blood had dried somewhat already. How should I put this? It's like when you press something hard against the ground and simultaneously put it to the side.
Please don't upset my stomach again, you dummy.
It's just making me curious about what state the bodies were in when the school recovered them.
Where did they take them? Dan doesn't say anything but point towards the mountain.
Onto the mountain? That's not good. Can we go up there and see?
The back of the mountain is usually pretty much sealed off. Can you see that wire fence in front of those three up there? Is it because of the temple?
Good memory.
I think that must be it. Besides, it would be too dangerous to have unsuspecting people wander into the woods.
I wish we weren't unsuspecting people ourselves.
We won't be, at least not for now. If it becomes necessary, we'll slip past the guards.
You just announced you might commit a crime without even changing your expression. You really are a tough guy at heart, manager.
From what you're saying, we'll either have to wait for an opponent who weighs over half a ton or a dangerous psychopath. Either way, we mustn't act rashly.
Makes sense. Should we inform the school?
The school probably knows more about it than we do, and I would like a chance to ask what it's like around here on a regular basis. Maybe get some insights. Bloodstains by the warehouse, info acquired. Then let's go check out some other areas.
Yeah, where should we go next?
We've seen almost everything, right? Damn, my feet are starting to hurt.
Come on, shall I carry you?
No, no need.
What are you grinding about? But it's true, we've searched half the school without even realizing it. Over 900 acres. Even though it was just a walk, it was exhausting enough. We've checked out more than half the area, haven't we? That's over 400 acres.
I think it'd be better not to keep track. Let's go back to the history building again. Scarlet, weren't you looking for some information?
Better to have seen it than rely on guesswork. Let's go.
This.
We actually might be better off guessing what's inside.
The history building wasn't hard to find. It takes up a corner of the grounds, cornered by 3 or 4 little roads. It's quite a show-off. However, the interior of the tall building in front of us is a different story.
Whoa! Is this school building or a bank vault? This is just too much. Have you ever seen a bank vault surrounded by tape?
He might have somewhere far abroad. Well, that's not the point. Even if there was a really precious item collection in there, this isn't normal. More than a dozen security guards are standing in front of the door, it looks like they're having riot gear on. As if they were on the verge of an attack, and everyone in there is armed. The weather is stiflingly hot, but they're still armed to the teeth. No normal museum would ever receive this kind of treatment, and a few students are pointing and keeping their distance.
You know, all I heard was that something went missing from the school. I didn't know it was Arsène Lupin who stole them.
Don't ask me. Our client didn't say anything about this.
We've gotten ourselves into another one of those situations, haven't we? Doesn't look like there's another way in.
The more questions you ask, the less of them I can answer. Should we try to get closer?
No, let's not poke the hornet's nest.
Dan threw his hands up in the air in defeat. Principal!
Calm down, those guys are just doing their duty.
Then I suddenly hear a steady voice beside me. Ah, the principal, I didn't know you were there. The middle-aged man suddenly appeared next to us, accompanied by a female student. His expression is serious. He is dressed in a formal suit, the inside of his shirt barely hidden and drenched in sweat. The girl next to him looks tired. Yeah, she's wearing basically a polo shirt, a white polo shirt with the school badge on her breast.
Are these the helpers you mentioned?
They might prefer to be called companions.
I guess you don't take age into account in this line of work, do you?
His gaze lingers on Dan and Scarlett for a moment before it moves on to a silent Neko. I'll try to find a place for her to go to school at when she's done with her work on this job, so don't start talking about child labor.
If you like, you could consider attending our esteemed school,
Just call me Neko.
Neko? I mean, our school would be a great place to further your education. Think about it. After all, I'm very grateful that you got involved in all of this. Please give me the opportunity to repay you for your efforts.
Neko is frozen in place, her eyes wide, clearly at a loss for words. She probably isn't used to such kindness, even if it's basically a fair trade. You better not regret that offer. You probably don't want a kid who can wander around your school servers like she would her own backpack to stay there for 3 to 5 years.
Well, you just need to lead talent into the right direction.
He starts laughing loudly, revealing his confidence as an educator once again. We'll talk some more later. Even if it's a favor, it won't count until we finish the mission, right? The principal's smiles become a little more genuine. Speaking of getting things done, you seem to have raised the bar when it comes to security around the history building. Could you tell us why that is? After all, we're going to, while I'm trying to get some information from our client, I realize suddenly that there's a stranger present.
It's okay, she's the student president and she's very reliable. I was just about to explain the situation to her and have her show you around the place. As you know, this year's 80th anniversary celebration is even bigger than usual, and I simply can't spare the time.
I nod understandingly and turn to the girl who is standing next to the principal. In that case, I'm going to direct all of my questions to you. What's your name, miss?
Quinn, and I'm happy to help.
The student president shakes my hands politely. Dan, who is watching us from the sideline, suddenly starts shaking with laughter.
You seem to be a pretty lucky guy, manager. What's your secret?
Idiot. You realize there's a time and place for cracking joke, and this isn't one of them.
No harm done, but this time is of the essence, so I would like to answer your questions quickly.
The principal suddenly regains his composure and takes a step closer. Caught up in the sudden change in atmosphere, everyone huddles closer together.
Shortly after entrusting you with this difficult task, we had another case of items going missing.
That's really...
Allow me to make a reasonable assumption here. That's why you stationed so many security guards at the history building?
That's correct, ma'am. This time, the theft occurred in the history building.
That's a pretty big issue, isn't it? There are some really valuable items in there, right?
Pretty big issue, pretty much covers it. But please, keep it confidential for the time being.
The middle-aged man smiles grimly, and now I have an inkling as to why the two of them are so mentally exhausted at this point.
The item that we're missing is an archaeological artifact of national importance, a true treasure.
Neko ... Everyone is stunned. Quinn is wearing an embarrassed expression. This isn't something that is easily admitted after all.
We immediately investigated the surveillance video, but as you know, we already asked you for your help long before that.
I'm guessing that must have had a rather unusual reason.
It was the only thing that was plucked out of his glass container, which is probably a blessing in disguise. But this artifact was supposed to be on display at the festival the day after tomorrow, so it really is the worst case scenario.
Info acquired, theft at the history building. That's not good. Can we get a closer look?
Sorry, maybe not today. In addition to the glass container, the air conditioning in the showroom is messed up. We just have experts coming today to overhaul it. If we don't restore a consistent temperature again soon, we'll run into major problems with several of the older exhibition pieces.
So that's why it's so warm in there. That's one hell of a storage condition.
We already have the best possible security surveillance in the history building. Who could have ever seen this coming? The only thing left to do now is to try and solve the most critical situation first.
They're estimating that they'll be able to fix the entire system today, but there may be some delays. Could you possibly come back here tomorrow to have a look around?
Air conditioning system info acquired. I understand. There is no way around it then.
We still have to deal with several heads of department who would like to inquire about the crime. Please excuse me.
I don't think it's a good idea to use a phrase like inquire about the crime in case someone hears you. I can't help but smile bitterly.
You've had a lot of bad luck recently, but the more you get used to it, the calmer you'll be.
Ignoring Dad's rude comment, the principal wipes his brow again, then takes his leave. The student council follows suit.
Wow, they're really something.
Scarlet and Nico elbow Dan in the ribs at the same time. So that's what's going on. No wonder there's such a crowd around here. New variables have suddenly been added to the situation, and I can't help but worry whether we've prepared enough for tomorrow's investigation.
How about it? Should we retreat?
No, it's not time for that yet. It's better not to give up on commissions you already accepted, and I don't think it's as simple as that. Standing around here won't get us anywhere. We can talk about this whole thing some more when we get back. I let out a long sigh and followed the crowd towards the school gates. Nighttime. Today was exhausting. After dinner, Nico instantly lets herself fall into the sofa. For some reason, Yasmin doesn't seem to like her new friend and keeps pulling at her hair. Within a few seconds, the two have started a fight on the sofa.
It must be nice to be young. God, my shoulders are sore.
Yasmin, ...
Do you want me to give you a massage?
Shut up.
You're boring. It seems like Scarlet and Dan have suddenly become unusually familiar with each other, but I have no reason to ask them about their private matters. After all this time investigating things together, it wouldn't be surprising if something happened between the two of them, I guess. The weirdness of my own thoughts is making me more confused. In an attempt to get them out of my head, I sit down on a small sofa and pull out my laptop to organize my schedule for the next day. I seem to have acquired a lot of information about the fifth case, so let me check. Strange encounters in the school building. The school reported another odd situation today. Someone vandalized one of the classrooms before simply disappearing. Apparently the desk and chairs aren't the only thing that were destroyed. All sort of objects have been near cut apart, following the shape of a perfect curve. Pothole on the tennis court. An odd situation was reported at Torah Memorial Middle School today. A huge pothole suddenly appeared on the tennis court, taking up half of its space. The pothole is unusually neat around the edges, with visible signs of high temperature being involved. Unlike a crater, the spit doesn't show any typical features or of damage after a strong impact. Bloodstains by the warehouse. An odd situation was reported at Torah Memorial Middle School today. Bloodstains appeared by the warehouse at the back of the school. The blood was dark in color and sticky in texture. A few hairs stuck to it. Zach judged the source of the blood to be wild cat or dog. Torah Memorial Middle School invited us here to investigate. Recently, a precious relic, the Reed Compendium, was stolen from the history building, and the scene of the crime looks very strange. The stolen display case has been nearly cut open. The footprints left on the scenes are huge, way beyond the average human side. Air conditioning. It appears that the criminal also damaged the air conditioning system during the time of the theft in the history building. The special system was constructed in a way that makes it very difficult to install. In order to repair it, the history building has to be shut down until the school festival, at which time it will be open for visitors once again. So those are the 5 clues I have so far. Is it an illusion, or did you did you actually make a list of 3 days worth of workload that we didn't have time for today? Neko, his head appears next to me, as an expression becoming ever more desperate. I know there's no way around it, but this actually kills someone. There's really nothing we can do about it. Also, we don't have 3 days, because students don't get off school until early tomorrow afternoon, so we only have half a day available at full capacity.
That's even more of a problem. Let me see.
Scarlett takes my notebook and sits down on the sofa's armrest.
Check the state of the playground in the school history building. This really has to wait until the place is emptier. Go to the school building and ask the students for information about who could have done it. That shouldn't be a problem.
That girl named Quinn probably knows more. We should ask her some questions.
Exactly. Then under the mountain to confirm the situation. Well, that's fine, even though I don't know what you want to confirm exactly.
Check the condition of defense. If possible, talk to a nearby janitor or something. I know it's a little hard to strike up a conversation, but I'm really worried about those traces in that area.
It is pretty much a pile of shit.
Please stop using that word.
Half a day should be more than enough for that. So what's the plan? Nico acts very mature and shuts the others down mid-sentence.
I think it would be best to split up so we can cover more ground. We don't want someone to get overworked just by checking out a couple of locations.
I agree. Neko, could you take over the playground? The simplest job. Fine.
Then I'll go find Quinn and ask her to take me to meet their classmates.
Play to your advantages, right? I hope the two of you together don't get the boys too excited.
Shall we swap?
I'm not sure I can deal with kids that age. I think I'd be better suited to checking out this history building.
That leaves me with the warehouse.
Dan rubs his forehead, making him look like he doesn't quite know what to do with himself. A sudden thought pops in my mind, but maybe it's just the exhaustion from all the work we've been doing. Oops.
Act like a foreigner. Just go over there and have a look around and pretend you don't know anything if someone asks. That just gives us a better chance of pulling this off, right?
You're right, but I don't have to pretend to be a foreigner. I am one.
Yes, please practice your Spanish accent some more.
What? So Dan is Spanish? It doesn't look Spanish to me. Well, yeah, whatever.
That's easier said than done.
Even if we split up, this is still a lot of work.
What else can we do? Get Yasmin to help us out?
Forget it, they'll sue you for child labor.
I'll sue you for differential treatment first. Oh, raised out the story behind the theft. Oh wait, so there's actually gonna be a story here. Maybe I was misinformed. So there's actually a case here. I have to work. Okay, so the question, the story behind the theft. I fear there another story behind the theft of the artifact from Torah Memorial Middle School. Is it possible to find out more about its history? Okay. We need to analyze the situation properly. I'm gonna save just to be sure. I indicate that the conversation has come to an end and prepare to return to my room. Oversensitive nerves won't help the investigation. Everyone seems to be in strange mood today. I guess they just need some time to adjust. Geez, other than that, I think grabbing a shower is the most useful thing you guys can do right now. Tuesday, November 8th. There is some purple and yellow orb floating in the sky that says, "This will not be the end of it." It no longer remembers exactly how many places it has been to, hot and cold, frost and hail. The scenery around it is always changing. It never stays attached to anything, nor does it ever has any impression of where it is. Maybe it simply doesn't care. From the moment it possessed consciousness, it was never blocked by any world, so it was destined to be a mere passerby in all places. It looks like the thing from A Color Out of Space. But even so, there is something it wants. This will not be the end of it. Listening to that voice and hanging around for a while longer isn't so bad. The detective creeps closer to his target. More than half an hour ago, the last bell rings for dismissal. Just as expected, Toro Memorial High School announced the end of all classes after lunch. By now, there are only a handful of people on the playground who are packing up the last of their things. Although this body has caused him a mountain of trouble, at least it's very inconspicuous. If he were his 20-something-year-old self, he wouldn't have been able to approach so easily. The trick isn't really much of a trick at all. As long as he acts as if he knows nothing and doesn't do anything rash, nobody will meddle with a kid. It's an exclusive privilege to have his age. If you're too young, people will be concerned. If you're too old, you have to lose the right to fool around too much. A young, tousled-haired kid will mostly be avoided. To be fair, even if they often bicker with each other, Justin doesn't dislike Nico. She's just not very good at showing concern and a little too good at solving problems her own way. So yeah, this is Justin taking care of the sports field, the play area. But that doesn't change the fact that Nico is more adept at mixing with the crowd, and it seems to him like the precocious girl who once wandered the street employs these techniques as easily as breathing, which makes him wonder more and more what the girl has been through. Orphanage? The store manager mentioned that word, and Justin can more or less guess where that story might go. But even though he's curious, his gentleman heart won't allow the detective to go straight to Neko and ask for the truth. There is no way for the detective to stop the tragedy from unfolding, only to get it over with as quickly as possible. Never mind, it's business as usual. The true extent of the damage of the tennis court can only be examined up close, and the term ground collapse is so confusing that it masks most of the danger. He has seen real craters in photos, and they resemble the pit made by artillery shells, mostly in the shape of a shallow bowl. The shock wave will lift up the nearby soil, and its size was determined by the intensity of the impact. But the trail of destruction before him is entirely different. The hole in the ground is almost perfectly round. The collapsed sidewalks looks like candlesticks that have been burning for a long time melted away. Touched by a hot iron ball would be more fitting description than hit by a stone that causes a pothole. The characteristics are completely different. He doesn't know if the school already sent someone to clean this mess up a little, or if the pit is in its original state. Justin can't find so much as a single piece of debris around the place. The scene is so clean that it's frightening. Even though everything is made of concrete, a destruction like this would never have been so orderly. What's more, there is no trace of a culprit or even a single piece of debris. Looking at the slope of the nearby mountain, a landslide couldn't have caused this, while a meteorite would have broken apart. It's no wonder that the school's first reaction before rebuilding the tennis courts was to conduct an investigation. In the darkness, with a little fog, this scene might look like something out of a science fiction movie. He thought he was sent there to recover some items or clues lying around at the scene, but this is a completely different story. The detective wants us to sigh in disbelief. Info acquired, pothole in the tennis court. I should have a look around anyway. The more often things like this happen, the more you have to keep your eyes and ears open. Even a person who's only has one bad experience learns from that. Taking his eyes off the pit, Justin begins his examination of the surroundings. It doesn't seem to be broken. It hasn't come loose. The fence is intact, the wire is straight, and the dirt on Justin's fingers prove that this faithful fence has been here for a long time. A tennis ball is actually embedded in the fence near the side of the hill, and there are no serious signs of damage anywhere. At most, it's bended a little. The place doesn't look as if it took any damage or as if some external force was at work here. The impact that caused the damage to the field may have been an isolated incident. It must have hit very precisely, leaving the rest of the site unscathed, as if someone put up these fences around the pit after the fact. If the fence is okay, then the grounds around the pit should be checked again. He pokes at the ground in front of him. The school has laid down the plastic cover about 5 centimeters thick across the field, which is pretty sturdy and might have absorbed some of the impact. Justin bent down low to get his eye level with the ground, which is easier than he thought it would be. Neko's constant jumping up and down must have built some muscle. From the side, it looks like the plastic cover is bulging a little around the pothole. The ground at the edge of the pit is cracked like dry skin. All along the pit wall, there are gaps of up to 10 centimeters. This may be due to the fact that different materials heated up unevenly. The plastic material, which expanded through the heat and rehardened and it cooled, and the more solid concrete floor beneath it that couldn't keep up. In the end, crumpled into something like a raised shell. The same problem occurred in the home of one of the detective's friends. The man was showing off his new underfloor heating. In that case, it isn't hard to explain why the ground smells burnt. He almost didn't notice this at first because of the smell of the runway baking under the midday sun. The situation is somewhat paradoxical. The sheer heat that should have changed the plastic much more. It might not seem that important compared to a huge pothole in the ground, but these courts have experienced some pretty weird temperature changes. You'd better figure out a way to get in there. The wire fence is pretty high in order to prevent tennis ball from flying off the court. Even if this body is quite light, he wouldn't dare climb up there unsupported. In that case, all that's left is to hope that Neko kept up her good habits. Sorry about this, but please don't let me down. Justin fumbles around in his pocket in the hopes of finding something that might help. Neko often produces various odd devices out of thin air, and she obviously doesn't have any actual superpowers. Ah, here we go! A couple of metal pins and knickknacks are tucked away in the lining of the jacket. A fairly professional lock-picking tool, if you remember correctly. Why didn't the Neko use them when they were investigating that rooftop in the Kangning neighborhood? A hint of doubt surges through Justin's mind, but he quickly pushes it aside. Ignoring the blocking tape wrapped around everything, Justin steps forward a small door in the fence and tries to pry it open. Huh? The tool seems to be stuck in some kind of mud, and no matter how hard he turns it left and right, it doesn't feel like it's touching metal. The keyhole isn't stuffed with gum. He mutters himself as he kneels down, trying to peer inside the keyhole. It isn't gum. The dull greenish material is squeezed into the hole like a sponge. A few slender stalks are protruding from it. It's as if the detective didn't just insert a key, but the greenish flesh of some creatures instead. Mushroom? Moss? How did this happen? He doesn't understand how the keyhole can be filled with tiny plant and fungi already when the area was only just blocked off half a week ago. Even if someone filled it with fertile soil, it wouldn't have grown over this quickly. What's more, there isn't enough room inside the keyhole for such an operation, and the plants are growing like crazy, as if they simply appeared out of nowhere. As he looks more closely, he spots two vines wrapped around the chain by the door. They are green, as dense as a rice crop. From further away, it might look as if they were infested with aphids. Potholes on the things scored and updated. Something isn't right here, and the detective feels a slight chill go down the spine. In this state, it wouldn't be possible to open the door even if he had a key. Justin takes out two thinner metal pins from his pocket, intending to poke the fungus and moss out of the keyhole bit by bit. However, things rarely go as planned. Another power outage? And at the worst possible moment! The school's electrical systems really is fragile. For some reason, Justin Hart is being a frantic rhythm against his chest. The detective didn't have anything to do with the power outage. It feels like something is gripping his heart, and he can't even continue working on the door in front of him right now. Neko? Question mark. What the hell is this? The trouble doesn't stop there. Hey, what's up, man? Here's a random bystander with no name. Huh? Unexpected voices ring out behind him. How come things never go smoothly? Meanwhile, Scarlet.
So that's why you have to leave class early? That's right.
Quinn.
On one hand, we want students to get involved, have a sense of commitment towards the school. On the other hand, the event is meant on the students to participate in as well. The headmaster has always wanted to make one thing about this school very clear. It fosters talent and produces truly well-rounded people.
Sorry.
That's a great speech. Anyway, it's rare for a student to have a chance to breathe, so they're taking this opportunity. I don't think it would be right to get them involved in this. Oh, I don't have a problem with that. It's easier for us to move around with fewer people here. I'm glad you understand. Ultimately, I know it's our responsibility. The fact that the principal's involved means that this wasn't a common crime. No one wanted this to happen, and you're not going to have to take the blame for it.
The student president sighs, a slight grin on her face, and points forward. Cecile has goosebumps. She always been cautiously polite to her peers, but speaking to strangers makes her particularly tongue-tied. She's so nervous her voice basically trembles. Even though things are calmed down in the elite art club, Cecile is still used to sitting at the side of the classroom by herself. As long as everyone gets along well, that's good enough for her. When Zach still went to school, he would often look for her in class and joke around. Now that she thinks about it, this boy, so tough on the outside but kind on the inside, was trying to help her out. Unfortunately, she didn't realize it at the time. She'll need to thank him properly sometime, but that will have to wait until she's back in her own body. Then, do the job at hand first. Cecile tries to recall the impression Scarlett left on her, trying to figure out a more business-like way of speaking in her mind. The shop manager often jokingly calls Scarlett a litigator, and Neko likes to refer to her as a big sister, and both of them criticize her lifestyle a lot. From her cat's point of view, the lawyer's house must be a messy man-made disaster, making the cat despair. However, she also remembered the lawyer bringing in thick piles of documents and being deep in thoughts during conversation with the store manager. Relying on the broad network of personal and professional connections, Scarlett is very reliable. The contrast between these two images make things quite difficult for Cecile. But the good thing is that Quinn and Scarlett didn't know each other before, and with the way things are, she has no choice but to continue her act.
I heard something else from the professor as well. The student discovered the vandalism in the classroom early in the morning, right?
That's right. Our building opens early for people who want to study before morning classes.
How early are we talking?
6 a.m., sophomore class on this floor. Most students follow our normal routine though.
You could have skipped that last part of the sentence.
What
exactly was vandalized? Tables and chairs appears to have been destroyed at the scene. Are they still in the classroom?
The tables and chairs have been removed to be repaired. They are badly damaged and currently unusable. However, I haven't been in there either and I don't know any further details. It would be better to ask the class who first noticed what happened. Oh, we're inside the classroom. Quinn pushes open the classroom door. The light seems to be switched off, but the sound of frantic footsteps soon approaches. Middle school student A. It's the president! Let me take my vitamins. A small male student pokes his head out of the classroom door. He must have deliberately stayed late after school.
Why don't you turn on the lights? Reading in the dark isn't good for your eyes.
The plug has been pulled on the whole building. No lights is okay, but no ventilation is kinda killing me.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that was still a problem.
Hey, do you need to talk to Wong? If you didn't even know about this, maybe it's not too big of an issue.
Right, I'll go down and ask Wong what's going on.
Quinn frowns, rubbing her temple. Her expression doesn't change as she quickly leaves the classroom. Scarlet ... Wong must be the janitor in charge of this building. Judging by the way she reacted, Quinn must be pretty used to dealing with practical matters such as this. When Cecile was growing up, her impression of students from school like this one was very different.
However, it's always a good idea to finish your task before leaving to handle another one.
This boy's flamboyant appearance reminds Cecile of Zach and Justin. Even this subtle impudence is similar to theirs. Sorry, she's always a bit careless with her work. The boy is wearing a grin. He's probably seen the seemingly calm student president make a mistake more than once.
It's okay, I just wish she had told you what she was asking you to stay for.
Of course, the class has been on edge lately because of this whole thing and it's hard to ever even stay focused enough to study. We're really glad that the school asked you to help us with the investigation. The information gap makes Cecile a bit uncomfortable, but she decides to push on.
These days, students have to deal with a lot of pressure. As an adult, I want to do my best to help out. Can you please explain to me what happened? There's been talk of someone stealing something, but I think isn't that simple.
You're right, our school is huge, but security measures has always been very good. I never heard of a theft around here before. Last Friday, I came to the school building at around 6:20 a.m. to get ready for my morning studies as usual.
You must be a hard worker.
I've been getting up pretty early to get used to it, and the school turns the light on for us, so it's not a problem. The sun was coming up and the hallway was quiet. I was making my way to the classroom when I heard footsteps. At first I thought it was another student who came here for some early morning studying, but I soon realized that the sound was coming from somewhere else. Also, it didn't sound like ordinary footsteps.
What do you mean when you say not ordinary?
We usually wear sneakers at school. The rubber soles are hard, so it makes a clear sound when you step on the floor. He walks across the floor, making a muffled thudding sound with every step. Clack, a clack, a clack, a clack. However, the footsteps I heard were softer, like a patter, and at a different frequency than if you're walking normally. If I were to take a wild guess, I'd say it sounded like a person with big feet running around in a circle. Tong, 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 tong.
As if they were walking barefoot?
Exactly! The noise was actually pretty loud, and I don't think you normally hear the sound of someone walking barefoot all across the classroom. It was then that I heard the sound of desks and chairs being moved around, which was even more unusual. I was starting to get a little worried that some kind of animal had broken in. After all, we have a mountain in the backyard.
It would have to be a rather large animal, too.
Yeah, so I decided to sneak over and open the door to see what was going on. I approached the door slowly and quietly, tried to open it just a crack. After all, if there was some really vicious animal in there, I didn't want to put myself in danger.
A wise move.
I didn't get far. The moment I opened the door, a bright light suddenly exploded in the classroom, along with a very sharp scraping sound that nearly made my ears fall off.
What happened then?
I don't know, but there seems to be a very tall shadow standing in the bright light, but I couldn't really see much, so maybe I just imagined it.
Well. So this connects to all the passive case throughout the whole game. The big round hole, the flash of light, the tall shadow. It was a flash grenade. It was as if a flash grenade has been thrown in my direction. I was so dizzy that I couldn't do anything but crouch down on the floor. When I regained consciousness, the figure had vanished.
Along with certain objects from the classroom?
Yes, several desks had huge holes in them, and the trophies the class had won in competition were missing.
But there can't have been such an outcry just because some trophies were stolen.
But the whole place looked so strange after the burglary.
Oh? Strange in what way? ... What's up? You're suddenly so quiet.
Sorry, I'm just a bit clueless. The boy hesitated as if he were worried about something. As much as I would like to know the truth, there are some things that might just make things worse if I tell people who can't deal with them properly. I'm not trying to disrespect or underestimate your expertise, but I'm not sure the school is actually getting help from the right experts. If you can't get a handle on the situation, I'm afraid you'll... He lowers his head, looking as if an internal battle is raging in his mind. He seems to be a very cautious person, but also kind. Looking at his hesitant appearance, Cecile almost felt like laughing.
Even at a time like this, the fact that you're worried about me getting involved shows that you're a responsible kid. So thank you.
She uses her gentlest tone as voice as she smiles and pats the boy on the shoulder.
But don't worry, I've dealt with more than a few humans in my professional studies. I think you know what I mean when I put it like that, don't you? ... I have a little faith in your school. They understand the importance of prioritizing. That's why they invited me here. At least my experience can be put to better use than your assumptions. Exposing mysteries requires expertise. They don't teach you that at school.
A guy who's scared off by the sound of a door opening is far better than an indeterminate monster that lingers in corners and stalks people. Well, actually, it's hard to explain in so many words. I'd rather show you the photo.
Ah, you should have said that there's a photo from the get-go.
I didn't really want anyone to find out that I secretly taken a picture of the scene. Even less so after they called the teacher, who warned us not to spread the news. He scans the hallway outside before removing a cell phone from his pocket. Since you came all this way to investigate, I guess I shouldn't hide it from you anymore. Info acquired, strange encounter in the building. There's something strange about this guy's attitude. It seems as if he doesn't trust anyone. Cecile makes a mental note about this and picks up the phone to check the photo he took in secret.
What? This is...
Store manager. A power outage. Yeah, he's inside the building. A sudden darkness engulfs everything. Before my pupils could adjust to it, the light comes on again and almost blinds me. There's a buzzing sound and it appears that the emergency generator has kicked in, re-energizing the entire building. Staff member.
Everything's fine. There's enough reserve power to last us the entire day without having to worry about the artifacts.
Talking about security measures right now isn't very convincing.
This should be considered an unprecedented condition.
The man clears his throat a little awkwardly, trying to make it light of the situation.
Because of the amount of construction in the past and being so close to the mountains, our school's power grid has always had some issues.
Like slow loading times or something?
We're not the only school with technical problems, but it's hard to tell what exactly is going on because there wasn't much there to begin with. The whole power grid across several regions is a mess. It's a huge headache when something goes wrong. No matter how well it seems to be working downstreams or where the canal was built, the issues are more or less upstream. We just have to deal with it.
Sounds difficult.
The wiring is even worse due to the recent installation of large antennas or the local observatory they're planning to build. They're moving a lot of equipment around.
Objectively speaking, the emergency response was very quick and proved that the history building is indeed able to withstand unexpected situation. If they also have a UPS power supply, it's unlikely that surveillance will be interrupted for even a second. In spite of such tight security, someone was able to steal an artifact. It really does sound like they would have to be some legendary thief. You can't help but start to wonder if Dan actually hit the nail on the head here. A true relic has gone missing from its glass display here in the center of the room. It doesn't take long to come to that conclusion. The perpetrator's methods were pretty aggressive, so it would have been hard to miss. The entire cabinet is missing at least a quarter of its glass, as if a piece of it was erased by computer graphic software. At least, the principal was quick on to act and bring in investigators. I see it now. Okay, I see it in the background, so yeah, all those artifacts are embedded in glass prism, like rectangles made of glass. One of them, the item is missing, but the corner has been erased. It's like, imagine like those cat burglars, they carve a circle inside of the glass with nails or like things to glass cutting tools. But in this case, they're doing three-dimensionally by taking one of the corner of the rectangle. So they cut that and to take the whole thing off. So it's like they said, it's pretty aggressive. I admit it's true. At least the principal was quick to act and bring the investigators. The inside of the glass case is a mess. The experts brought in by the school should have rearranged it, but the fleece used for padding isn't pressed down properly along the edges, and there are plenty of creases left from the hurried preparation. No other artifacts apart from the one in this case are missing or were destroyed. It doesn't look like if the culprit restrained himself.
There's no future damage apart from that. Let's just say we got lucky.
If that's the case, there should be some traces like fingerprints, right?
Some checks were done overnight yesterday and there were no fingerprints. A couple of things were discovered, but strangely enough, they still haven't figured out who left them behind.
Did you say a couple of things?
Yeah, it's all a mystery except for some hair that doesn't look like it came from a human.
That poses a bit of a problem.
The samples have been sent away for further testing. The principal told me that you are an expert in these type of cases. Do you need to contact the investigation department to have them send the sample back?
Even if they send them back, they wouldn't make it in time. Just ask them to take the pictures and send them to me. I'm more curious about something else. Did the intruder mess up with the air conditioning system?
Yes. You see, there it is.
He points at the ceiling above us, where construction must have been done recently. They haven't had the time to paint over it or even to remove the ladder.
We don't understand how he did it either. That thing is buried in the ceiling and looks just like a central air vent. So even if they wanted to get rid of the surveillance cameras, why would they go there?
Maybe they weren't trying to get rid of the surveillance cameras. As a result of their actions, You'd have to prioritize repairing the system in order to protect the remaining artifacts and put the investigation on the scene on hold. Do many people know about the condition of this equipment? I was wondering if I could narrow down the suspect list.
We only have 2 engineers in charge of the maintenance of the equipment in this building. We even need them to supervise something as simple as cleaning the equipment. They have the master keys, the monitoring room, and the switchboards, and there's no way anyone else could open the door to the basement. But one of them is currently out of town, and the other was in a meeting with some professor who visited last night, so he couldn't have been here.
In other words, the 2 of them aren't possible suspects.
I'm not sure. At the end of the day, we're just co-workers, so we don't really know each other.
Since we don't know what was going on in the culprit's head, let's see if we can find anything else at the scene.
Feel free to have a look around, but please don't open the glass cases if you can avoid it.
It might be necessary to check those too. I string the plastic shoe cover over my feet and step onto the scene. What should I check first? Glass cases, the perimeter, the air conditioning, or finish the inspection? No, let's do everything. Glass cases. There's a sticker on it. Number 1. I approach the damaged central display case and carefully scan the trail of destruction. The entire cabinet is about the size of a dining table and contains 4 displays. A glass cabinet about 1 centimeter thick cover each of the exhibits. There aren't any gaps that could be pried open. The normal method of retrieving something would be to unlock the cabinets from below and lower the entire bottom plate. The cabinet has an unusually solid structure, sunk deeply into the surrounding carpet. It would be near to impossible to lift the entire glass cover from above, and the immense weight would prevent all sorts of accidents from affecting the exhibit inside. However, all this painstaking effort eventually went to waste. The culprit forced it open directly from the front, as if deliberately trying to humiliate whoever made such an effort. As I tap on the glass, the thick thud sounded like a little aggravating.
It took a lot of work to customize this tempered glass over in the first place, but I never thought it would end up this way.
What? Did you say tempered glass?
Yes, the price of a cover of this size and thickness is outrageous. ...
I touch the neat, smooth cabinet cover once again. It stretches out like a work of art beneath my fingers. There isn't even a hint of subtle or debris at the edges. Even without mentioning the price, this isn't normal. Tempered glass cannot be cut again after it's been toughened, otherwise it would shatter. This is a safety measure to avoid dangerous splinters and is the source of the self-destruct problem that always been a headache for users. If there were a way to delicately cut an entire ridge off the glass and still keep it intact as a whole, production companies around the world would be moved to tears. And where the heck did the part that was cut off go? Glasses like this weighed around 2.5 kilograms per square meters, so the weight of such a piece would have been considerable to say the least. Stealing something and carrying around such a heavy piece of glass isn't something just anyone could pull off. The damaged cabinet doesn't give me any more information than that. I make a mental note of my conclusion. What should I check first? Perimeter for marks on the floor. Number 2, bare footsteps. Very big size. I want to say size 14, judging by the scale. Looking around, I spot a number of small pieces of paper stuck to the cabinet and floor. After taking a closer look, I discover that each piece of paper has a different number on it. Around each piece of paper, several circles made of chalk or maybe marker can be seen. The circles are as big as my head. Are these handprints?
And footprints, though if those really are footprints. We found quite a few of these marks and it looks like they turned around between cabinets several times.
Looks like the police investigator this morning was quite efficient and saved me a lot of work.
However, only the footprints left on the floor were clear and we weren't able to collect prints from the top of the glass because...
No need to explain that part. Although there are vague white marks all around the place, unlike normal palm prints, these have quite a few scratches on them, making it almost impossible to identify the lines. It's possible that exuberant body air could have caused it, but at its level, only Chewbacca could have done the job. Or Bigfoot. I crouched down near one of the footprints and roughly measured its length and width with both hands. That's not... The proportions are bizarre. The front and heel are unusually broad, and the spacing between the two is enormous. A human couldn't have a footprint like that, and neither could an ape. If those are his toes, it isn't like a primate at all. The mark left on the cabinet differ from the shapes on the floor, which means the culprit must have been walking upright. A discovery that makes my previous conclusion even more confusing. Forced to apply the proportion of the human body to get an estimation, I arrived at the conclusion that a culprit with such huge feet would probably be over 2.5 meters tall. With this kind of physique, they wouldn't have been able to enter through the door, let alone sneak in here. I would love to see the surveillance footage. This is the first time I ever felt so frustrated by being betrayed by an electronic device. ... There's nothing.
Didn't you find anything?
Well, it's difficult to conclude anything right now. It is painfully obvious that this wasn't a common case of theft, and I'm beginning to understand why the principal is so nervous. Compared to what happened here, theft would have been civilized and orderly behavior. Theft at the Easter building in Fort Quard, even if the truth is revealed, I'm afraid it might be more unbelievable than the lies. Recovering lost property is enough of a headache, and nobody will be eager to have to explain this away to the outside world. Even if the truth is revealed, I'm afraid it might be even more unbelievable. Okay, that line was repeated. The most important item that was stolen is an ancient scroll, right?
Yes, the Reed Compendium, a very old artifact. We were planning to display it at tomorrow's event, but now we have to find another solution. The scroll and the Meridian bronze bell, which remains in our collection in the museum, are our most prized possession. These items hold unique historical and academic value.
Unique historical value? That's not a statement to be made lightly.
I've never seen anything else like it before. The scrolls hold very spatial records, and the pattern on that bronze bell is very unique. I'm not sure about the specific either, but at least half of the artifacts around here are in this museum to preserve them in the best way possible.
Must be quite a lot of work.
For some reason, the headmaster was particularly anxious about the security concerning the bronze clock. Almost as if it might be stolen as well. Our preparations were delayed in order to increase security.
Really? You haven't had it easy recently. Could you help me get information on this artifact? The man nods.
When a professor donated the artifact to us for safekeeping, he left various records regarding the discovery of the bronze clock. I heard it's famous, and I'm sure there'll be more archaeological discoveries like this in the future.
The more the merrier. Targeted artifact added to the info.
You'll be able to figure out who the culprit is, won't you? I'm not cut out for this, but I have a feeling you guys know what you're doing.
We could ask for help, but it wouldn't necessarily be enough. Expectations are clearly very high. Who knows? We'll have to see what the others find out.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, it's nothing. I was just talking to myself. I take a deep breath and try to regain my composure. Looks like I have some time then. I would appreciate if you could wait a little longer while I check the place. After all, in this business of ours, we have to think everything through thoroughly. It's easy to end up empty-handed, which might have repercussions later. Oh, I couldn't finish everything. There was a part that I didn't inspect. Now they send me into the warehouse. Dan. Shit. Why did this have to happen at this exact moment? There's a loud bang behind Zack as if someone struck a match near an underground gas pipe. Thankfully, the campus announcement that I've been echoing in his ears come to an abrupt halt, which makes it clear what's going on. It looks like there's going to be some trouble. When he was still running around with some bad gangs, Zack fooled around with his buddies at school, causing one of the others blackout. And they always go off scot-free. However, the amount of damage caused by those blackouts has everyone in an uproar. He didn't expect a school of this size to have a mass power outage like this. Hopefully, the equipment they're using today isn't so easily damaged by power surges.
Since the school is a matter of city pride, they should have a backup generator.
But that doesn't concern him at the moment. Dan's task is to figure out the cause of the pile of dead cats and dogs by the warehouse, and that isn't an easy task. Maybe it's because Dan used to be a soldier, but his body is an unusually sharp instinct for injury and destruction. He looked at those bloodstains up close yesterday, and the conclusion he came to is making his heart beat like a drum. Several small animals were crushed and then dragged away in the direction of the mountain. The problem is that the surrounding area is too tidy. If a bear passed through here, it wouldn't be as untouched as it is now. But Zack can't imagine how anything smaller than a bear could have left behind those markings on the ground. There are no footprints on the slope, nor are there any tire marks. The wire fence is also intact, not cut or bent as far as the eye can see. If the murderer were a humanoid monster of the kind Zack has seen before, or the gargoyle that Justin mentioned, it should have left some footprints. The scaly silkworm Cecil encountered would have targeted these animals, so that's out of the question. Aside from the hairs he found in the few puddles of blood, Zack knows nothing at all about the perpetrator. But the matter can't just be put aside. He has seen more than once what disregarding these things can lead to.
Should I expand my search range?
Crouching down near the slope of the mountain, Zack ponders what to do next. There doesn't seem to be anyone around today, and trying to check the whole area himself isn't an option. But he doesn't want to go home empty-handed. If he just keeps believing that everything will work out by itself, nobody else would step forward to save the day either. He doesn't believe in leaving things up to others.
In that case...
Oh, there's another student that looks like Zack, but that's not him.
What are you doing here?
Huh? A male voice suddenly issues from behind him and Zack jumps. He turns his head hurriedly, his gaze settling on a familiar face. No, it only seems familiar. Apart from the hairstyle and the clothes, it's like looking in the mirror. If Zack's were in his own body right now, of course.
What's going on? Are you a tourist?
The student scans Dan's face, clearly confused. Even the boy's stunned expression is similar to Zack's, which makes Zack's heart tighten a little. As planned, he tries to play dumb, running a hand gingerly through his hair and attempting a silly smile.
Oh, hello. Are people not allowed to come up here?
He certainly doesn't know what a Spanish accent would look like in Chinese, so he has to speak more slowly. Didn't you see the sign? Well, I guess the damage is done. The student might just be accusing Zack out of habit, since there are plenty of signs and warning plastered around the school. However, as Zack looks around, he realizes the accusation is unfounded. The boy is probably talking about those "don't step on the grass" kind of signs, but Zack can't see any of those around here. And although the slope at the back of the mountain is covered in grass, there are more weeds than anything else. The boy, who is also the same height as Zack, is now obviously doesn't know what to do next. He smiles awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Cold beads of sweat are beginning to seep from Zack's forehead. He isn't thinking straight. He should take a page out of Justin's books and analyze the person opposite him.
Are you the student council?
The student council? No, who would want to be part of that?
Why, stop me then.
Why? If I see someone trashing the school lawn, of course I'll intervene, even if I'm not on the council. Zach doesn't say anything and just stares at his feet with his arms crossed. The tall grass and weeds are covering their shoes, waving in the light breeze.
You can't exactly call this a lawn, can you?
I guess you're right. He suddenly feels like laughing. The boy's voice is so matter-of-fact that he melts away at all seriousness. Anyway, come down from there. I'm not going to lie to you. This area is pretty dangerous.
Dangerous?
Yeah, you might be tall, but that means you can't hide from danger if you have to. If you don't know what's going on, just stay away from here. Zach suddenly has an idea. He can recall the look on Dan's face when he confronted him in the park. He tries to make his expression darker, even though he feels a little stupid doing it.
Since you mention it, you must have seen something, right?
What?
Some mysterious animal, right? ...
He's on the right track. Zach makes his eyes glow with fervor.
I just checked the place, and there's really nothing out of the ordinary. Everything's normal, but you told me to come down from there. So there is a problem here.
Well,
You know something I don't, and I want you to tell me. What else are you hiding? Come on! How much do I have to pay to get you to talk?
The large man acting is quite exaggerated, and Zach deliberately hunches over and then leans forward. He has seen people do that a lot, and it seems to be a rather instinctive reaction to express sincerity. The student standing in front of him probably knows something the school doesn't. This doesn't come as a surprise. After all, when Zach mentioned the student council just now, he seems to have a pretty strong opinion about it. Even if it's just a rumor, Zach needs to know everything. He sends up a silent prayer that he won't mess this up. What the hell is this? The other man's expression was getting more and more confused until he finally starts scratching the back of his neck for no apparent reason. Are you from the press or something? Anyway, I didn't mean it like that. You misunderstood.
Huh?
I don't know exactly why you're trying to pay me for information, but nothing strange has been seen around here. A janitor was recently hospitalized, and now the school is concerned that there might be wild dogs in the area, that's all.
Wild dogs?
Yeah, it's probably because someone has been hurt, and a con man is trying to make a buck off of you by spreading false news, so don't be fooled. Even if there's a mountain here, this is a school. Thousands of people are running around here, so it wouldn't be easy for you, for any unidentified mysterious animals to be running around here.
You're talking a little too fast.
The student looks troubled as he frowns and chews his bottom lips. He seems to be fooling for less difficult words to explain this to Zach. Anyway, here, there's nothing. What you are looking for, stuff, and probably it's dangerous. Forget it. If you have any other friends who are interested in this place, please tell them not to come here anymore.
I get it. Thanks for the reminder.
The boy takes a deep breath. It's fine, I'm leaving now, and you should get back. You should get back too. I can't say anything more than that. Even though he's already pretty far away, Zach can still hear the boy's confused muttering.
Wild dogs, he says.
Of course, Zach won't take the boy's word for it. After seeing those traces at the scene, something like a ferocious wild dog has been erased from the list of possible options. Informed student info acquired. The fact that he tried to conceal something proved the existence of an object that has been concealed. Zach has been warned about some kind of danger nearby and found out that this student has a secret he doesn't want anyone to find out. A most valuable discovery.
I should go back and ask the student president if she knows this guy well. What's her name again? Quinn?
There's no point in continuing to stay here and look for a needle in the haystack now that he's found a clue that might be useful. Zach squares his shoulders and obediently follows the boy's advice, leaving the small slope. Now back to Neko. Oops, this is trickier than I thought it would be. Things aren't going well, and if an employee of the school finds out about this, it'll be a disaster. Justin is becoming more frustrated by the minute. He usually only breaks through doors or picks locks if he's absolutely sure that there's no one around, and he is far less experienced than Neko. After all, private detectives do not wander the street, working in back alleys and such, and shouldn't be forced to do anything that is beyond their capabilities. But he doesn't have the time to regret any of this right now. If he is found out, he won't be able to put up a fight in this body. If the operation goes south and the store manager finds out about the situation Nico is actually in, it will put everyone on the spot. Janitor.
What's going on here? What are you doing?
The man who has stumbled upon the detective is wearing an apron and overall with grass stains up to his knees. He's also carrying a large pair of pruning shears. He seems to be in his 50s and speaks as if this is his own backyard. He's probably been working here for a long time. The janitor might not be able to see what Justin is doing by the door, but the lockpick in his hand will still reveal everything. Justin raises all 5 fingers and tries to hide the tool by using one of the sleeve tricks he's good at. The slim metal slips out from between his finger. Perhaps he misjudged the length of his finger or failed to adapt to the shape of his sleeve, but by the time he realizes his mistake, it's already too late. The silvery color is particularly striking on the ground and the janitor spots it straight away. Whoops.
Huh? What's this?
I guess the jig is up. Although it is very warm outside, the sweat building up on the inside of his shirt doesn't have anything to do with the weather. It's best to run away if you can't fight. The detective mentally prepared himself for a struggle. Quinn!
What's going on?
Just then, the lawyer and the student presidents appear next to him. The tall Spanish man is silently tagging along too. All of Justin's doubt about this man and his sense of relief at being saved overlapped, and Justin's feelings are now more complicated than ever.
Quinn, this kid was hanging around here and I don't know what she's up to.
The student president might come in useful, and Justin decides to use her as a shield to muddle his way through this conversation. However, before the detective can move, a pair of arms tighten around him.
You can't just run away like that, sweetie. Mommy was so worried about you, you know.
Mommy? Her acting is overly flashy. Justin almost had a heart attack. Cecile is probably nervous too, since her arms are like metal clamps around Justin's torso. She must have underestimated the lethality of Scarlett's grip.
Is that your child? Please ask her to...
Wong, it's okay. These two were invited by the principal and they've been a great help to us.
You can't keep kids under control. You can't always keep kids under control, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, your Chinese is really good. No need to exaggerate. I don't mean to give you a hard time, but there have been accidents around here and it's dangerous. Look, the place hasn't been fixed up yet.
We just came here to pick up our kid.
So, Quinn, just go about your business somewhere else, okay? Unfortunately, I still have 2 tennis courts to clean up here, and I won't have a chance in hell to get anything tomorrow when all those people arrive.
I understand. You're very busy.
The janitor nods and says nothing more as he pats the dust from his apron and turns towards the tennis court. That was a close one.
We can't leave you alone even for a second, can we?
His father smirks as he pats Justin's head, which makes him especially grumpy. Cut the crap. I didn't think there was anyone with eagle eyes around here to spot me so quickly.
This is higher up than the tennis courts. It wasn't easy to spot you here. Wong is a kind person. After the accident, he's been watching out more closely for everyone around here.
You should have mentioned that earlier. But we didn't tell you about our arrangement.
Wong was supposed to be on duty today. I've seen him wandering around the playground all day. Has something else gotten sick again?
Dog bites followed by illness? Your janitor sure has a lot to deal with.
Someone's been bitten by a dog? Who did you hear that from?
Oh, it's nothing. Never mind.
Basically, several of the janitors who were responsible for cleaning up that puddle began to feel very sick. They caught a fever and have taken some time off to get better. This feels exactly like the color out of space. Oh, hang on. Somebody sent me something. The hell? Looks like an invite. Wait. I need to, Anyway. Okay. Somebody give me a weird invite. Basically, I couldn't attend to because it's during one of those days I'm gonna be away. So, you got a fever. I've taken some time off work to get better.
It can't be easy for you when a school festival is coming up and bad things just keep happening.
If a wild dog ends up hurting someone, things are going to get really busy around here. I should go and find out more. The janitor's strange illness.
Are you sure that's it?
Hey, if you found something, just say so. You don't need to hide anything.
Chairman, do you know a male student who is tall, solidly built, with short hair, a fierce look in his eyes, wearing a good pair of sneakers?
That description would fit about 400 people around here.
Oh, right. He isn't on good terms with the student council. That should ring a bell. Shouldn't it, Chairman?
You can't stop calling me Chairman. That would be Liam, an athlete extraordinaire. He's always been on the outs with us, but he's good-natured.
Oh, how come? You don't seem to dislike the guy.
It's a long story. Anyway, even if he knows I'm helping you, he wouldn't lie intentionally. You can be sure of that.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. Sounds like you made a new friend. I just heard something interesting, and it sounds like... Ah, manager, you're here too.
I say, you all rushed over here to meet up as if we were one big happy family.
We are, aren't we?
Don't remind me.
I've been looking all over for you. Looks like I'm the last one.
Count your blessings.
We were all quicker than I thought. Is that a good thing?
It's both good and bad. I was just asking around trying to find some news, but I couldn't really find anything.
Same here. Honestly, if you guys had taken a few more minutes to get over here, we wouldn't have to worry about any of this anymore.
Wait, am I the only one who found any decent information?
There's the proof. You couldn't even deny it.
Just you wait. I know where you're going with this.
Ahem! I don't want to sound harsh, but the school festival starts tomorrow. Will you be able to make it in time with what you've discovered so far?
That would be really hard to pull off. We'll need some time to analyze the information we found. We'll have a much better chance if we have another week.
It's a shame we don't have that extra week. I know this is difficult for everyone. After all, the principal didn't contact you until last week. I'm not sure how much more time I'll be able to spare.
There's no need to look so sad, Quinn. It isn't time to give up yet. Manager, It isn't the best idea to give people unfounded hope.
When have I ever made empty promises? If all goes well, not only will we be able to avoid any more situation like this, but we'll also be able to get back what was stolen by tomorrow. Really? You must have found out something good. I'll share more news with you when we get back. I still have to discuss something with one more person. You can go home and rest in the meantime. We have a mountain of work to do tomorrow.
I see you've always been this cryptic.
Huh? What did you say?
Oh, it's nothing. Just talking to myself.
Quinn's expression is unpredictable. Justin watches quietly as she focuses her gaze on the store manager.
Can I
trust you? The manager's face suddenly breaks into a mischievous smile as he twirls his pen between his fingers, distracting Quinn for a moment. I know I have no basis to make such a claim, but we're the best chance you've got. Why not lean back and trust us to do our work?
I'll try.
Neko ... Not knowing what exactly the manager is up to, the detective tries to read the atmosphere. This is one of those moments where he has to cover for him. Okay, go, I'm hungry! Justin waves a hand and heads off in the direction of the school gates.
Hey, don't tell me you can't stop thinking about it either. You two, can't you be serious just this once?
The tree begins to bigger as they head towards the gate, the student president following them silently. The detective never understood what on earth she meant by that last part of her sentence. Nighttime! He actually said that! The detective sits down on the sofa, resting his chin on one hand, deeply in thought. His room is quiet, and the sense of disobedience animates Justin, but to be honest, he doesn't know what it's usually like around here. The store manager still hasn't returned. When he left in the afternoon, he seemed so confident that he couldn't even be bothered to come back for dinner. God knows what he is thinking. Maybe due to their difference in experience, the detective can never really keep up with older people's thought process. Whoa! Okay, so now I see a picture on the cell phone. This is part of the desk. The Carter has been erased the same way as the glass has been erased. But there were books inside of the desk, and those have been partly erased too.
Cecile, are you sure the signs of destruction on these tables are similar to what you saw before? These are much larger than the hole in my hand was, but they do bear some resemblance. I couldn't mistake those kinds of cuts and curves. You couldn't reproduce them by any common methods.
But the student said he witnessed a giant humanoid, right? I heard you say before that the scaly silkworm didn't take human form.
It's hard to tell what it looks like exactly, although it sometimes has claws, which changes in number and shape all the time.
So it may be possible to call it humanoid or something else entirely, right? That's right. After all, the world is so big, drilling holes may not be a unique trait of the scaly silkworms alone.
Oh, that's irritating.
Don't think about it too much. It will only demotivate you. I admit that there is a possibility that the scaly silkworm is at work, but we can't take anything lightly.
I don't think it's surprising that it took so much effort to send us here, but it would sure be a lot of work if someone were just trying to pull a prank on us. Scaly silkworm or not, I don't want to meet anything that dangerous ever again.
Tell you what, let's go talk to that kid Yasmin. Do you think she'll tell us anything?
Yes, why don't you go get her?
I should have known you'd say that. Justin suddenly realized how silly his question was. Of course he could go get Yasmin, but the little girl obviously knows nothing about their shenanigans yesterday. On the way back and forth from the school, Justin put Yasmin to the test and came to only one conclusion. Under normal circumstances, she's just an ordinary young child with nothing unordinary about her except her outstanding singing voice. In other words, even if they wanted to find the guy who spoke to them through the little girl's mouth, it would be a one-way street. Unless the other party takes the initiative to contact them, they cannot do anything. Knowing that all he can do is count on his brain, Justin Pax starts pacing up and down by the sofa.
We won't be able to do it on our own. The store manager is smart, and it will take a huge difference if he can't use the book in his collection. I was able to survive the attack of the scaly silkworm thanks to Chronicles of the Crane Temple and ancient prescriptions. We prepared the room and the seals in advance because we had that kind of knowledge before.
In my case, it was sheer vigilance. If I hadn't been prepared, I wouldn't have thought of stabbing the monster. Knowledge is power, even so when it comes to finding the unknown. What to do and what not to do, every bit of information is precious.
I owe my life to you guys. Wait, those books aren't all the store managers, are they?
If you think about it, a poor 30-something-year-old can't gather that much info on his own, no matter how smart it is.
The conversation is suddenly taking a very realistic turn.
So, what will happen tomorrow?
It's understandable that we weren't able to follow each other today, but we'll all be there tomorrow. I'm sure a little advance notice helps, right?
That guy is possessed. He won't tell us anything and just runs out on his own.
God knows, it feels like he's barely even talking. The only thing that we can be sure of is that there's something unusual going on here. Neko looked as if she saw a ghost when she saw Yasmin in that factory. There's definitely a story behind this kid.
I'm still worried that we'll be...
Cecile's expression goes stiff, as if she were remembering something. This doesn't make the detective by surprise. After all, of the 3 new recruits, she has dealt with the most difficult supernatural situation. It's just a scary-looking monster. Humans are capable of adapting to the situation, but when it comes to the unnamed, vicious time snatcher, it's not that simple. Anyway, there's no way we can prepare the location like we did before. We should put that aside for now.
Well, we can't solve this with common sense, so let's get to the next point.
I would like to discuss what we'll do tomorrow before the store manager arrives. Justin gathers everyone around in a circle. We'll hash out the details later. Wednesday, November 9th. Time to move on to Wednesday. Ready or not, the school festival eventually went ahead as planned. Dan has his hand on the steering wheel, as absent-minded as always. He's concentrating on his breathing, having learned long ago that one's breathing is directly linked to the mind. This behavior is rubbing off on everyone else without him even realizing it. Neko looks as if she has a lot on her mind. I know separating her from her tech gadget makes her fidgety, but I still decided to take her along for the ride. Today's mission is quite risky, desperate even. Nobody at the school can know about it. That's why I took Neko with me. She'll be able to put her expertise to use and control the flow of information. Things that are overwhelming to me are child's play in her eyes. Apart from that, Yasmin needs someone close to her own age to keep her company. Scarlett and I don't have the time to spare, and Dan admitted himself that he would be the wrong man for the job. Scarlett remains fairly silent along the way. Considering the tax distribution last night, she won't have it easy. If she doesn't reserve her acting skills now, there might be consequences at a critical moment. The only person actively moving around during the trip is Yasmin. She's constantly turning left and right, staring out of the window with the innocent, curious look of a fascinated child during a road trip. Her joyous humming is somewhat drowned out by the oppressive atmosphere in the car. Someone once told me that time isn't always appreciated in the same way. A gambler's most enjoyable moments are the 3 seconds before the cards are lifted. Only a few thousand milliseconds are etched into the nerve. Until then, swift and fear are just bitter spices that make the meal more delicious in the end. Whoever told me that back in the day was right, and as I can't think of any better way to describe my current feelings. Just let me have one little break, okay?
There are 2 kids in the car. Can't you behave yourself?
Jeez, you're already so stressed out even though times aren't even started yet. I don't care, it's fine by me, just open the window. I shouldn't, we have to consider Yasmin too.
Hey, the air conditioning is on. As soon as you open the window, it's all over.
Dan's reaction is slow, misses the point, and most of all, isn't funny. Everyone in the car ignored his comment. So, do you really want to take that gamble away today? Whether it works or not, I don't think the principal will be pleased. As the saying goes, it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission. I tried to keep my expression calm. Although we exchanged information and distributed tasks last night, I withheld a couple of things. Yesterday evening, another person the client sent to help didn't turn up. I waited at the meeting place for a long time, but eventually gave up. I haven't actually met this person, but I heard that he's a highly experienced foreign scholar. In our line of work, the more you know, the less danger you're in. I have worked multiple cases and experienced quite a few things, but I would never claim my knowledge to be sufficient enough to handle this on my own. Having another expert on my side would have helped a great deal, especially since it's clear that we're dealing with supernatural entities here. His sudden disappearance makes me wonder if we'll be able to pull off this mission successfully without his help. Did he stumble upon something that put him in danger? None of these thoughts are pleasant, so I try not to dwell on it too much. I have to adapt to the situation. I think everything through again, then address the others to reconfirm our course of action. You're right. Today will be a gamble. Don't forget that gambling requires great skills and preparation. I know what the stakes are. I know that the stakes are high and we are taking risks. But don't think I plan on simply sending you off to die.
That reeks of confidence. Not. Count me out.
Same here. Oh, come on, I'm doing my best, so don't tease me like that. Anyway, remember yesterday's task distribution? Preparing a trap to catch a criminal, which, by the way, is a crime in itself. It is indeed a crime. Furthermore, if we mess this up, it could backfire and we could end up involuntarily helping the criminal. Judging by the damage of the exhibition hall, it appears that the perpetrator deliberately sabotaged important equipment and removed the artifact with almost surgical precision. Regardless of their goal, they seem to have considerable planning skills. Scarlet's assessment is that while the perpetrator were able to escape by unimaginable means, their perceptual ability seems to be similar to humans. Seems they were surprised when the door opened. If we find a way to create an utterly unexpected situation, we may be able to settle this whole thing before they can escape. To do so, we need a sufficiently attractive trap. It's not like we're bending the law for the first time. Anyway, Dan and I will stay in the exhibition hall, and you, Neko, will be the one to cut the power. Even with people around, I should be able to sneak in and disable the power. But yesterday you mentioned that their backup generator will kick in pretty quickly, right? That's why you need to turn that off as well in a way that means it cannot be fixed again. If anyone can figure that out, it's you. Well, it won't be easy.
I'll be in charge of luring the guards out of here, which should be fine if Dan can take care of them outside.
I'll try to knock out the strongest one first. Can't have them making any noise that could attract attention. Come back as soon as you've done. After an urgent negotiation with the principal under false pretenses, he agreed to leave some riot gear for us, which will be left in the guard's office for us to pick up. Due to the fact that the school has employed security personnel for this occasion, they have rather professional equipment to offer: tasers, baton and riot shields, and even a Remington shotgun with paint bullets. Honestly, I would have preferred to have a proper weapon with live ammunition for Dan, but I couldn't have explained the entire plan to the school. Using the paint to trace and locate the hidden exhibit is the most dangerous part of the operation, and the whole process doesn't seem that dangerous. As things stand, I can only hope that the culprit is indeed as jumpy as the students say. The large footprint and trail of destruction makes me dread going toe-to-toe. Nobody has the time to worry about the pothole on the tennis court. Even if it definitely isn't a simple crater, there aren't enough clues to prove anything right now, and we need this operation to be a success, to get permission from the school to check it out in further detail. Yasmin, aren't you coming to see me perform? Yasmin probably doesn't understand what we're talking about. She looks up frustrated. When the operation begins, the little girl will be performing in the auditorium on the other side of the school, which will be the safest place to be at the time. Don't worry, Yasmin. The grown-ups are busy, but Neko will come play with you once she's finished with her chores. I pat Yasmin's head, which seems to make her feel better. It'll be enough to give Neko an alibi. Taking advantage of a child like this makes me feel guilty, but at the end of the day, Neko is also a child who needs to be protected. Sorry. If the operation goes well, we have to pretend the accident came as a complete surprise. All that's left is to pray that Dan succeed and that the paint will work as intended. It's amazing how you're relying on modern technology, Manager. You're really changed. I'm just making the best of this situation. We didn't have enough time to find any spells or ritualistic sign, meaning our only alternative is an old-fashioned hunt. Question is, who's hunting who? I'm surprised you were able to talk to Quinn so confidently yesterday. I think there's more to it than her just being there to help. Confidence is key, or else would be doing this empty-headed like now. One shouldn't take the heart to harm others, but must be vigilant so as not to be harmed. That's how that goes, right? That's how that one goes, right? You might have misunderstood something there. Oh, forget it. We'll talk about it later. Before we know it, the school gates appear in front of us. Time to do this. Be prepared. If things go according to plan, we probably won't get any sleep tonight. Is he gone? Justin is sitting on the concrete curb of the road, turning his head to look at the middle-aged man some distance away from him. The black metal from the object on his back is digging into his shoulders. He has no intention of using the weapon. It isn't his assignment for the day, especially since the private detective's expensive with firearms is limited to 9mm pistol, at least. However, the man who should actually be using it is even less experienced than he is with at this point. Dan may be a genuine veteran, but Zack's brave saga doesn't include anything that advanced. He might be brave and fierce, but a delinquent is still just a delinquent. Wielding the world Sutu. The store manager has been surprisingly adept at gambling, which has overcome even more obvious during these last few days. 2 days. Somehow, he's always been able to calmly ignore any information he couldn't quite make sense of and find a way to have the upper hand no matter risk. Looking at it right now, matters are more complicated.
We have a pretty good head start. It's probably a matter of time before Einstein comes out of his coffin and hits us.
You know, Einstein was cremated.
What? The detective feels as if his exhaustion has suddenly doubled, or on a mental level. You two had better calm down a bit. Yasmin will have to go to rehearsal later, and even if that weird look on her face comes back, we'll just have to follow the boss's fury.
Yasmin will have to go to rehearsal later, and if that weird look of hers comes back, we'll just have to follow the boss's busy schedule.
As if this whole thing weren't difficult enough. How do you aim this thing again?
Just point and pull the trigger. Isn't that how they do it in the movies?
That one-shot ammunition may not quite be the same, and if it doesn't work, there's no way we'll be able to pull this off.
It wasn't planned that way, but it is how it is. God only knows how the hell we ended up here.
Is that why you prepared all that stuff yesterday?
I say it's time to share the plan with us. You can't keep doing it by yourself.
True, but I want to tell you something else first.
Does it have anything to do with last time?
Cecile, you really are sensitive to the whole time aspect. I don't know if you ever feel like that, but when I was trying to unlock the door yesterday, there was a moment when I thought my fingers didn't even look like my own.
Nonsense. They weren't yours to begin with, were they?
Of course, that's not what I meant. I mean that it feels as if they're too skilled somehow, and they have a tendency to start moving around when I'm explaining something.
Sounds like a bit scary, doesn't it?
And it wasn't the first time either. Not too long ago, when we first became cats, we couldn't help but adopt some cat habits. Now, having been turned into Neko, I even have to control what I say. Remember the blackout yesterday? I was far away from the building you were in that at the time, but I was completely startled by it. It was like a really weird experience.
Experience? You mean a feeling in your gut?
No, it had to do with that power outage. The electrical work at the school is definitely faulty in places, and the wiring is pretty poor. If there's a power failure anywhere, the entire school loses power. It's a design problem, and the only solution would be to rebuild it. At least that's Neko's conclusion. I'm a little confused as to how much more strange knowledge she actually has, but I'm more curious as to why exactly she's studying the school's electrical system. Did the boss and the others have to repair that kind of thing in the past?
We can do this, can't we?
I may be able to. I think Neko would have done it.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The place is open to the public, isn't it?
That's right. The problem just keep on coming.
So are you really going to try?
At least to see what will happen. Although we've been investigating for a day, we're still in two minds and I have no idea what will happen after that. I'm not going to end well. It's not going to end well.
In other words, do I really have to prepare for every scenario?
Since we got to meet everyone a year later, at least that means the plan worked, right?
I didn't think this is normal. I thought Neko said the store manager couldn't leave the house. Could that be because of the current case?
In that case, shouldn't this version of yourself actually be more helpful?
Seems reasonable.
Okay. I'm worried about the fact that after cutting out the power in the entire school, the auditorium won't have any power either. Yasmin will be rehearsing for the show at the time. I hope it doesn't scare her. It's bad enough that she's involved in this for no reason.
Yasmin, speaking of which, this version of myself seems to... What is it? It's nothing. That feeling the detective was talking about, I've experienced it too, only that...
The huge man hesitates, but in the end he doesn't finish his sentence. Don't hide it, this is already troublesome enough.
I don't want to distract you guys right now. Don't worry, I will tell you when the moment is right. So, we're going to follow his plan? I'm pretty overwhelmed at this point.
It's better not to be overconfident about our experience in dealing with these issues. I just don't think it's possible to pull this off. And although it's just a hunch, I do have a bad feeling about this. The detective looks away, trying to make some of the images rippling through his mind subside. Tries not to look at the mountain of a man in front of him. There's an air of utter helplessness about him. It seems like things are worse than we thought. Noon. It's a pain in the ass having to walk around as Neko. The loose sole on his shoe flop around with every step, making a sound that annoys Justin to no end. Due to yesterday's failure to recover the lost item, the school had to announce that their treasure, for unspecified reason, could not be exhibited, and the opening hours of the museum had to be delayed quite a bit. Still, a lot of people have come and are already waiting outside. It's probably a matter of pride. Most of the people have nothing to do with the actual exhibit. Most of the people have nothing to do with the actual exhibit. It's more about displaying social status. Humans are social creatures, and dealing with groups is always different from dealing with individuals. Usually Justin would wait for the situation to become less heated, but he can't afford that luxury right now. Looking out from the second floor window of the history building, it becomes clear that the back of the mountain is in a fruitful area. The top has been flattened and the faint outline of a building can be seen out of the tree canopy. What's over there exactly? It's impossible to tell from a distance. A strange feeling has been lingering in the detective's mind since yesterday. It's as if his brain is telling him to stop for some inexplicable reason, but he can't let that get to him. 2 days of non-stop investigation without any clear rest. Without any clear result is enough to cause anyone some doubt, even someone with a lot of experience. Whatever reason Yasmin had to send them back in time, Justin doesn't want it to happen again. No matter what happened in this point in time, he can at least try to ensure Yasmin's safety. He doesn't want to see that change. Demonic voices take over. No matter what happens in this point in time, he can at least try to ensure Yasmin's safety. He doesn't want to see that strange demonic voice take over the little girl's body again. Justin doesn't know Yasmin, but that doesn't prevent him from doing everything he can to ensure a little girl's happiness. This time, they might be able to stop the tragedy before it can happen again. Before it can even begin. The detective has a sudden surge of motivation. Justin's idea is a lot simpler than the store manager's. The manager's plan wasn't that well thought out, so he just made it a little more secure. Already knowing what will happen gives them a unique advantage. Justin is willing to go to extreme lengths to pull this off. They mustn't miss this opportunity, even if it means putting people he knows in danger. Everyone has been assigned a task. Zach and Cecile will look for those 2 students and try to get them to join them. Justin needs to cut the school power before the store manager can pick up Yasmin from the show. Justin doesn't quite have Neko's knack for technology, but after the theft of that artifact, it can't hurt to cut the power a little early. With Neko's skills ingrained in his head, all that's left to do is follow the instructions. Justin approached the hole in the ceiling, which still hasn't been repaired, and begins his preparations. The original plan was for the actual Neko to do it, but at least her experience will enable Justin to do a better job. Here and here. Okay. Neko spent a whole day working on Yasmin's father's cell phone at home, injecting homemade program into his file management system. As long as the alarm is set, the phone will periodically start the script and broadcast the signal to any nearby device. The idea is not to take control of it all, as if often the case with other hacks. Instead, the system receiving the broadcast command will trigger a system vulnerability during the decoding process, which will cause downtime and delete everything by itself. The air conditioning device overhead has an advanced and sophisticated management software. This is the kind of thing Neko excels at. After the system fails, the engineer will no doubt come out to check the situation. That's when the taser will come in handy. Justin will have to steal the master key to the switchboard from him and then complete the most critical step. After he regains consciousness, the engineer will cause a scene and people will start panicking. The store manager won't have a reason to keep lurking in the exhibition hall and risks being isolated. If Neko is right, improper operation of the power system will cripple the entire school wiring due to a design problem. Justin will try to evacuate from the side of the stage and join everyone as soon as possible, thus ensuring Yasmin's safety for the time being. In any case, Justin has covertly placed the phone in the corner near the air conditioner. After starting the program, all that is left to do is wait for their prey to fall into the trap. The center of the exhibition hall is quite empty, and the only valid hiding spots are the few dark spaces in the corners. An adult could never fit in here. Good thing Justin is currently far from an adult. However, even with Neko's small body, the various corners and narrow gaps pose a challenge. There aren't many lights around the place. The malfunctioning equipment should draw everyone's attention and distract them from any other movements. The other options in the far side is the far side of the tall display case that almost reaches up to the ceiling. An almost perfect blind spot, and no one would ever go to the trouble of making sure what's actually on the other side of the room first. The disadvantages are obvious. The taser has a limited range, the metal parts shooting from it has a long flight time, and if you miss your shot, you're basically trapped with no way out. Alright then, where to hide? Corner by the entrance, the display case, top of the glass, or a surprise attack? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. Hmm. Fuck it. Can I? Yes, I can save. I'm gonna go for the surprise attack. After doing some quick thinking, Justin kneels down by the door, assuming an attack stance. There's hardly any space to hide here. The target has no other choice but to step right in front of him. There isn't a lot of room to move around, nor any room for errors. Justin picks up his taser again. The heavy feel of the battery takes him back to the old days at the shooting range. Let's just hope this thing has less recoil and is easier to handle than a regular gun. Justin uses Neko's phone to send a text message initiating the ignition process. After 3 minutes, the device overhead will stop functioning properly. Then, if all goes well, the engineer will hand over the master key to the switchboard, whether he wants to or not. His heart beating an irregular rhythm, Justin knows there is nothing else to do but play the waiting game. He takes several deep breaths to calm himself. What's that sound? Things are about to unfold in a way he could never have anticipated. In the meantime, Scarlet. Cecile can't find Quinn anywhere, even after an extensive search. During the celebration, the students preparing for the third year of high school can choose to stay in their classroom to study, but most of them will participate in the celebration, and those who want to take a proper break can temporarily leave the school grounds. In any case, several of the buildings are as good as empty. She tries asking the students standing in line at the auditorium where Quinn is. The student president is apparently busy and nowhere to be seen among the crowd. The entire student union is leading by example and assisting with the preparation for the school festival. It makes sense that the president is so busy during such a hectic and important time. However, even the members of the student union don't know anything about Quinn's whereabouts, which troubles Cecile. There's still some time before Yasmin's performance begins, which means their opponent will still has plenty of opportunities to get at Yasmin. That being said, shouldn't Quinn have... Cecile shakes her head vigorously, trying to drive away her uneasiness. Most of the students are milling around in the more open areas. Maybe it's time to think out of the box and look somewhere else. With this new approach in mind, Cecile heads towards the library. Quinn! So heavy. Cecile guess pays off. The student president is pushing a cart with several cardboard boxes stacked up on top of it, struggling to push it along the path outside the library. The cart wheels don't seem to be doing their job all too well, even though she's putting her back into it. The boxes are barely moving at all, meaning they must be filled to the brim. At this rate, she won't reach her destination before nightfall. She's obviously popular with the principal and is being entrusted with some pretty important task, but she can't even find someone to help her move the stuff. It makes Cecile wonder. Quinn doesn't seem to have noticed her yet. Cecile circles around the cart and approaches Quinn from behind.
That looks heavy. Can I give you a hand?
Huh?
Oh, it's you.
Quinn looks exhausted and is breathing heavily.
Sorry, just let me catch my breath for a second. If you need help with anything, I'll be right here. It doesn't seem like it. It's fine, there's no rush. The manager has already made the necessary arrangement. He just wanted me to check on you to make sure everything is in order.
I'm sorry, it's just that there aren't any helping hands to spare right now.
It's the school 80th anniversary. It's supposed to be fun. It's a shame you have to worry about things like that on a day like this. You really don't have it easy. What's up with those boxes anyway? They look really heavy.
The school board has taken care of the festivities well enough, so I don't need to worry about too much about it, but I just wanted to see what else needed to be done. And when I passed by the library, the administrator hoped that I could help an older gentleman transport these books to the History Museum. I wanted to keep them in the classroom for a while, but plans changed.
No amount of preparation can guarantee that things will go smoothly. I know that all too well. Anyway, let me help you out.
This time, Quinn has no choice but to accept the offer. Cecile grabs the cart. Its weight takes her by surprise.
Old books, you said? And they're all in here? No wonder it's so heavy.
To be honest, I'm not really sure myself. Usually the alumni office would be contacted in advance regarding anything that needs to be moved, and the library should have their contact information as well. Unless there's something going on over there that requires their full attention?
We have people out there if they run into any problems. I'll probably know about it before you do. You saw our big guy doing this thing. He'll make people think twice about causing a ruckus while he's at the scene.
He'd better be able to calm everyone down. After having seen the destruction in the photo, Cecile's confidence have wavered a little. However, Dan and his imposing appearance should at least inspire some confidence in Quinn. She looks really tired right now. At least the boxes haven't sunken into the ground under their own weight yet. With their combined strength of both women, things finally start moving forward at a normal pace. Scarlet ... Quinn ...
By the way, there's one thing I'm still really curious about.
Yeah?
I saw many student union members helping you to maintain order today. You have a great reputation.
That's because the seniors have built up a lot of trust and tradition within the student body.
So why did that student named Liam act like he did yesterday? ... Being annoying for no reason would be a simple explanation, but he honestly doesn't seem like that kind of a guy.
Well, he doesn't have a bad heart, that much is true.
You said the same thing yesterday. That means there has to be some sort of explanation for his behavior. Truthfully, we have some small favors we'd like to ask of him, but it turns out he's not the right kind of person for it. We're going to have a problem.
So, you want to know what I think of him?
If Liam despises authority, using the school's good name to motivate him will backfire on us. I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect. It's better to clear things up straight away.
It's just... why him of all people? Quinn sighs helplessly. It may sound all trivial to you, but this year's has been hard enough already. Liam is a sport ace who only just transferred from another school this year. It's rather humiliating, but before he arrived here, our school track and field team didn't have a very good reputation. Skipping classes and getting into fight is one thing. Maybe he's trying to cope with some unresolved issues for his past. Who knows? But one of Liam's senior did something worse than that.
Something that sullied the school's good name?
He secretly bribed the referee in the match this year, forcing another strong participant out of the tournament.
Cheating like that can't have gone unnoticed, can it?
No, the referee was forced to explain everything afterward. It caused a huge uproar at the time. We mustn't allow our school's good name to be dragged through the mud by such dishonorable behavior. As a consequence, the school announced that the track and field teams were going to be disbanded and all activities discontinued.
If it was just announced this year, wouldn't that affect Liam in a big way?
Yes? And personally, I sympathize with him in his situation. He's just very unlucky to have this happen to him. What follows were many heated arguments between Liam and the principal. In the end, the student opinion had to step in. In situations like these, we have to mediate the discussion. It was up to us to review the measure taken by the school as representative of the student body. That's something we often have to do.
So what was the result?
Liam was allowed to continue competing as himself as a private person. However, having already made lots of friends on the team, he was unwilling to accept that condition.
Can't they just punish the player who cheated in the first place?
When it comes to competing for awards and to uphold a school reputation, there's no such thing as being alone.
Right. Everyone wants to seize the opportunity to make sure the competition can never get back up again.
Because we came up with the idea together with the principal, Liam started holding a grudge against us too. After that, small arguments and silly fight followed, but nothing serious.
If he's hell-bent on feeling as if he's being treated wrongly, trying to convince him otherwise will only make him feel more misunderstood. It's out of anyone's control.
I understand his temper in regards of that situation, I really do. But I can't accept him actively disrupting the student union's work. In my position, I have to draw a line somewhere. Considering how all of this sounds, I realize how childish it really is. I'm afraid when we all come to our senses, it'll be too late for a friendly solution.
Why not lay off him then? The cheating senior has long left the school. I doubt the other students would mind.
That would mean we're not doing our job, wouldn't you agree? From the student body's standpoint, ignoring it is no different than giving in.
Even if the person in question isn't directly related to the incident?
Well, since Liam insists on staying here, this is what he asked for. We represent all of the students as a collective. Whoa. Whoa. Stop. Did I press auto accidentally? Since Liam insists on staying here, this is what he asked for. We represent all of the students as a collective, as well as the school position. That's it. Though uninvolved, Scarlets find this subject hard to let go. Sure, the team carries some responsibility for the mistake that had been made, but Quinn's way of handling this was suboptimal. Her approach is too rigid. She sticks to the code too much. All that does is increase the tensions between the student union and Liam. But she doesn't even seem to realize it. The way she talks makes it sound like it's justified and inevitable. Cecile has seen the same case play out before by a person with the same traits as Quinn. Oh, okay. I just realized. Because that crossed my mind for a bit, but yeah, Quinn looks like Eloise. But with shorter hair. And it's true that Liam kind of looked like Zach, but I don't think that's what happened to Zach. One who was also incredibly stubborn about her standards and who in the process caused those around her pain. Eloise's strategy mustn't repeat itself. Due to her past experience, Cecile finds it impossible to simply ignore what's going on. All of it concerns her deeply. Cecile can't find the right words to make Quinn see reason. Even taking advantage of Scarlett's inherent verbal wit won't change that fact. Learning to forgive is something that you would only understand after the fact. A lesson Cecile has already learned, but one that Quinn will have to experience for herself. Time flies when you're occupied by thoughts like that, and before they know it, the two of them have arrived in front of the classroom.
There won't be anyone here today, so we'll just use this classroom. I'll deliver the books when you're sure that there are no other problems on your end. I hope you can ask some of the stronger guys to help us with this. That was really exhausting.
Yeah, I have to admit I overestimated myself. Without your help, I would probably be stuck halfway right now. Thanks again. Let's go inside and take a short break. Quinn lets go of the cart and opens the classroom door. Huh? Quinn's expression is confused all of a sudden. Where did he go? Cecile quickly follows Quinn inside the classroom and takes a look around. The whole room is empty, as if everyone inside has simply vanished.
Strange. He said he would be waiting here.
Scarlet ... Cecile realized something must be wrong. As Quinn said, something seemed strange from the very beginning. It was unreasonable to entrust the heavy transportation of so many precious books to a single fairly feeble student. Also, the administrator could have helped Quinn instead of making her do it on her own. After all, it isn't even a regular school day. These books are worth a lot to the school. Entrusting the job to one person who just happened to be passing by is more than strange. The task shouldn't have been handed out so casually. Quinn wasn't even asked to finish the task by a certain time. No specific were ever mentioned, which makes it seem as if there was never any intention for her to actually complete the task. Could it be that that's what he wants? What he wants is... And then there's the blackout. As if to confirm Cecile's suspicion, the light above their heads suddenly goes out. Dan. Hey, that's not good. Zach mumbled to himself while looking at the crowd. The power outage shouldn't have happened yet. It's way too early. The show hasn't even commenced yet and it isn't in the right position. This is not how things were supposed to go according to the store manager's plan. God damn it, Justin! Neko making out successfully, subduing Liam, finding the store manager. There are so many things left to do, but they need enough time. Everything has been planned out so carefully. What the hell is Justin doing? Zach curses under his breath. Everybody has been worried that Justin might lack Neko's practical expertise, but who would have thought that he wouldn't only fail to cause a delay, but actually cause the outage to happen too early? This isn't like Justin though. He's been around long enough to know how Neko's weird homemade tool works. He's seen her in action. Maybe he's not as much of a tech whiz as she is, but he doesn't slouch around either. Still, whether or not it's a mistake on his part, the situation is now out of control. What the hell? A blackout? How could this happen? They've been working toward this moment the whole year. Liam is muttering to himself. He still seems to be in the dark, wondering why Zach approached him in the first place. After hearing mention of Quinn's name, Liam came surprisingly obedient. However, he began taking less and less and appears to be extremely preoccupied. Even if they were deadly rivals, his reaction would have been pretty strange. Zach is intrigued to know what Liam is thinking, but now isn't the right time to analyze their relationship. Zach's role in the plan was to find Liam as soon as possible and make him listen. Once Justin has done his part, the two of them will meet at the remote place they agreed on. That's when the taser comes into play. Cecile is more or less on the same mission, and if necessary, Justin will do the same thing to Quinn. That's just a precaution in case the two of them really were involved in the chaos that happened at the school last time. It's the only way to face the adversary. It may go against Justin's noble nature, but this radical approach is the only option they have to protect Quinn, Liam, and themselves. But is it really time to go and meet Justin already? It's way earlier than they agreed upon, but the lights are already gone out. If they wait around too long, Liam is bound to get suspicious.
I need to stay calm and think about this.
Plans change, sometimes too fast to react to them, but that's normal. It's more important than ever to stay calm and collected at such time. Or else it'll lead to trouble like it did back at the Sanju building. Zach does his best to control his emotion, just like the store manager has taught him.
Looks like it's already started over there. Come on, we need to hurry.
Huh? Did you do this? What the hell were those student union members thinking? Long story. Let's go this way. This place is... It's where you saw me yesterday. Don't tell me you forgot about that already. No, of course I didn't forget, but I don't understand why you brought me here now. Is this Gwen's doing? Has she really decided to teach me a lesson and hire you to do a job? If so, I don't think I'll make this easy for you. You two really have some serious issues to work out. Liam looks alert and ready for trouble. Zach ignores him as he rummages through the nearby bushes. Moving around the school campus with a shotgun isn't the smartest idea, so Zach stashed in the bushes earlier. Here it is. It's covered in dirt and dew, but it's a reliable pump-action bottle that would work just fine nevertheless. Not that he's planning to actually fire it anyway. Holy shit, is that what I think it is? Even someone of Liam's strong stature can't help but feel intimidated at the sight of such a deadly weapon. His voice is shaking. Don't worry, if I really wanted to kill you, I would have done so on the way here. I had a dozen opportunities to do it. Also, don't you think this would be a little overkill for a guy like you? Yeah, you're right. Justin is nowhere to be seen, which means Zach has to stall Liam a little bit longer. He pulls out the cartridge and shows Liam one of the spare shells. One of these strength rounds is enough to make a brown bear go nighty-night. Of course, Zach is just babbling, but the bright yellow fluorescent shell speaks louder than words. Each one of these babies costs about $2,000, and that doesn't even include the cost of getting them through customs yet. Every pull of the trigger feels like burning a fat pile of money. Tranquilizer rounds? Are you a hunter? Hunter? Well, I guess you're not totally wrong. However, I'm hunting something very interesting. I'll give it to you straight. I'm an expert, hired personally by the principal. Things have been somewhat chaotic around here, and your principal is a lot more anxious about it than you think. That old guy is only worried about the festival and saving his face. He's not a good guy. He's all in his personal interest. That's none of my concern. After you outed me yesterday, I asked the student union to help me search the area. You know the rest. I'm a professional, you understand? Not just some random UMA boy. That's why I was called in. Liam da. Obviously, deep down, we all hope it was just a bunch of wild dogs. But that's wishful thinking, if you ask me. We can't keep beating around the bush if we don't want things to get even worse. The previous incident proved just how serious and dangerous the situation actually is. If you have seen what I saw, you would know what I'm talking about. There's a saying in your country somewhere along the lines of paper can't wrap fire. It means the truth will always come out. We better get this over with before more people figure out what's wrong. Agreed? Zach places the shell in Liam's hand while simultaneously patting him on the shoulder. He tries to make himself look old, wise, and reliable, something further amplified by his above-average height. He isn't expecting to get any more information out of Liam. That would merely be an added bonus. Making sure that Liam will keep his mouth shut about this is already enough. Now you know. I've told you everything. How about you do the same? I only saw it from afar. I didn't get a good look, and I didn't have the courage to get any closer. A few days ago, I had an argument with someone. I was just wandering around for a walk to clear my head and calm down. That's when I suddenly heard a strange crunching sound. It was like beef being ripped apart or something, but incredibly loud, you know? I never heard anything like it before, so naturally I wanted to take a look. That's when you saw those squash cats and dogs? Yeah, squash sounds about right. They were pressed flat onto the ground, one after the other, about 5 or 6 of them. I saw a dark shadow slowly making its way up on the mountainside behind them. A shadow, you say? It was like a dark cloud the size of a car, constantly changing shape and color. as if made his way up the mountain, tentacles extended from underneath it. It looked as if it were moving on stilts. I don't know what it was, but it was creepy as hell, I can tell you that much. It made all kinds of strange noises as it moved. Sometimes it sounded like it was talking, but not in any human language. It was more like noises. Noises and sound that no human could ever replicate. A dead cat's body was still stuck to it. I imagine it has just sucked the blood from those animals and was retreating to wherever it came from.
So, it didn't see you?
I'd be dead if it had. I think it noticed some movement though, judging by how the shadows changed shape. As his eyes widened, Liam gestured with his hand, as if worried that his word won't convey his meaning clearly. A large part of it fell to the ground, like it has separated some gooey, shadowy mass from itself. It dropped to the ground and violently twitched around. Its shape became more slender by the second. At the end of it all, it was about the size and shape of a human.
Wait, you're saying a person split from it?
It just looked like one. But then its color changed and...
And what?
What happened then? You! Behind you! Liam looks as if he sees a ghost. Even what he saw back then didn't scare him this much. Zack suddenly feels a chilling, oppressive aura right behind him as something grabs him by the shoulders. This is the real Dan.
This is our secret, little brother.
A familiar voice is ringing in Zack's ears, hoarse, deep, and full of disdain. Okay, so I'm gonna have to change my voice back to Zack. Because this looks like it's the real Dan.
No way!
Using all of his strength, Zack managed to turn his head sideways a little. However, that doesn't help him the least.
Hello there. How's my body holding up?
You! Why are you here?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Two birds with one stone. This annoying brat is here, and I get to kick your ass. Where else would I be if not here?
Zack's other self is standing a mere 5 centimeters behind him, a cold, cruel smile mirroring his evil intent. At that very moment, another sinister, dangerous presence enters Zack's fields of vision. This looks like a metallic, walking pile of goop and tentacles. It's like the T-1000 tried to figure out which form is he gonna take.
That's... what?
The creature Liam was describing is suddenly right there. No longer a mere story, but very, very real. Dan...
No! No! Ah!
It takes but a split second for Zack's fragile mind to be overtaken by the frenzied madness. This nightmare, however, is only just beginning. He smiles sadistically at the young man's complete inability to react.
You're walking around in a borrowed body. The rent is due. Time to pay up.
Evening.
Where the hell are they?
This is the store manager, being at the rendezvous point. I'm standing in front of the empty building we agreed to meet at. The doubt in my mind just keep piling up on top of one another. There's no sign of Neko. Dan and Scarlett are nowhere to be seen either. Only Yasmin and I are at the meeting spot. We look at each other, fully aware that things aren't going as planned at all. Well, no shit, the power outage went before Yasmin went on stage. And for some reason, Neko couldn't surprise the guy he wanted to intercept. Oh. They meant to attack Liam. Wait, what? Oh. Anyway. I never would have expected things to turn out so messy. True, this whole thing was quickly put together, a rushed job in the truest sense of the word, but we've been through this kind of a risky situation before. We're a team that knows exactly what's at stake. The others are focused on the goal, and the lack of communication is uncharacteristic for everyone involved. Right now, however, none of them are here, and their phones aren't working either.
Mister, where is Nico? Where is Mr. Dan? Or Mrs. Scarlett?
It's okay, Yasmin, don't worry. I'm sure they'll all be here soon. I pat Yasmin's head and sit down with her by the side of the road. I should stay calm. There's no need to be worried just yet. Maybe they just ran into something that requires more time. They are under a lot of pressure after all. I got here on time, but even before that, the power had already gone out, causing a blackout earlier than we had planned. It's not at all like Neko to make a mistake like that, but who am I to judge? There's a lot of pressure on her. After all, everyone else's timing is dependent on the power outage. Sure, she likes to hurl insults around, but I know all too well that Neko has a good heart. She's responsible with this sort of thing and is fully aware of how much is at stake here. She works even better under pressure when she knows failure isn't an option. The more I think about, could Neko be in danger? One would think that after so many close calls and dangerous encounter, I would be used to this paralyzing sensation of doubt and fear by now, but it's always the same nauseating feeling. It lingers deep down in my stomach, so overpowering that I simply cannot find the right words to comfort Yasmin, who's growing increasingly worried as well.
Hey, there they are! Mrs. Scarlett! Mr. Dan!
Huh? The little girl jumps up, filled with joy as she runs off towards the others. Scarlett and Dan appeared, followed by Liam and Quinn. They looked disheveled and exhausted, but none of them seemed to be hurt. But now we don't know if it's the real Dan or Zach Dan. The two students trailing behind Scarlett and Dan look disoriented and shocked, though I don't know why. Yeah, they look like being mind-controlled. Something is wrong. What happened? Have you guys seen Neko? Scarlett, I'm sorry, we couldn't find the kid anywhere. I have no idea where she went. Really? Well, I can't say I blame you. The situation is a mess. The police has already blocked the entire site when I arrived, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. I wasn't able to get in here either, but I circled around. They weren't watching the entrance to the stair all that closely. So in other words, Neko either didn't make it in there in the first place, or they didn't find her? I don't know. The power would never go out in its own like that. Also, I'd say hiding without being noticed would be next to impossible, given how many people are on site. That's strange. Could that mean somebody else tampered with the power? My mind is racing. Things are getting more complicated by the second. It doesn't make any sense. There were two separate incidents, one with which stray animals were killed, and another in which an ancient relic was stolen. The power wasn't cut in either of those cases. If somebody sabotaged the power while we were investigating, it means whoever working against us is on the move. As far as I'm aware, nothing resembling the two incidents has happened again though. Pretty peculiar. It looks like Neko is the only one with any actual answers as to what really happened. I hope I get a chance to ask her about it. By the way, what made you decide to bring these two along all of a sudden? Oh, I just picked them up on my way here. I noticed they weren't looking too good, so I brought them along so you can take a look at them yourself. Dan pushes the two students towards me. He's right, they definitely don't look like they're doing too well. They both move like sandbags as he pushed them towards me. They say that bodies are heavier than live ones, but that's actually due to the shift in the body's center of gravity after having lost muscle restraint. It feels heavier when picking it up, which also seems to be the case with the two students, although they are clearly still breathing. They're conditioned. By the way, I've been meaning to ask. I'm just an educated man, that's all, so why do you guys always think of me as a psychiatrist?
Well, I can't tell if a body is injured. Physically, that is. You're obviously much more experienced when it comes to matters of the mind. I'm simply following what literature tells me, so don't make it sound as if I've worked in the mental hospital. Mental hospital, huh? But don't get me started. I don't even want to imagine how much more of our health insurance would cost if they found out all about that cultist brainwashing nonsense.
Ah, you're finally back to your old ways, huh? Where was that loudmouth of yours these last 2 days? I throw the remark in Dan's direction while pulling back Quinn's eyelid to inspect her pupils. They remain enlarged, even when a bright light is shining directly at them. I've never seen such an unresponsive iris before. Their reaction of their pupils bothers me too. Quinn doesn't make any attempt to blink. Even people who were born blind can't do that. It feels like I'm working on some sort of mannequin during a medical lesson. I approach Liam and give him the same checkup. His condition is the same as Quinn's. They seem completely lifeless, although they are both displaying vital signs. This is really strange. Liam? Quinn? Can you hear me? Everyone around me stays silent as not to disturb me, but it's no use. The two students remain completely unresponsive. Store manager. ... I see now why Dan brought them to me. If he really could have treated them with conventional means, he would have done so already. And he didn't even bring them here just so I could do a routine medical checkup, which could have easily done as well. Alright then, I should try something that's closer to my area of expertise. I lift up an old piece of wood and hold up to it under their noses. Light brown sap starts to ooze from the decaying branches, giving up a rotten and dull smell similar to aged matcha powder. It's something that I stumbled upon during a past case. A group of fanatics obsessed with the mysteries of traditional medicine somehow found a secret recipe for the essence of dreams. All of them were plagued by strange images in their dreams that ultimately drove them mad. This antidote that I'm using right now could have saved them, but when I arrived at the scene, nobody there could resist the allure of the endless, wonderful dream. All of them went on a journey, one they could never return from. I know how to apply it correctly, but I don't know if the right treatment of this particular condition. Even so, it's my only option. Might as well give it a shot. I rest my forehead against theirs as I apply the resin to both to their faces, softly repeating the chant required for this ritual. This is kind of like the scaly silkworm. And the creature that we saw kind of resemble it. Liam ... Quinn ... They tremble slightly as their skin begins to heat up beneath the resin. My brain feels a little cold, as if my soul is drifting away. It may not sound like it, but that's a good sign. This is my chance to reach out to them. No matter where they are right now, if this works, they'll be able to explain exactly what happened after I get them back. Whoa! Dan comes behind the store manager and backstab him literally. What? A sudden cold pain in my chest interrupts my chant. It's a piercing, icy sensation that brings me back to reality. I lower my head. The tip of some kind of metallic object is sticking out of my torso, right where my lungs are. ... No, I know what kind of object this is. It's a dagger. Sharp and long. One that I have been seen cut through living and dead things in the swift, merciless hands of its owner before. This is Dan's dagger. Sorry, manager. It's game over. ... The pain is only now starting to register in my brain, yet the massive, overwhelming confusion that occupies my mind is still drowning it out. The blade twists at a 90-degree angle and is violently thrust sideways. My limbs have gone numb and I lost all control of my body as it falls limply to the ground. But why? You've always been a curious guy, and that's your nature. I'm sure you have a lot of questions right now, but you won't get any answers. Dan twists the dagger once more and looks straight into my eyes. I don't know when it happened, but Yasmin must have been strangled a while ago. Dan is holding her motionless body in his arms. Her dead eyes are still covered in tears. Scarlet, where are you? Stop him, Scarlet! I muster all my strength to turn my head sideways before I lose consciousness. Then I see the blob. So the blob shape-shift into Scarlet? Scarlet is nowhere to be seen. Neither are the two students. But wait, specks of writhing shadows are crawling and twisting on the ground, slowly getting up with humanoid legs. Nose, eyes, mouth, ears. Scarlet's features are floating on the shadow's surface like a twisted, unholy caricature. Hazy despair eventually envelops me.
It's too late for explanations. Too late for anything to make sense.
Dan casually puts the dagger in his pocket and kicks me in the head with the tip of his shoe, forcing me to look up at the sky again. In the short moments before I take my last breath, my eyes break through the dark haze and I can see everything clearly. Yeah, we see the image of Dan. It's the same shot back when it was it Zach? Yeah, when Zach was knocked down during chapter 3. ... A cloud of colors is floating through the air, accompanied by an inexplicable, unusual sound. Unnatural. It has no shape. My eyes can't process it properly, almost as if it were an optical glitch that doesn't belong to this world. The colors flickered and changed, passing over my head and floating off into the distance. And yet, it doesn't actually fly away. It has a beginning, but no end. The colors stretch out endlessly, and although their border remains, it shows no sign of stopping.
Beautiful. It's magnificent, isn't it? Don't you want to get a closer look?
He squats down beside me, bumbling to himself as if he's reciting a poem. Is it close to me? Or far away? How big is it? Strange questions I have no answer flood my mind, gradually overwhelming me until there's nothing else left to think about. Then the whole world finally goes dark. Go back in time? Now we're back at Tuesday, November 8th, nighttime. What? ... Slowly but surely, he opens his eyes. This ceiling, it looks familiar, yet completely strange at the same time. Neko ... What is this place? Is this heaven? After a short moment of doubt, he realized how stupid that question actually sounds. How silly. Even if heaven and hell both existed, neither of them would look like this. That leaves only one conclusion.
Finally, you're the last one to wake up.
Zach's deeper than usual voice hums from above, probably waking up Neko. Help me up, will you? Neko tries to stand up, and two large hands lift her up from behind. The others are also in the room, standing around Neko in a circle. Everyone looks dead serious. Seeing their face, the memories return at long last. Images flash before Neko's eyes. Most of them are extremely unpleasant. It feels like nothing I did even mattered.
Don't say that. Robin's so worried about you. Yeah, she's right. Although it's a pain, Yasmin just fell asleep and now you wake up. Looks like we can't enjoy a single moment without at least a little girl awake.
His word has a certain weight to them, but the hidden information behind them is too much to process right now. So, you two are still Cecile and Zach?
That's right. Well, I can only speak for myself. I'm still Zach. I mean, this me right here is Zach, and the other one isn't... Hell, I don't understand. None of this makes sense.
What exactly happened? What's going on?
I haven't figured it out yet. When I woke up, I was already in this room.
It's the same for everyone. Judging by the way we woke up, one after the other, there's a bit of a delay, but the difference is negligible. By the way, keep your voice down. The store manager has just fallen asleep outside. It's been a long, grueling day.
You can't say that again. So, what time is it now? 12 p.m., huh? But the date is the tricky part. Cecile steps forward to hand Justin a towel. In 6 hours, we'll get up early, grab our equipment, and go to the school together with the store manager. And then we'll come back here? Only now does he realize how sweaty he is. Nico's whole body looks like somebody threw her into a pool.
All that sweat makes me wonder about the way you died.
Wait, the way I... What? Scarlet, da.
Quinn and I found something weird in the classroom. How do I describe this? It was shapeless, like a gooey, meaty mass. It has eyes everywhere and made sounds that resemble some kind of indecipherable speech. Before we could react, it swelled up the size of a car and chased us across the room between the desk and chairs. We reached the stairs, but it was smart. It blocked our way, so we never had an opportunity to get past it. Before we knew it, we ended up on the rooftop, trapped.
Cecile lowered her head. Her expression is a mixture of fear and deep sadness.
Quinn was so frustrated, she said something and pushed me down. As I fell, all I saw from the corner of my eye was her body being thrust against the railing, utterly crushed by that mass of flesh. Blood sprayed everywhere.
Cecile squeezes her fist to stop from trembling. Zax put a hand on her shoulder as if to tell her that she doesn't have to say anything else.
My situation was a little more complicated than that. I also saw a fleshy, sludgy thing. They can separate and split into multiple parts. They may look slow, but they're incredibly fast and agile. They can turn into all kinds of shapes.
And did those things get you too?
No. They just appear, and I saw them. But I killed myself.
What did you say? Wait, you mean...
That's right. Dan is here too.
Although deep down he anticipated something like this might happen, the news of Dan's appearance still manages to shake Justin to his core.
Even with me basically being the same body, there was a world of difference between the two of us. He managed to jump me, and he just turned up out of nowhere.
What exactly did he... how would he know?
Don't ask me, we're all in the same boat. I don't know any more than you do.
Zack sighs heavily and turns his head to the side. Dan is a heavy smoker, and the ill habit hurts everyone. When he sat down to smoke, Neko and Scarlet often have to flee the room. The air, if you could even still call it that, became unbearable. Maybe this memory of Neko is trying to tell Justin something. The smell isn't as harsh and suffocating as the memory as it was in reality. A small relief. So that's how we all failed. It's hard to come to terms with it, mumbling to himself. Justin slowly accepts the cruel reality of it all. We have to admit that nothing went as we thought it would. This whole operation was over before it even started.
On top of that, there are actual monsters at the school, the likes of which we've never seen before, and there's no doubt that something is seriously wrong with that massive hole at the tennis court too.
Nothing along the timeline went as it should have. Our intervention changed things. Think about it. I was attacked at the very moment I was busy with the blackout part of our plan. You guys became targets right after finding Quinn and Liam. It's as if somebody was aware of our every move. And that guy appearing right in front of Zack? Could all of this scheming and plotting behind the scene be Dan's doing?
He didn't hesitate for a second before attacking his own body. I don't even think he's human, just a merciless, heartless beast.
Could this really be the way it all ends?
Does Dan know something? Something that we don't, maybe? Judging by what you said, he didn't seem surprised to see himself at all.
True. Maybe there is something only he knows. I never expected him to just show up at a school like that. None of this makes any sense. What's his current situation? What's his current condition if Zach's the one who's been using his body all this time?
Is there some other way to travel around? I mean, if you use a time machine, you can take your body with you, right?
I don't know. I never even heard Scarlet or Neko mention anyone who could have that kind of knowledge besides the store manager. They wouldn't have had to take such a big risk with us before if they knew more people were familiar with this kind of stuff. Maybe Dan was playing dumb the whole time.
If I remember correctly, those monsters at the school never attacked him. Do you think Dan is someone working with them as well? Oh, come on, really? Those things, the way they move, I can't think of a single effective way of fighting them. They can change shape and get past anything. Plus, they're incredibly strong.
I didn't find anything about them that could help us. The store manager can't help us, so we can't rely on spells and rituals like we did in the past. We have no idea what they are or what they're called. We're up against the unknown that has no problem outmaneuvering us anywhere. It's much stronger than us, and all we have is a taser and a shotgun loaded with freaking paintballs. Nothing works in our favor this time around. The detective's pessimistic conclusion caused a collective sigh throughout the room.
Well, what more is there to say? You're right.
Justin lowers his head. Someone with his presence, with his sense of responsibility, has a hard time dealing with his feeling of failure. But worrying is a waste of time. He doesn't need any comfort or a nice word. He needs actions and results. The past.
Why? Isn't it obvious? Two birds with one stone. This annoying brat is here, and I get to kick your ass. Where else would I be if not here?
I'm not sure what happened, and I don't know what's going on, but we're still alive and kicking. That's all that counts right now. Nothing is set in stone yet. Now that we know Dan has his eyes on Quinn and Liam, it's obvious that they must be of value to him. Getting to them before he does and taking them away from the school should give us some much needed time to prepare.
As long as we ignore the situation at the history building, we should be able to move around freely. That's the gist of it, right?
Exactly. The outcome can't possibly get any worse. Anyway, I'm sorry for this change of plan, but I can't think of any other way.
Don't be. Whatever it takes.
Zack clenches his fist as his gaze becomes more determined. This determination rubs off on Cecile as well, and her fighting spirit is renewed.
Even if it doesn't have anything to do with Yasmin, I don't want Quinn to meet such a cruel fate either.
And I won't be able to sleep peacefully until I make that sadistic idiot with his annoying laugh suffer.
Neko ... Cecile crosses her arm and looks at the other with a serious expression on her face. Their effort to save somebody have only resulted in 2 more people dying. Justin can't accept that. Even though this case has reached a magnitude that none of them could have anticipated, Justin can't deny that their overall preparation was lackluster. What with the other 2 being students themselves, he feels an obligation to lead them and keep them safe. Zack can handle himself, and Cecile is a clever girl. Still, Justin feels a strong sense of responsibility in the face of such danger. It is his duty to keep the other from getting hurt. One question is eating away at Justin, though. Now that they have more information, will the others keep on supporting him and go along with his plan? Before Justin can say anything, Zack starts to speak, raising one eyebrow like he always does.
I should just beat myself to a pulp right now. I bet he won't have much to laugh about then.
Zack, don't joke about that.
Cecile seems overly excited. Her concern for everyone is obvious, and her shocked reaction always makes Zack's dumb jokes way funnier than they have any right to be. Zack turned to the side and gestured towards Justin. I'm serious this time.
And I trust you.
Zack's voice is hoarse. Staring into Neko's eyes still confuses him, and it stirs up a whirlwind of mixed emotion. But he'll stand by his word. Considering all the things they have seen, which nobody would ever have believed to be real, who's to say hope doesn't exist? Weighing the odds is the wrong approach right now. They simply have to trust each other and believe in themselves. Justin attempts a fearless and determined gaze as much as his childlike face will allow. Then I'm with you. Let's do this. Together. Alright, Wednesday, November 9th, again. Take 2. The dark of night offered the best disguise he could hope for. His shoes makes a dull sound on the concrete, but it doesn't travel far. He's experienced walking softly and barely making any noise. The past has been his teacher, giving him confidence in his abilities. All of this is the result of sheer muscle memory. It's as if he's become one with the air surrounding him as he moves on silently. As it turned out, this is simply another talent amplified by the body swap, something that Zack has taken for granted up until now. Having a skill set like this can't hurt. The fence is quite high, with the metal railing at the top. Lush trees stretched out above it. Even the smallest movement would be enough to shake the branches. He can't risk being exposed. He stretches the muscle on his broad back, then pulls himself up and quietly squeezes through the gap at the top of the fence. Okay, for this scene, I'm gonna bring back Zack's original voice, just in case we stumble across the other Dan. The tools in his backpack are tightly wrapped. Being on his own makes his job particularly dangerous for Zack, but he's the only one with a chance at pulling it off successfully. The threat is very real. Everything is still a confusing mess, and their plan is far from perfect. Stepping up and taking action is the only way forward. Otherwise, there won't be a future to speak of. When it came to deciding who should handle a job that required smashing through glass windows, the choice was obvious. It seems he'll never be able to leave his past actions and behavior behind him. He volunteered to go alone. Under the cover of night, he moves swiftly and unseen, the darkness concealing his every action. How he feels about it all, whether he's sad or scared, none of that matters. Distractions such as emotion will have to wait until the sun comes out. He must do what has to be done before he loses the cover of the night. Okay, store manager. So we're in the morning now. That's pretty much it. Let me take care of the rest. I kick the 2 large backpacks in front of me and look at my friends. You sound optimistic, but doesn't it ultimately just boil down to you waiting on the sidelines until you hear from us? Neko rolls her eyes and plays with the wire cutter in her hands, flicking it around like a butterfly knife. Her skill seems to have improved quite a bit since the start of her journey, although I should be glad to have someone like that on my team. It leaves me with mixed feelings. I would like to say that I've taken on the role of a parental guardian, and I'm fairly certain most parents wouldn't consider hiking and lockpicking skills to be proud of. That's just the first step. The important part comes afterwards. Improvising is never easy. Well, that's one way of saying we didn't have enough time to prepare. We are out in the open at the empty tennis court. The school being closed is a big help. It makes our job easier. Rumors about the weird hole of the court has been spreading like wildfire throughout the school, which means very few people dare to come here. Students love to tell scary stories, and we can use that to our advantage to make sure there aren't any unwanted interruptions. The general fear of the unknown is coming in handy. Quite ironic, considering the fact that we are the experts who were brought in to address these fears. Will Dan really be there later? He's not responding to any of my calls. Too unreliable for my taste. You just woke up a little too late. He left early in the morning, said he was heading out to have a look around. Suddenly, he can't wait any longer and is out and about so early? You should be more considerate. It's good to prepare, but making a racket and stopping Yasmin from getting her rest is wrong.
It's rare for that guy to take the initiative. I think he considers your whole approach to be too casual and slow.
But not being here where he's supposed to be at the appointed time is another matter altogether. You two are quite protective of him today. We still have 15 minutes left. You got nervous. You're not nervous, are you? Do you want me to answer that honestly? Never mind. In the past, I was able to help others with my knowledge, but this time I have to rely on everyone's combined experience and expertise.
What's this?
Sorry, my cell phone is not recharging for some reason. Okay. Okay, that works. Sorry about that. Like, if I need to change my cell phone soon, it's gonna be because my cell phone can't recharge properly. I always has to be careful. Neko's genius, Scarlett's acting, Dan's strength. I have never depended on or asked this much of them before. Even if nobody said anything and followed me here, that feeling of my own incompetence still creeps into my heart. Scarlett seems to understand what I'm thinking all too well and doesn't dwell on the subject any further.
By the way, what makes you so sure you'll be able to stop that thing in the history building? There's nothing we can do about it if it turns out anywhere else, is there?
Sorry. I'd rather not answer that right now. It could interfere with the plan. I promise to explain everything properly once the dust has settled. It may not sound like a valid reason, but I trust my judgment on this one. If the enemy is truly aimless when it comes to their target selection, the odds of them finding the right place straight away are slim. The timing of it all is key here. The changes to the exhibit's original layout could very well affect the thief's plans. In order to cover up the truth, the piece in question has been returned to its original position and is still on display. If that is indeed the intended target, the enemy will surely try to steal it again, with us lying in wait. If they don't show up, then it's possible that the artifact thereafter is the one that was stolen from the museum. However, not many people know about their replacement location, allowing us to narrow down the scope of the investigation accordingly. If they have no knowledge about this at all and are simply going in blind, all my guesses would turn out to be incorrect. Naturally, the whole plan would fail. Luckily, I believe that the chances of that being the case are very low. Everyone involved will have to play their cards sooner or later. Once that happens, there is no changing the situation. The mere thought of this stirs up a sense of adventure in me that I haven't felt in a long time.
Thinking happy thoughts? You're smiling all of a sudden.
Am I? Is my face that easy to read? No, it's just... forget it.
All that's left now is for Dan to come to the meeting point. Let's hope he takes this seriously and doesn't fool around.
Neko, do you know how to use that thing you're carrying? It's not exactly common, that's why I'm asking. I watched Neko fiddle with the taser. The plastic casing and its block-shaped frame with yellow stripes onto the front makes it look fancier than it actually is, but that doesn't make it less practical. Tech like that always looks strange to the uninformed, so I better keep my opinion about it to myself. Don't worry, I found a good tutorial on how it works online. Wait, you what? And you're absolutely sure you can trust that information? Well, let's see. Neko lowers her head, pressing buttons on the taser until an obnoxious beeping sound can be heard. I suddenly get a very ominous feeling in my gut. You can never be sure unless you try, right? What the... ... Well, that's that.
So, are you sure everything's okay? It smelled burnt.
I don't know. This is designed for crowd control during riots, so it should be fine. Anyway, he won't be able to move for a while, so that's for sure. So, Neko just tasered the store manager to protect him. Justin pulls the two electrode darts off the store manager's skin and rolls the insulated copper wire back together. The wire conducts electricity, meaning they probably shouldn't be left stuck in the target's skin. Also, to avoid abuse by its user, the taser gun dispersed dozens of small confetti-like paper scraps with serial number on them whenever it's fired. Picking them all up is a real hassle and next to impossible. Cleaning everything up is tricky, and this weapon is obviously only intended to subdue and incapacitate any opponent in a non-lethal way. Since it leaves so many traces after being fired, only someone who knows they are in the right would fire it openly. This situation, however, is that Justin would describe as a moral gray area. He tucks the darts away and reloads the taser. The voltage was enough to make him pass out for a while. This taser operates on simple batteries, so it's best not to expect it to work this well multiple times in a row. Could you look for something to tie him up with? It doesn't look nice, it doesn't sound nice, I know, but he won't stay unconscious forever, and once he wakes up, I'm pretty sure he'll have a lot to complain about. Meaning, he'll get loud. Very loud.
Yeah. I'll go look for some rope.
Justin looks at Cecile, panicked expression, and starts having his doubt about whether she'll be alright.
Don't bother. I've got this. I have a big roll of duct tape here, enough to wrap in like a mummy. Zach! We're finally here. We've been waiting for you. I took my time. I just wanted to make sure that Yasmin is safe and sound.
Every time Yasmin's name is mentioned, Neko's body trembles a little. Though the feeling was incredibly weird at first, after a couple of days of adjusting to it, Justin has gotten used to it.
Come on, store manager. Just enjoy some sweet dreams for a while. Jeez. Was he always this heavy?
Zach gets to work. Loud ripping and tearing noises can be heard due to all the duct tape. Zach seems relaxed and happy as he quietly hums to himself. His whole demeanor is eerily similar to that of the real Dan. Justin realized that a face can't really hide anything. That's why the faces of people driven by evil thoughts are so scary. I assume that since he's not been beaten to a pulp by security guards, Zach pulled off his job successfully?
I hope so. Truth be told, that's what I've been most worried about when it comes to his plan. His body looks different, sure, but his brain is still the same size, so...
Hey guys, I'm right here, I can hear you.
Well, what's done is done, we're off to a good start.
I understand your concern, and you're right. As the old me, I probably would have been caught by security before even making it inside. But everything went smoothly. I climbed out to the top floor from the side wall, then managed to make it to the window and crawl inside.
Did you get bitten by a spider and forgot to tell us about it?
Who can say? Only Dan knows. Anyway, once I got close, my body took over. It was as if I reacted to everything before it could even register with my brain.
Is that how all veterans act?
He's no ordinary veteran. I'm guessing that this guy has been in more military camp than he can count. By the way, here it is. I'm not sure what this little bell is for, but maybe you're familiar with it.
Oh, it's the bell that the deliverer asked us to keep for him and then asked to bring back. Zach pulls a black cloth out of his pocket and opens it. Wrapped inside is a small bell.
Doesn't really look like a famous artifact. Did you find out what it's called?
I tried, but there's as good as nothing about it. I scoured the internet and it seems to be a pretty recent discovery. Very little is known about it.
Maybe any research on it isn't available to the public? Without a written dissertation that has been officially published, it makes sense that so little information is available.
No idea. I'm the wrong person to ask about that kind of stuff. Justin sighs, although he could have guessed that things would turn out like this in the end.
Why don't you ask me?
Zach spread his arms in his less than stellar attempt as a joke.
Not funny. What's next, Justin? Are we going to proceed as planned?
We have no reason not to try. We have the bell and are all ready to involve to turn back. Justin wraps the bell up again and passes it to Zach. It's almost weightless and is unaffected by gravity. After some careful consideration, Justin allows Zach to shove it into his backpack.
Cecile and I will go and find Quinn and Liam. It should be safe as long as you stay clear of the library.
This time I will stop her before she reaches the library. Whatever happens, I can't let her get near the school building again.
In that case, I'll lend you my taser, just to be on the safe side.
Maybe it would make sense if to use Liam as bait. I tried that yesterday. Those two have a lot of secrets.
Okay, thanks.
Cecile grabs the taser. She looks a little sad.
And then we'll sneak off with Yasmin and go home. This has to be the way, doesn't it?
Cecile puts a hand to her forehead. She looks exhausted. If there were any other way, we wouldn't be doing this. There aren't many other at this school who could be after the bell. Dan could find out and come after us. If that happens, I want us to be ready. That's why I was fiddling with the secretary earlier, remember?
Oh, you learn how to set electric shock traps to form a monkey controlling a human body. I can't be the only one to realize how ridiculous that sounds.
Monkey or not, as long as the trap works, that's all that counts. Justin stepped in front of Zach. He gazes at the young man, an inexplicable fire burning behind his eyes. I know this is a chaotic operation. Even more so than yesterday. But we know more now, and we are aware of the most important points. If everything goes according to plan, it will be much better than yesterday.
I sure hope so. Dan is strong. Stronger than all of us combined. Nothing can take him by surprise. He's cold and calculating. I saw that with my own eyes yesterday.
Neko da. That means it must have known something that we were still unaware of at the time. We need to find out what happened afterwards. Zach, pessimistic word come at the bad time, but he is right. Digging into his memories makes Justin lose some of his motivation. Still, their only option is to go forward. Zach's courage and perseverance, in spite of the hopeless situation, inspired Justin. I don't know if Yasmin will let us try again, and I don't plan on ending up as cannon fodder. We won't throw our lives away. We have to be brave if we ever want to solve this.
But that's just about the most uplifting thing I've heard you say yet. We could use a breakthrough.
Zach looks a little lost and stares off into the distance. Trust me one more time. All of us can pull this off together, okay?
You're in charge. We're with you.
Thanks. Neko da. All of us. Together. Following his old habit, the detective reached up to tip his hat before realizing his hand is grasping at thin air. It takes a few seconds before he remembers which body his soul is occupying at the moment. Morning. Middle school student A.
What? You're not coming to the event? Come on, showing up to these things every once in a while won't kill you.
Me being there, this is Liam. Me being there will only cause trouble. I'm aware of my reputation, and so are you, so there's no need to be nice to me.
You always refuse to participate. Sooner or later a teacher will take notice, and once he step in, all of us would suffer.
Ah, I see. Damn, just let me think about it.
What's the matter anyway? Did something happen? At first I thought you were just in a bad mood.
No, it's just... Okay, so... This is Zach Dan. But just in case the real Dan comes in, I think I'm gonna use Zach's voice here.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this young man has work to do.
Right, what?
Do you know that guy?
I know him, but...
I need to talk to you about something. It has to do with what happened yesterday.
Huh?
Hey, you don't have some kind of deal with a foreign coach, do you? If there's one thing I hate, it's people who betray their country and sell their pride for money.
Use your head, will you? Do you really think someone with my reputation and skill level would get scouted?
How should I know?
Could be that you just kept your real talent hidden from us all along. You have an healthy imagination, I'll give you that.
I see you two are right. The magic of friendship.
Tone down the sarcasm. You're saying this, right? This kind of stuff is exactly why I can't go with you.
I'm sure your teacher has been notified and will inform you sooner rather than later. I just returned from the principal office, so if you have any question, take it up with your teacher.
Huh?
Okay. I'll be borrowing him then. See you later.
Anyway, hey, don't drag me along like that. Get your hands off of me. I can walk just fine on my own.
Middle school student A ... That guy's Chinese was very good for a foreigner. Wow, he really bought it. I didn't think something like this would work in real life. That was straight out of a movie.
I'll be the one getting in trouble for it, so you have nothing to worry about anyway.
I'll handle it, alright? Trust me.
Trust you? How can I? When we first met, you lied and pretended to be a tourist.
Oh, right. I did, didn't I?
And back to the point. What do you want?
Oh, it really has something to do with what happened yesterday. That wasn't a lie.
You mean that animal in the mountains? You still haven't given up yet?
I don't give up that easily. Hey, over there, take a look at that.
What is it? Zach quietly moves behind Liam, forming a pretend pistol with his finger.
He slowly presses it against Liam's back.
What the?
Shh, keep it down. Wouldn't want anyone to take notice, now would we?
Liam ...
Good boy.
I can't believe you managed to bring something like that inside the school grounds.
I'm not gonna lie to you. The school hired me because I'm an expert. I didn't bring this gun around just to use it on kids, just to make that clear. Things have been somewhat chaotic around here, and your principal is a lot more anxious about it than you think.
That old guy's only worried about the festival and saving face. He's not a good guy. It's all in his personal interest.
What a familiar answer. Zach feels a little strange. Liam is straightforward and easy to read. He doesn't hide anything. Zach decides to answer with equally familiar words.
That's none of my concern. After you spotted me yesterday, I asked the student union to help me search the area. You should know the rest. I'm a professional, you understand? Not just some random UMA fanboy. That's why I was called in. If you don't want to help, I'll have to get the student union involved again.
Liam ...
Oh, that's right. You and them don't get along there, right? Isn't that reason enough?
What do you want from me?
Peace of mind, that's all. That way you won't be missing any limbs anytime soon, providing things go well.
Zach uses his imposing body to block the glances of the other student. He presses his finger against Liam's back once more.
For now, you just have to follow me.
Quinn is with another student. Okay, I'll write up a report then. Sorry for making you all come the way out here.
Don't worry, your job is much more stressful than mine. You look exhausted.
Don't say that. You guys do your job as so well that there's barely anything left for me to do.
We're nearly finished anyway. We've been preparing this for so long at this point, it seems like the school is simply torturing us on purpose.
Well, midterms exam are coming up pretty much right after, so hang in there.
Please, I don't think I can handle that kind of pressure. Anyway, I'll be heading back now.
Okay, good luck. Let's hope today goes by peacefully.
I hate to say it, but I'm afraid the chances of that being the case are slim.
Cecile has been waiting for the perfect moment to make her entrance as dramatic as Scarlet-like as possible. Well, I can't say that I had high hopes, especially with you guys around. You look exhausted. Had a long trip?
It's quite a long walk across the school grounds. You take breaks along the way too, right?
You came all the way out here, so I assume you want to talk to me about something?
I could really use your help with something. Could you spare the time?
There's no need for you to be so polite. The principal made it clear that helping you out is of the highest priority.
I see. Well, we're here to catch a thief after all.
I just came in to see if there was anything I could help with concerning the preparations, but of course your matters are more pressing. So what do you need me to do?
We came across a student who may very well have some information that could help us, but he doesn't seem particularly open to sharing his thoughts. That's why we thought we should talk to someone who knows him better.
Someone who knows him better. Is it someone from the student union?
No, he's not one of yours. I think you mentioned his name yesterday.
Wait, yesterday? Are you talking about...
That's right. I'm talking about the student named Liam.
That won't be easy, actually. I told you about it yesterday, didn't I? He has some problems with the student union because...
No need to elaborate. He's already told us why.
Truthfully, he hasn't. Zach is probably talking to Liam like this as well right now. Relying on the information and memories from yesterday is the best way to quickly gain their trust. Quinn looks somewhat upset for a second, but she quickly regains her composure. Why come to me if you already know?
We don't have any other choice. He's in a pretty bad state right now. Mentally, I mean. You two have been at each other's throat for so long and I'm sure you know each other really well. Every word we say to him could provoke a bad reaction. Strangers like us won't able to handle it as well as you could.
Quinn considered this for a moment. Due to her own experiences, the word seems to resonate with her. That sounds really serious. Is Liam in some kind of trouble?
I think we pushed him too much. We thought he was simply an eyewitness, but asking him all sorts of questions made him remember something horrible. It seems likely that he saw whatever is haunting the school. Just the memory of that was enough to scare him.
Liam? Scared? Even he...
I didn't think it was that serious. Of course, we want to find out what exactly he knows. But more importantly, we can't leave him like this. We need to find a way to make it snap out of it. You have seen the damage done to the school with your own eyes. Now imagine that same damage being done to people instead of property.
Quinn,
So, will you help us?
Of course. Lead the way. Neko, why do I suddenly feel like something's really, really wrong? For real? Middle school student A. Help! Somebody help! The auditorium is on fire!
Wait, what? How could that happen?
Are you with the student union? Does anyone know how to use a fire hydrant?
Has anyone called the firefighters yet?
I did, but I don't think they'll make it in time.
Crap, I'll go check it out.
Neko, Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. The students are scaring each other more than anything, but just can't judge them for it, especially after being set the building on fire. After having set the building on fire. Wait, Justin set the building on fire? What? For a decoy? He hasn't forgot. Oh, okay. Okay. He hasn't really. It's just that he made the smoke bomb from chapter 3. He hasn't forgotten about Neko's very effective smoke bombs back at the Sanjun building. Fortunately for him, the chemistry labs in this school are well equipped, but their doors aren't particularly secure. If it hasn't been for that, he could have never prepared things so quickly, even with Neko's intrinsic knowledge. Now, did she know so far in advance that we'd be needing this now? The amount of smoke is immense. These things are highly volatile and have to be handled with great care, especially since they are handmade rather than professionally assembled. Even though Neko's a genius and simply loves tinkering, it's scary that she knows how to build things like that. I wonder how she got started with all of this in the first place. Never mind, that's a topic for another day. As Justin hurries towards the school gates, there's only one thing on his mind. Clearing a way out of the here so everyone can get out safely. What's going on here? What's with all the police? There's some yellow tape that keep out that's been like the perimeter has already been set up. Society member A.
What's going on? Why are there so many people outside all of a sudden?
Police officer. Hey, you over there! Get away from the door!
Sorry, officer, but is there a problem? I have work to do this afternoon, so I have to go back.
No, we have clear instructions. This place is sealed off. Nobody is allowed in or out.
But why? This has nothing to do with me.
I'm only going to repeat it one last time. Step away or we'll have no other choice but to use force.
Crap. Fine. I'm stepping away. You can put down your hands. Ugh, what the hell is going on today?
Those are some very tight security measures. Justin's mind is whirring. There's no way of getting inside since the whole place has been sealed off. Even if he had wings, he would probably get shut down from the sky trying to get in. Using the taser on one or two people would have been manageable, but with the way things are now, a sneaky approach is next to impossible. Hey kid, you can't be walking around here on your own. Go back to your mom and dad. Huh? Are you sirs trying to catch bad guy? Whoa, he looks so cool. This is dangerous, so please stay around adults and don't walk around on your own. I'm serious. Don't go near the story building. If an adult asks you why, tell him it's a direct order from the police. Do you understand? Oh, okay, bye-bye. So children and adults all receive the same cold treatment. The blockade is even stricter than expected. They definitely weren't set here because of the emergency call. Their response time was way too quick, and sitting off the entrance with such measure would be unnecessary to simply put up a fire. Judging by the way they're handling this, it wouldn't come as a surprise if they wouldn't even let the real firefighters through. The auditorium is cleared out already. I don't understand what the fuss is all about. Also, they specifically mentioned that we should stay away from the history building. What's going on there that they don't want us to see? If Zach's theft was the reason to provoke such a fierce reaction from the school, they would have called the police much earlier. Their equipment is high-tech. The markings on their cars are different from those on the regular police vehicles. And in most cases, no police officer in the city is that well armed. This doesn't have anything to do with what Zach stole. The store manager is still in the storage room. We haven't done anything at the history building. If it wasn't any of them, then that means somebody else is carrying out their own plans at this very moment. Could it be Dan? Crap, this is bad. If we don't hurry... Never before has Justin been this angry at himself for not putting things together sooner. Evening? No, afternoon.
What's with all the commotion outside?
Loud footsteps come and go, unnerving Cecile. The room is dark, since they turned off the lights to avoid attracting attention. A faint, stale smell lingers in the air. Zach can't sit still and walks up to Cecile, scratching his head.
I don't know. It sounds like it's coming from the auditorium. Should I go take a look?
I don't think it's a good idea. Maybe it's Neko's doing. If that's the case, it could interfere with things if you were spotted outside.
Alright, whatever you say. But how much longer are these two going to dawdle? I've been holed up in the air for so long my hair is starting to fall out from the stress.
Why worry about that when it's not even your own body?
It's a matter of pride, Cecile, one that unifies all men under one banner. I wouldn't expect you to understand. As soon as one single hair leaves the scalp, all of us share the pain. Besides, my family's on my dad's side has always had baldy receding hairline and...
Okay, I get it. Calm down and start sharing unnecessary information like that with me.
Cecile pushed hyped up Zach away. Her expression is a mix of annoyance and disgust.
The only thing I can agree with is the part about the stress. I'm with you on that.
Putting Quinn and Liam in the same room seems like a bad idea from the very beginning. They are huddled up in the corner staring at each other. Hey, mind putting up some distance between us? I can't concentrate with you all up in my face.
Funny, I was just thinking the same thing. What do you have to concentrate on in a place like this anyway?
Just random things. What I'm not concentrating on is judging others, unlike some people.
And just who are you referring to when you say some people?
Take a wild guess.
Quinn, ... Hey, Just for the record, I came here to help because I was told you were in a state of shock because you saw something horrible. A blatant lie, as it turns out. Whatever stories those two made up, that's none of my business. And I never asked for your help, did I?
It's my obligation to help the student at this school if I hear there's something wrong. I don't need your permission to do so, do I?
Oh, and suddenly you're concerned about me? Where was that concern of yours when you took the principal's side after he announced the track and field ban?
There was already a compromise. What else can I do if you just stubbornly refuse to accept it?
What? You call that compromise a good solution? Making others take the fall just to save face?
I acted in the school's best interest.
I was right all along. You've been so blinded by the feeling of authority that you can't tell right from wrong anymore.
What did you say?
Their argument is growing more and more intense by the second. Cecile is just about to say something, but before she can, Zach steps in and walks up the two students.
Both of you, calm down.
If I had known you were gonna lock me up with her of all people, I would have tried to run away even if your finger gun had been real. This is hell on earth. You just wanted information from me, didn't you? If I tell you everything right now, will you let me go?
You've got quite a temper, young man. So stubborn and narrow-minded. A little more composure would do the charisma quite a favor.
Huh, charisma. It's not like he had any to start with. What? You want to say that again?
I'm sorry for having misled you. By now, both of you should have realized that we didn't bring you here just to ask you a few questions.
It's truly unnerving how you can lie with such a straight face, miss. Scarlet ... Quinn's resentful glare makes Cecile feel pretty bad about herself. It is just like the store manager once said. She's a person with an honest heart, unable to lie and deceive people. It's fine, she's not Cecile right now, she is Scarlet. Scarlet will never let something like this get to her. Cecile reminds herself of this over and over again.
Let's just say I had good acting coaches.
Anyway, as soon as the others get here, we're all leaving the school. I'm not going to do anything to you, but if you don't watch your backs, I can't guarantee that you'll make it out unharmed.
Leaving the school? Like going off campus?
That's right. I've told you everything you need to know. You can either cooperate, or I'll have to carry you out there over my shoulder. Your choice. Oh, and let this serve as a friendly reminder. Just because a taser is labeled non-lethal doesn't mean it won't hurt. A lot.
Liam ...
So, why did you come looking for us? To be honest, that's something we have wanted an answer to for a while now, too. Someone has it out for you so badly that they set something after you. It's our job to prevent things from coming full circle again.
I don't quite understand what you mean.
Liam has seen the danger with his own eyes, so he probably knows a little more than you do. The fact that the principal personally invited us here proves how serious the situation has become.
Something outside the realm of common sense is happening at the school. We've been given a conclusion to it all, but no reason.
Wait, so you're saying someone's targeting us, but you don't even know the reason why?
Believe it or not, that's actually quite common. It doesn't, if we could theoretically get into contact with the enemy, starting a fight on school grounds is irresponsible.
Wait, contact? You can talk to those fledged sludge things?
Hear that, Quinn? I told you we know things.
Quinn ...
In this case, contact means actual confirmation of the existence of certain mythical beings. As it happened, the store manager has studied the tales left behind by ancient civilization, and he assumes that you have something to do with a ritual, whether intentionally or unintentionally.
You make it sound like we've been wearing robes and chanting weird spells as we wave branches around.
Our team members have fought off entities more horrifying than these with nothing more than pen and paper. A wall is a wall to them, it doesn't matter what you use to build it. But there's more to it than simply carving a pattern into something. These rituals are highly complicated.
Liam ...
We refer to them as rituals for the sake of convenience. The truth is, our knowledge is so limited that we simply have to try everything and hope something works. We don't know the mechanism behind any of these rituals,
Humans, and that includes us, are quite primitive in that regard. Do you understand what I'm saying? When things reach a point at which nothing makes sense anymore, the experts, meaning us, get called in to piece the puzzle together. Even we don't know whether we piece it together correctly until the very end, but we have to try.
So as long as the store manager thinks you two need protection, we'll keep an eye on you. I know the whole situation seems absurd and doesn't make much sense, but that comes with the territory. It's only going to get worse from here. That's the important part. Knowing too much isn't always an advantage.
That's unfair! You barely explain anything at all!
Quinn, only half of the reason for bringing you here was a lie. The other half, it's real. Very much so. I've experienced it firsthand.
Quinn ...
Okay, enough chit-chat for now. Getting us a cab out of here shouldn't be that hard. What's taking so long? I'm getting next to no signal in here. I'll go outside and call Justin. Stand by the window and keep an eye out, okay?
Cecile nods and watches as Zach leaves the building. Hey, you, student union president!
Quinn ...
Hey, don't ignore me!
Quinn ...
Hey! Listen, this is serious!
What are you talking about?
You heard everything they were saying just now, right? And I wasn't lying.
About those strange shadow you saw? It is what it is, I guess.
Stop being so stubborn. This isn't the right time to be acting up like this.
What are you getting at? This isn't just about you trying to prove how honest you are, is it?
Listen, since we're the only ones who seem to be involved in this, that got me thinking, could what they're looking for have something to do with what happened when we were in junior high?
What? What has it been, 3 years?
You heard what that big guy said. Things have been happening that don't make any sense. And you've seen them with that kid.
I have to admit, when you put it like that, it does make sense. Does it? Then how about cluing me in?
What the... Liam's eyes go wide with fear, realizing he's been caught red-handed. He doesn't put up any resistance. I knew it! Your hearing is something else! 3 years ago, the two of us went to junior high together.
And you never cared to mention that because...
Oh, come on! I'm not supposed to know that's what you wanted to know. Anyway, even back then, she was obnoxious as hell. That's the only reason I've forgotten her face. You mentioned things outside the realm of common sense happening and all that, and it only just dawned on me.
Okay then, elaborate. What happened 3 years ago? 3 years ago, a large group of people at our school suddenly fell ill, all at the same time. People caught a fever and felt weak in their arms and legs. Some even passed out. Also, the symptoms grew increasingly worse the further they moved away from the school. A group of students had to stay at school for a little over 2 weeks. During that time, they were examined by doctors like guinea pigs. In the end, however, they couldn't find anything. No virus, no bacteria, nothing. A couple of classes were affected, but it wasn't contagious. That means a class right next door to an infected one could be in perfect health. There was no rhyme or reason to it. There was just one thing they all had in common. They all attended PE class at the same time. Did your class get sick too?
I wasn't in our class, but I noticed that she was one of the students who had to stay at school overnight because of the illness. Actually, it happened to be last night too.
Last night?
Yeah, after that night, everyone suddenly started to get better again.
What happened?
That night, I was so tired of being locked inside that I decided to get some fresh air. I snuck outside of the schoolyard after all the lights were off. As it turns out, she had the same idea.
It was totally dark. I noticed Liam walking, or rather stumbling around. He had no idea where he was going. That buffoon ran right into me.
Hey, I was supposed to notice you when you were crouching down on the ground in the dark. It was as if you were trying to make yourself as small as possible on purpose. Anyway, that's beside the point right now. We bumped our head against each other. Her fault, obviously. We got into an argument and started shouting at each other.
A strange light suddenly emerged from the bushes next to us, probably dawn drawn out by the sound of our voice.
Your fault, obviously. Anyway, the light looked iridescent, floating in midair like a ball. It looked some sort like a flying mercury, but it didn't have that metallic shine. It was glowing on its own rather than just reflecting something. The flowers and plants around it began to glow too. They even grew a little. The ball seemed wet and slippery for whatever reason. It was making strange clicking noises and started spinning around wildly. This guy here, smart as he is, decided to step in and catch it, grabbing it like a basketball.
Hey, cut me some slack. I was only trying to protect you. You should have seen yourself. Your eyes were glued to that thing as if you were under its spell. I bet all of this month's lunch money that is you saw it at the edge of a cliff right now, you wouldn't hesitate for a second and jump right at it.
Quinn ...
When he grabbed it, the ball of light immediately exploded. It was like watching fireworks go off. Everything lit up and it was painfully bright. You could feel the flash through closed eyelids. It was like staring into the sun. Liam was shaking as if he's been electrocuted. I reached for his hand, and the moment I touched it, I lost all of my strength.
You know that feeling of losing energy when you're donating blood? That was how I felt, but it was just a little blood. But more like a geyser. The light was blinding and my body gave in. I felt so weak. I had no clue what was happening. Next thing I know, the doctor wakes up Quinn and me in our hospital beds.
Afterward, I learned that was the moment when all of the students stopped showing any symptoms. And you two decided to just keep that whole experience to yourselves.
There was no aftermath. Nothing ever happened again after that. It wasn't exactly fun, as you can imagine, so we both done our best to forget about it.
Also, when you mentioned that kid, were you talking about Yasmin? What's the connection there?
Well, after that ball of light disappeared, I thought I saw the kid secretly watching from the sidelines. That was 3 years ago. Considering kids that age grow up so fast, she should look different by now. When you picked her up, I could tell right away it's her, no doubt about it. It's hard to explain. It's weird, but normal kids, or normal people, or of any age for that matter, don't have that kind of look in their eyes. So you saw her too, huh? I was so far away from her at the time I thought I was simply seeing things.
No, I'm absolutely sure. Those few seconds were enough. I'll never forget that dreadful feeling.
So, there you have it.
3 years ago.
If you want to check the information yourself, look for the news article related to Kaizo Middle School 3 years ago. Many experts were brought in, but ultimately, they never came to a conclusion.
I really wish you would have told me all of this earlier. We don't have much time.
Excuse me? We've known each other for less than 2 days, okay? Does any of this sound like something you would just share with a random stranger? I'm only telling you all this because we're stuck in here.
Liam, can we be sure there were no consequences later on the road? You weren't athletic in junior high, were you? Then, out of nowhere, you're jumping up and down like Spider-Man. Everyone thought that was a sudden and unexpected development.
Boys grow up a little later. You should lead by example and take your biology classes a little more seriously, Miss Student Union President. It's not my job to explain the inner workings of the male body to you.
Shut up. Stop picking on me at a time like this. It's not like you've got a good explanation for it.
Do I really need one? Who knows? Maybe I'm just naturally gifted.
Okay, just give me a moment to process all of this.
Cecile gets up from her chair, rubbing her forehead thoughtfully. Getting so much new and important information out of the two of them was completely unexpected. Cecile needs to share this with the others as soon as possible. Zach needs to know first. Though the two students don't seem like they're planning to run away, Cecile doesn't want to take any risk.
Why hasn't he come back yet? A simple phone call shouldn't take this long. ...
From 1 second to the next, her whole body goes stiff.
Are you guys finally done talking?
This is the real Dan. A tall figure is hovering in the shadows by the door. That definitely isn't Zack. The aura of anger and hatred surrounding this person betrays his true identity. Though the face is the same, Zack would never have such cold eyes. Though the face is the same, Zack would never smile in such a cruel, sadistic way. Though the face is the same, Zack has a good heart, whereas this person is looking at them with absolute disdain and disregard, like a hunter who enjoyed watching his prey suffer. Most importantly, there can't be two Zacks in this world at the same time. Run! Scarlet, ... So now Zack comes in. Cecile clearly remembers what Zack told her about Dan's strength and his advantage over all of them.
At least try to resist, would you? Put up a struggle! What a sorry sight. Are you really that weak? You cracked in less than 2 minutes. What a disgrace. Show some backbone, would you? Shut up!
What was that? Shut up?
If you want me to shut up, madam, and make me.
A shadow is flung towards Cecile as fast as black lightning. Only as the sound of the dull impact echoes through the room does Cecile realize that the shadow was Zack. The harsh collision nearly pushes his ribs through his lungs.
Ugh!
Zack, are you okay? Zack!
What does it look like?
He fails.
For a second I thought you might be someone else. You've been using your fists more than your brain all your life, but you've been getting better at using that head of yours, haven't you? Don't act like you know me!
Zack gasps for air and braces himself against the table in an effort to stand up.
You're not worthy of knowing me!
His chest is growing warmer. Cecile reaches out, but pulls her hands back at the last second. She doesn't need to touch the red liquid dripping from Zack's chest to know what it is.
Oh, that's quite some mouth you've got, boy. Come on, keep talking. That's a punctured windpipe right there. But that should be a piece of cake for me, right?
Then, ... Zack is looking worse by the second. Cold sweats cover his old body, mixing with the blood of his wounds and gradually soaking his shirt. A sad and terrible realization hit Cecile at that moment. Dan already had the upper hand before the fight even began.
Holy shit, what is this?
This... Liam and Quinn. Quinn's face is frozen with fear. Liam is completely taken by surprise, looking as if he's unknowingly walked into an action movie set and now is caught in the crossfire. Driven by instinct, he stands up and extends an arm to shield Quinn from the danger. Cecile can see that Quinn is hiding away in the shadow behind Liam, desperately extending an arm behind her to reach from the window. Barely 5 minutes ago, Zack made sure the whole room was still shut.
Oh, what a courageous young man we have here. You've got guts, I respect that. But you're not blind, are you? You can see the difference in strength between us. That being said, sit down and be quiet. I'll take care of you later.
Don't come any closer! Stay away, do you hear me? Cecile pulls out the taser and musters up her strength to stabilize her wrist. She points the taser straight at Dan, whose fierce laugh is growing more mocking by the second.
Ah, there it is. I almost forgot you have something so fancy with you. The store manager never quite understood how to turn the safety off and almost electrocuted myself. My, time flies by so fast, it's almost like remembering the good old days back at summer camp.
Scarlet ...
When it comes to technology, it looks like you and him are on the same wavelength as far as stupidity is concerned. That switch needs to be turned up, now down, lady. Huh?
Oh my god, this is the famous, hey, your safety's on. What? And then he's gonna sucker punch him like an ambush strike. Cecile's short moment of inattention gives Dan enough time to move on right next to her. Yeah, that's what I thought.
You fell for it. Get away from me!
Cecile doesn't have time to think. Pulling the trigger is the only thing she can think of. She fires, the taser pointing straight at Dan's chest.
Ooh! What a feeling! What a feeling!
Dan's whole body twitches as his muscles spasm uncontrollably. The nasty smell of burned skins fills the air. The voltage was so strong that a piercing beeping sound fills Cecile's ears. But even after all of this, Dan remains standing, showing no signs of back down whatsoever.
What a sensation!
He smiles as if he's never smiled before and places his hand on Cecile's head.
What?
Everything turns white and all sound suddenly fades away. A huge electric shock rushes through Cecile's brain. She collapses on the ground, her body twitching like a million ants are crawling across her skin.
Ha 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 ha! How about it? Doesn't it feel great?
Get the hell away from me!
Stop mucking around!
Liam and Zach both start rushing towards Dan one after the other. Dan casually avoids their attack by sidestepping them effortlessly.
My young friend, only dumb thugs yell in a fight, okay? Let's at least be professional about this.
Dan pounces on Liam like a wild dog and kicks him into a pile of desks.
Ah, yes, I forgot you two were a thing. My bad. You! I won't get into it any further. No need to turn this into a teenage romance drama. Just shut up already! Come on, I'm only picking up what's mine from those two lovebirds. Why is it so hard for you to stay out of this?
Dan ...
You hear what I'm saying, right? There's no need for you to play a hero. But do what you must. You're going to die here anyway, no matter what.
Cecile watches as Dan slowly walks up to Zach, lifting his body off the ground with no effort at all. Zach bunches and kicks viciously, but it's no use.
They've been so wasteful with things they don't even understand. Although that thing only has a few fragments left, a complete recovery would make time travel child's play. These two unlucky souls just so happened to stumble upon it as its weakest, gulping it all down right in their stomach. Or lungs, who knows. In short, they were like children in a sandbox, unafraid of eating something inedible, but knowing what it would do to them in the long run. Their ignorance tore apart the door, shattered it to pieces. It took 3 whole years to make it usable again. There won't be another 3 years if we fail this time. That's why I've come back here, to make sure the plan comes to fruition, regardless of whether you or anyone else interferes. You understand now, don't you?
Dan ... This is Zach, actually.
It is the sole reason for my existence. If you tamper with it, I will come back through time and kill you, over and over again. Accept that, and stay away from me!
Dan's tone is growing increasingly hateful. Even Cecile, who is still immobilized, feels goosebumps all over her body.
That's it. Our little heart-to-heart is over. Now, die! You piece of... Ah! Zach?
As she lets out a horrified scream, 2 things drop right in front of Cecile's eyes. One of them is Zach's lifeless body, battered, bloody, and broken. The other thing is a red, fleshy lung, dripping with blood. Ouch!
No! No! This can't be happening!
Cecile can't open her eyes to face reality, for reality is much too cruel.
No matter how many times I do it, I still feel bad about killing myself. What a nice body. It's not something you get used to, I'm afraid. Well, that's life. Or death, in this case.
Mumbling to himself, Dan shakes drops of blood and chunks of flesh off his arms as he makes his way towards Cecile, one menacing step after the other. The ominous sensation of a painful death creeps into Cecile's brain, freezing her in place. Neko! Hey, stay away from her or I'll shoot! Neko's voice can be heard through the door, exhausted and panting as if she just run a marathon. This time, it isn't enough to make Cecile feel safe.
Some quick hands you got there. Nice shotgun. I hope you haven't forgotten that I know about everything. Do you think I don't know what kind of bullets are in there?
Neko ... Even with the shotguns pointed at his head, Dan keeps approaching Cecile, towering her like a menacing shadow. He doesn't even bother to turn around. Oh shit. The creature needs a name. We'll call it the Shapeshifter. The Silver Shapeshifter. That's what I'm gonna call it. Wait a minute, what the hell is this? The sound of muscle tissue ripping closes in like a tidal wave, and the scream for help are soon drowned out by the torrential sound of raining blood and tearing flesh.
Justin!
Oh.
I see you have a friend here. No wonder you're so organized. That's cheating. Cheating is bad.
Yes, no right to say that. Cecile's confused mind barely squeezes out her last few thoughts. Everything is pointless now. Whatever she does, it's no use. Dan towers over Cecile, and as he wraps his hands around her head, he speaks to her with a mocking, bone-chilling kindness in his voice.
Don't worry, girl. You're next.
And we're going back in time. When they die, the day resets. It's like Groundhog Day. It's either they're gonna repeat the day until they got it right. ... Slowly but surely, he opens his eyes. This ceiling, it looks familiar, yet completely strange at the same time. Neko ... What is this place? Is this heaven? After a short moment, bon, okay, it feels like... Would there really be a place in heaven for someone this stubborn?
And once again, you're the last one to wake up.
A large face hovers over Justin, Grinley, Billy, and Zach.
It happened earlier than last time. No one got very far.
So, right now it's
morning again.
Justin tries to get up, tossing aside the blanket that covers him. This whole thing seems like some sort of zombie game, you know? Once we're playing like this, we're playing the zombies. No matter how often we're killed, we're always come back. Doesn't sound that bad, does it? You could say it's an advantage. We can try over and over again as many times as we like until we get it right.
I guess. The thing is, are you sure we have infinite retries?
Zach speaks quietly, a pessimistic undertone in his voice.
Cecile couldn't handle it anymore. It all became too much for her. Who knows which one of us is next?
Wait a minute, what's that about Cecile? Justin looks around the room, only noticed that Cecile is nowhere to be seen.
Seeing my gruesome death must have got her emotionally. Let's give her the time she needs and leave her alone for a while. She hasn't spoken a single word yet. I wonder if some of this was a mistake on Yasmin's part. ...
Zach, I couldn't see too clearly at that moment. What happened to you that affects Cecile like that?
Just do me a favor, please don't make me remember it. I want to erase that from my memory. I was powerless, like a coward. I was kicked around, beaten, torn up. I don't want to relive any of that ever again.
I understand. Sounds like hell.
Enough about that. Let's just skip that topic. So, what about the parts I wasn't around to witness? What happened afterwards?
After you died, those creatures came rushing through the door. They barged into the room like a shifting mass of putrid flesh. The shot bounced right off his back, and he took the shotgun from me. The other didn't manage to get very far. The flesh-like mass threw me onto a desk, but I saw Dan strutting out of the room, out of the corner of my eyes, carrying both Quinn and Liam's unconscious bodies.
So you didn't manage to catch up to them?
Hard to do that with a broken neck, buddy. My head was barely hanging on. Dan didn't bother with me at all after that. It was either his overblown confidence or maybe he just didn't want to waste this time on me. I just lay there as I lost the feeling in my... Dan didn't bother with me at all after that. It was either his overblown confidence or maybe he just didn't want to waste his time on me. I just lay there as I lost the feeling in my limbs little by little. That's when those things came to lick up my blood. My neck was broken, but I didn't have many open wounds, so there wasn't all that much of it.
So they just left you there to die?
No, they crushed my body, wrapped around it, stepped on it. They squeezed out every single drop of blood inside of me. It didn't hurt, really. My whole body has turned numb at that point, but I could still see everything. I watched as they towered over me, squeezing my body so hard that my intestines burst. I wished I would pass out a lot sooner. You're right. There's a limit to how often we can endure this.
I'm sorry, Justin.
What a mess.
Let's be real. If we keep doing this the same way, we don't stand a chance against Dan, do we? We can't take him dead on, and it'll take more than just a few simple tricks and traps to win this fight. Also, we know for sure that those creatures are on his side.
Yeah, one more piece of the puzzle that remained unexplained. It looks like no matter who stole the artifact, we can't get past Dan. If we don't come up with a solution, we won't even survive until the afternoon.
Right, but what can we do? Everywhere we go, he shows up with those creatures and tows and murder us. He's always one step ahead, ruining every plan we come up with. I never thought we had this kind of power. There's no way we can take it on with that little arsenal of ours.
He knows something about our equipment. Our weapons don't seem to faze him one bit. My shotgun blasts right through to his back should have provoked some kind of reaction at least. Even if they were non-lethal rounds. Instead, he didn't even bother turning around. And all of that happened while Cecile's taser wire was still hanging off his body.
Yeah, it's no use. The guy looked like he was enjoying a warm shower, not like he'd been electrocuted and shot at. I guess this is the end of the line for us.
There is another way.
Scarlet gets here. Oh, Cecile!
Are you feeling better?
Next time, just run away. Can you do that?
Hey, you mean you want me to leave you guys alone? I can't have you fending him off all by yourself. I know I'm no real match for him, but at least I can buy you some time, you know? Also...
I said, can you do that?
Yeah, I got it. I can do that.
Good.
I've never seen her look so determined. Where did this sudden fighting spirit come from?
Why are you asking me? She's right here. Cecile, sounds like you have a plan. Did you come up with something?
Yes. I think there is a way to keep Dan from interfering.
Really? How?
By doing nothing.
Look, Cecile, I'm sorry I didn't consider your feelings before. I apologize. But that's not a plan.
It is. I gave it a lot of thought while I was alone. After he injured Zach, Dan seems almost ecstatic. He said something very interesting at that point.
Come on. I'm only picking up what's mine from these two lovebirds. Why is it so hard for you to stay out of it? They've been so wasteful with things they don't even understand. Although that thing only has a few fragments left, a complete recovery would make time travel child's play. It is the sole reason for my existence. If you tamper with it, I will come back through time and kill you, over and over again. Accept that, and stay away from me!
3 years ago, back when Liam and Quinn were still in junior high together, a strange illness broke out at their school. During their quarantine, both of them were exposed to a strange orb of light that drained them of their physical strength and made them collapse. An unordinary experience. You don't exactly run into strange orbs of light that drains you on a daily basis.
So, judging by what Dan says, the two of them somehow absorb a small part of this orb?
That's right. And when we take that into consideration, their involvement begins to make sense.
So, according to Dan, this orb, this light, somehow enables time travel. I hate to admit it, but I can't even say I'm surprised. He always seems to be going by a script, knowing exactly what was going to happen as he toys with us.
Time travel, huh? So, he borrowed some of his abilities, and as long as he isn't fully satisfied with the way things are, he can always come back to this point in time and confront us?
Exactly. That's why it's possible for two Dans to be active here at the same time. Even though the body at this point in time has Zach's soul inside it, the real Dan has no need to worry about that at all if the time travel method on the other side doesn't rely on the same kind of mental replacement.
Which means he came back with this body.
But even so, is it really okay to just kill your past self? He didn't hesitate for a second.
I don't even want to think about that. Something is seriously wrong with that guy's brain.
I have completely lost track. So many strange things has been happening, and now there's all this talk about bending time. My thoughts are all over the place.
You're right. Forget my ramblings about time travel. After all we've seen and those creatures we face, I'm a fool for even bothering with physics and logics. Justin lets out a frustrated sigh while Cecile extends her hands towards him. I agree with you, but what do you want us to do? Nothing. I mean, what does nothing mean? I thought a group sleepover at home will solve the problem.
Well, I came up with my own little theories. Let me explain.
Their ignorance tore apart the door, shattered it to pieces. It took 3 whole years to make it usable again. There won't be another 3 years if we fail this time. That's why I've come back here to make sure the plan comes to fruition, regardless of whether you or anyone else interferes. You understand now, don't you?
During our last 2 attempts, we obviously caused some sort of disturbance. Something that irritated him enough to come finish us off.
So you're saying that even if we die, anything is better than being more involved in this whole mess at the school?
He recognized Zach and he remembers you. You've only known Dan for a short time. In other words, he knows we're not who we're supposed to be at this point in time. If you experience time travel yourself, it's probably not hard to understand what's going on. Even if we don't understand the principle, the fact that we travel in time is obvious.
So basically, as long as he keeps encountering and attacking us, he can keep things moving in the direction he wants them to. That means the only time he isn't around is when nothing unusual is happening, meaning things are going according to his expectations.
That's it. I hope we can keep up the act. Feigning normalcy is our new approach.
So we're abandoning all of our previous plans.
I'm starting to feel really useless all of a sudden.
I think as long as we all trust our own judgment, we're doing the right thing here.
But what happens after that? That's surely not the scenario that voice that took over Yasmin wanted, right? And this time, he is actually Zach already. So can we really continue to feign normalcy?
Yes, I have another idea.
Cecile suddenly grabs Zach's shoulder. She raises her head slightly, her eyes overflowing with determination. The look on her face may seem unreal, but Justin King's eye can tell that it's forced. Cecile is merely trying to keep up morale. However, he doesn't say anything as he doesn't want us to undermine Cecile's plans.
It's a big risk, but it's the only way that we'll stand a chance against Dan without having to worry about his terrible strength. This is where we have our big showdown with him. We'll see this mess through to the end.
Dan,
I'm sorry, I know this may be hard on you, but please be strong, for us. None of us can do this alone. I'm asking a lot of you, Zach. Will you trust me?
She's back to her old self, her hands clasped behind her back, shy and silent. Even though she can only guess what Cecile's plans is, a strange calm washes over him. Zack steps closer towards her and the three of them form a circle. Justin repeats Zack's word in his mind. I'm with you, I'll follow you, until the end. He's convinced Zack will soon have to remind himself of those words. Alright. November 9th, again, take 3. It is Wednesday. Ready or not, the school festival eventually went ahead as planned. Dan has his hand on the steering wheel, as absent-minded as always. He is concentrating on his breathing, having learned long ago that one's breathing is directly linked to the mind. This behavior is rubbing off on everyone else without him even realizing it. Neko looks as if she has a lot on her mind. I know separating her from her tech gadget makes her fidgety, but I still decided to take her along for the ride. Today's mission is quite risky, desperate even. Nobody at the school can know about it. That's why I took Neko with me. She'll be able to put her expertise to use and control the flow of information. Things that are overwhelming to me are child's play in her eyes. Apart from that, Yasmin needs to be someone close to her own age to keep her company. Scarlett and I won't have the time to spare, and Dan admitted himself that he would be the wrong man for the job. Scarlett stayed very quiet throughout the trip. I can understand that since she's under a lot of pressure. The success of this plan depends on her acting skills, and if she slips up even once, it would have dire consequences. The only person ethically moving around during the trip is Yasmin. She's constantly turning left and right, staring out of the window with the innocent, curious look of a fascinated child during a road trip. Her joyous humming is somewhat drowned out by the oppressive atmosphere in the car. Someone once told me that time isn't always appreciated in the same way. A gambler's most enjoyable moments are the 3 seconds before the cards are lifted. Only a few thousand milliseconds are etched into the nerve. Until then, sweat and fear are just bitter spices that makes the meal more delicious in the end. Whoever told me that back in the day was right, and I can't think of any better way to describe my current feelings. Store manager. Just let me have one little break, okay?
There are 2 kids in the car. Can you behave yourself?
Jeez, you're already so stressed out, even though things are... You're already so stressed out, even though things haven't even started yet. I don't care, it's fine by me, just open the window. I shouldn't, we have to consider Yasmin too.
Hey, the air conditioning is on. As soon as you open the window, it's all over.
Dan's reaction is slow, misses the point, and almost of all isn't funny. Everyone in the car ignores his comment. So, you really want to take the gamble today? Whether or not it works, I don't think the principal will be pleased. As the saying goes, it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission. Try to keep my expression calm. Although we exchanged information and distributed tasks last night, I would tell a couple of things. Yesterday evening, another person the client sent to help didn't turn up. I waited for the meeting place, but eventually gave up. So this is a repeat of the other day. I don't know if it's worth reading. Judging by the damage to the exhibition hall, it appears that the perpetrator deliberately sabotaged important equipment and removed the artifact with almost surgical precision. Regardless of their goal, they seem to have considerable planning skills. Scarlett's assessment is that while the perpetrators were able to escape by unimaginable means, their perceptual ability seems to be so similar to humans since they were surprised when the door opened. If anyone created a so this before it can escape, do so within a trap. So yeah, Scarlett will be in charge of luring the guards, and Dan's gonna knock out the strongest one. Can't have any noise that can attract attention. Come back as soon as you're done. Okay. After an urgent negotiation with the principal of false pretense, she agreed to let Okay. If things go according to plan, we probably won't get any sleep tonight. What the hell? Something is seriously wrong. Neko and I are taking in the history building, which is brimming with people and 100 times more crowded than yesterday. Paramedic A. I got 2 more here. Go, go! What's the situation here? Is the stretcher big enough? Arrange for the evacuees to get to the quarantine zone ASAP. What if we get infected ourselves? We're not even sure about the symptoms, so what's the point of worrying about it? Wait, that looks too heavy for you to lift. I'll take care of that. Go! Okay, I'll leave it in your hands. What's going on here? This unexpected turn of events makes me sigh and shake my head. This looks like a movie set. We haven't even gotten ourselves into this time. I understand what she must be feeling. I myself have never seen such a scene in real life before. Police and doctor alike are swarming all over the place, cordoning off one area after the other. The biting smell of disinfectant wanders up my nose. A white tanker truck is parked outside the window at the far back. Someone is rolling the hose back up after just having finished spraying everything with it. Many people in formal attire are bunched up together in clusters. Some of them lying motionless on stretchers. Some are sitting in the shades, their face wider than the wall behind them. These visitors came all this way just to see the exhibition. Seeing the state they're in now makes me sad. As is always the case, not everyone is understanding of the situation. From time to time, angry shout can be heard, and people on both sides of the blockade are engaging in heated argument with the personnel. Please, what's going on? What's going to happen to us? Have the doctors said anything yet? I don't have any more information in that regard, I'm afraid. But don't worry, technology these days is so advanced, I'm sure they'll figure it out. Let go of me! You think I can't tell what you're really thinking? You're lying, society member. Please calm down, sir. It's too dangerous for you to just walk in there right now. Cut the crap and get out of my way. My wife is still in there. Hey, get back here. Stop him. Society member C. We have a plane to catch tonight. It is important business. If we miss the flight, we lose millions. Who will be held accountable for that? Sorry, sir. I'm sure once this is over, the institution in charge of such matter will clear things up for you. For now, please remain calm and wait outside the venue. I don't like the sound of that. Are you aware that I'm worth more than this whole building? The smug businessman won't stop complaining, completely oblivious to the increasing number of people suffering all around him. Neko ... Neko pokes me in the back and throws a questioning look at me. I don't want to show up too early. Having said that, it doesn't make sense to wait for something to happen. I scratch my head thinking and decide to make a move. However, someone else is quicker than me. Paramedic A. The artifacts that are on display here are centuries old and they are probably worth twice as much as you. Be quiet and stop bragging. Also, if this turns out to be contagious, do you think the consequences of even one person getting out could even be measured in money? Stop pretending that your petty problems matter right now. Society member C... You would do well to listen to experts who are far more knowledgeable in this field than you will ever be.
Alright. I apologize.
That would never happen in real life. I'm telling you right now. Even if the paramedics are completely in the right, even though there's a lot of smug, rich people who think they're better than everyone else, they're self-entitled and stuff like that, they really believe like the world turns around them, they wouldn't be put into their place by just a mere scientist. But I'm glad the game is going that way, but that will never happen in real life. I'm telling you that much. There would be a fight. There will be confrontation. The healthcare worker seems accustomed to a situation of this magnitude, and his precise gesture and uncompromising tone exude authority. Despite handling the situation very well, the man looks incredibly tired. It's pretty hot outside. I can't imagine what it must be like working under such stressful conditions in an outfit like this. I don't want to get on his nerve or irritate him in any way, so I straighten my shirt and leave Neko on her own for now. I make my way towards the man with a concerned look on my face. I'm sorry, I can't imagine how hard it is to be having to work in this kind of weather. You always have to be ready. These things don't operate on fixed schedules. And you are? Oh, the principal called me. He ordered me back here and said there was a big problem. I'm sorry to bother you, but I was hoping you may know more about it. I expected some sort of robbery or other disturbance, but nothing quite like this. Oh, people shouldn't be anywhere near this building right now. Is it really that serious? Listen, if you're the person in charge of this building, I'm afraid there isn't anything more I can say. I'm sorry, this is just the reality of things at the moment. I smile somewhat bitterly and take another step towards him. Say, you really can't let me know what's going on here? I need to know, even if it gets me into trouble later. Talking to him in secret obviously has an effect on him. He doesn't seem to care much about who I actually am and looks back at the crowd behind him while tugging at his clothes. Once this is contained, we'll send more detail over to the school in a report. But as you can see, we have an outbreak on our hands. An outbreak? What are we talking about here? A virus? Germs? We don't know yet, and the current conditions won't allow us to go to a detailed analysis on the spot. So far, the patient's symptoms have been very strange. They aren't following the characteristic pattern of a normal outbreak. In what way would you say the symptoms are strange? Just look at those people. Some of them are showing onsets of fever, while others are suffering from a low body temperature. They're sweating profusely, their limbs are weak, as if they were extremely physically exhausted and their bodies were shutting down to the fatigue. Yet there are no signs of inflammation or any serious impairment of other physiological functions. It's completely different from a body's usual response to stress factors. So it's as if they don't have an actual sickness at all. They seem to have been drained from all of their energy, which is a strange thing to say for someone like me, a man of science, but all of them are showing severe signs of exhaustion. If we use the concept of Chinese medicine as a metaphor, I would describe it as if their ki has been taken away. However, so many people were infected at the same time, but the security guards who initially came into contact with them are just fine, as are the people they were into contact with before the quarantine. The symptoms are developing at a rapid pace, yet the method of transmission remains unknown. It can't be air, or else we would have been in a bigger crisis on our hand right now. It's also unlikely that it's transferred through touch. Even if that were the case, it could have never spread this fast. Collective hypnosis, maybe? No, that's too... Store manager, take another puff of cigarette. He seems to figure this out. He's lost in his own thought. His expression reminds me of an old teacher of mine who always started biting his nails when dates and numbers regarding ancient cultural relics didn't add up. Today's events must be enough to leave him completely puzzled, even as a seasoned professional. I can relate. I point at the crowd on the other side of the blockade. I'm sorry, but would it be possible for me to ask him a couple of questions? Even if it's not airborne, it's too dangerous. I can't just let you walk into a quarantine area. The doctor gave me a look that tells me he's just doing his job. I pull out my phone and hand it to him. Look, I'm fully aware of that. Please let them use this phone to talk to me. Electromagnetic waves will not spread disease. I like your way of thinking. He raised an eyebrow, clearly relieved that I make things easy for him. Well, looks like I can be of some help to you after all. Hey, Neko, lend me your phone. Wow, what a great idea. Not. Did you even think this through? We have to get it back afterward. What if this thing is contagious? From what I've gathered, I highly doubt that's how it spreads. We have a full-blown outbreak on our hands. Can you believe it? I pat Neko's head and Shisu looks at me with wide eyes. The symptoms of the same one Quinn mentioned yesterday. Something is going on. Way too many people are coming down with it at the same time. You say that as if things were normal at some point. They definitely never were by any standards. Well, what else would they have called us in? That's what we're here for. Don't worry, you'll get it back right after. I take Neko's phone and dial my own number.
Hello?
Society member A.
Are you the guy who wanted to ask us some questions?
The nervous voice on the other end in the line is that of a young man. It is more likely the same young man who kept inquiring about what was going to happen to him earlier. I speak to him as calmly, as politely as I can. Yes, that's me. I would have preferred to talk to you face to face, but I'm afraid the doctors can't allow that at the moment.
It's fine. It is a difficult time for everyone. The doctors already have it hard enough as it is. If I can be of any help, please let me know.
Thank you for being so understanding. I will try to keep it short. Time is of the essence, and the scale of the situation surpasses all of our expectations. We have to understand what's going on as soon as possible. With that in mind, what should I ask him? What happened? How he's feeling? The person? The reason for his visit to the museum? Ask if he's been at the school for a while. Those are all good questions. I'm gonna save... What happened? Excuse me, but I have to ask. What exactly happened here? Was something unusual going on before people started showing symptoms?
Something unusual describes it quite well, actually. There was a sudden power outage just a few moments ago.
They're getting earlier and earlier. What's wrong with them? Whoa. Oh. Sorry, I got an email from Amazon. I was expecting my package to be sent later on, but they sent it now. Okay, because I sent something to be sent on June 1st, and they sent it now so I can receive it the day before. So that was weird. Like that's soon. So I have no idea the thing takes a week to be sent. I was expecting this email like next week or something. Oops. Oh. Sorry. Alright. Okay. A power outage? The electricity seems to be working just fine right now.
Yes, the blackout didn't last long. We were taking a guided tour through the exhibition hall when everything turned dark all of a sudden. If I had to guess, I'd say the outage lasted around 30 to 40 seconds.
How peculiar. It may sound like a small detail at first, something that could have happened at any time. But taking into account Neko's description of how the school power networks works, it seems strange that it recovered from the outage on its own. Maybe problem with the internal circuitry don't affect the external system? That would be a direct contradiction to what we discovered yesterday. It would mean the backup power supply is a lot more responsive than we originally thought. Regardless, I can confirm that another unplanned power outage took place here. I make a mental note of that and urge the young man on the phone to continue. And after the power went out, did anything strange happen then?
At first, everyone was a little alarmed, but since we're all adults, nobody panicked or made a big fuss about it. Security told everyone to prepare for an orderly evacuation, so we were getting ready to walk towards the exit. But then, someone, I obviously couldn't see who, shouted, "There's something in here." They sounded extremely scared. That's got everybody's attention. Did you happen to see what that something was by any chance? I can't quite describe it. It wasn't an actual thing, in the physical sense, but I'll try. There was a multicolored ball of light floating above the largest display case in the center of the room. Ball might be the wrong way to describe it. It didn't have a clear, fixed shape, and it was constantly shifting. But it was still a three-dimensional object. It looked like one of those holograms you see in sci-fi movies all the time. Did its appearance remind you of anything? I mean, did it look like an object or an animal? No, there isn't a living thing on this earth with a shape like that. How can I put this? Its surface changed constantly, like a palette of mixed pigments, with colors I've never seen before that I couldn't put a name to even if I wanted to. The color changed at irregular intervals. The colors were floating around on its surface with a certain pattern. Wherever the color spread was where its shape went. It moved pretty erratically. Nobody in that hall could tell what it was. Even the security guards looked absolutely baffled. It was just floating there for a few seconds. And it didn't react to you either? No! That is, until someone used their cell phone to shine a light on it. There was a burst of light that was so bright I was afraid I'd go blind. The light was so bright and hot it felt as if the hairs on my skin were being scorched even though I was standing a fair distance away from it. Everyone in the room was affected. When the lights came back about 10 seconds later, people were gasping for air and many were already lying on the ground too weak to get up. So that's what happened. I'll write that down. This is exactly what happened to Quinn and Liam. Ask how he's feeling. Since you've been quarantined, may I take the liberty of asking if you're also experiencing any symptoms? Yes, I am. I barely have enough energy to talk to you while I'm sitting here, and if I try to stand up, I get dizzy immediately. I already collapsed multiple times when I tried. Could you describe your symptoms in as detailed a fashion as possible? Though I'm not a doctor myself, there are some experts I would like to consult. Well, I can tell you the same thing I told the doctor. It's this overwhelming feeling of exhaustion. I can't think of any other way to describe it. Imagine having to run 2 marathons in a row with someone forcing you to hold your breath. That's... wow. Well, I think that's beyond anything anyone could imagine. Tired, thirsty, dizzy, weak, that about sums it up, but others has it even worse than me. Strangely enough, the doctor said my body isn't showing any physical signs of strain or dehydration. As a matter of fact, I nearly threw up when I tried to drink the water they gave me. I couldn't swallow a single sip of it. Would you say a lot of these symptoms could simply be in your head, your mind playing tricks on you? I can tell you this much. The overall fatigue is definitely real. Maybe everything else is just my body's way of reacting to it. There are indeed cases where high fevers are of mental rather than physical origin, but I'm in no position to make any types of diagnosis. It's okay, I understand. Oh, and something else struck me as strange. I don't know if it's just me though. What is it? Please, go ahead. My hair seems to have grown. Your hair? Yeah, it seems to have grown by at least a centimeter all of a sudden. I only just recently had it cut. It isn't possible for me to have grown so much in such a short period of time. Speaking of hair, I noticed some of the women's braided hairstyles suddenly look somewhat loose. Maybe the same thing happened to them? That's a very interesting observation. I'll keep that in mind. Ask about the reason for his visit to the museum. If I may ask, why visit the history building at this time of day? The event in the auditorium should be starting soon. Well, I will have to be blunt about this. All the singing, dancing, and speeches are simply nowhere near as interesting as the collection on display at the museum. So you specialize in historical research, which is somewhat related to archaeology. That's why I'm interested. Looks like the museum really is of value to you then. Seeing ancient historical relics on display is a humbling experience. Yeah, he's out of his library. So here's what's happening so far, Tyler.
This is in the past. This is a 1 year in the past. There's going to be a lot of confusion about what's going to happen right now. During the last chapter, like back when Justin, Zach, Cecile, and Neko got back to their human form, they found they were still in the building. They went to see the book that they found that was locked. They were talking about time travel and stuff. And then they saw a little girl. And Neko knew that girl. Her name was Yasmin. And she looked exactly as she was the last time she saw her. Which didn't make sense because she was supposed to grow older. And then what happened is right now we're reliving something about the store manager's past. Like 1 year ago, the store manager was on a mission, like before he was locked inside the bookstore. He had a mission with Scarlett, Neko, and the foreign guy that Zach and Justin saw during chapter 2 and 3. His name is Dan. So they knew each other. But what happened is that Justin's mind got inside of Neko, Cecile's mind got inside of Scarlett, and Zach's mind got inside of Dan. So now they're experiencing the past through them. And which is funny is like they have their own. They also have access to not the characters, the possessed body's memory, but their skills. Like Cecile can act just like Scarlett. Justin can act and tinker with machines, same as Neko. And Zach has the strength of Dan, but we don't know much about him. But what happened is that for some reason the real Dan came in, and we're dealing with some sort of shape-shifting balls of light. It's like the color out of space. It's like it's an alien form, but that doesn't have a body. It moves with colors. And when that happened, when they got in contact with that ball of light, it explodes. It's like a flashbang, and your life energy is completely drained. And we saw two students who encountered that phenomenon. And for some reason, Dan is in cahoots with the shapeshifters and wants these guys, these students who got into the ritual 3 years ago, to... It's like when they got into contact with that alien, they took a fragment of their power without knowing how to use it. So basically, like Dan wants to get back what was taken from the aliens and from him. So the real Dan tried to kill everyone, and every time they die, they reset. But the store manager has no idea what's going on. Like, Zach, Justin, and Cecile has to figure out themselves how to get out of this predicament, because right now they cannot finish the day. They died twice already, and it's not like they have infinite retries, because after some times it takes a mental toll. Like, you remember being killed, you remember the feeling. It takes it's a trauma, you know. So right now they plan on doing nothing out of the ordinary, trying to see what's gonna happen if they do that. But every time they reset the day, something different happened every time. And now there's the ball of light appeared again, and the people's reaction of people having their energy drained, they think, oh, it's an outbreak. So they don't know if it's a virus. They don't know if it's germs. All they know is like everybody having the symptoms all at once. So until they have it figured out, everybody's contained. So right now the store manager is talking to this guy via cell phone. So it's like, okay, he handed over his cell phone to the paramedic and said, I want to talk to one of those patients. So now he's talking with Neko's cell phone because he's sure, like, the way that the things happen, like, okay, it's not a real outbreak. It's not gonna be contagious. Electromagnetic waves and mechanical device will not carry or transmit whatever is affecting them, since they're not been in contact directly. So this is where we're at. So this is why, like, it feels like the store manager is outside the library, but that was before. We're living in the past right now. But it's not gonna be exactly what happened in the past, since Scarlet is not being Scarlet, Neko is not Neko, and Dan is not Dan. So I don't think it's gonna reset the timeline. I don't think that them playing with the past will make the store manager not being able to get sealed in the library for some reason. Anyway, so a few others who came here share my fascination, but some just randomly decided to drop by. It is, after all, one of the particular regular stops during the school festival. Oh, I'm sorry your genuine interest and appreciation of these relics ended up in such a mess. Oh, don't worry about it. One more thing. The Meridian Bronze Bell and the Reed Compendium weren't on display. Is there any particular reason for that? So yeah, the Reed Compendium is a thing that was stolen, and the Meridian Bronze Bell is, believe it or not, the same bell that Deliverer asked the store manager to keep from him until he get it back. But remember, this happened a year ago. So that bell was stolen back then. And this is like one of the missions. We have to retrieve the bell and retrieve the mission is also like the young girl Yasmin, she's attending the school. Since it's a school festival, she has to do her little singing thing, and then we have to pick her up and come back. That's the real mission. But every time we try to relive that day, something happens and kills everybody. So let's see the other clues that we got. Strange encounter in the school building. The school reported another odd situation today. Someone vandalized one of the classrooms before simply disappearing. Apparently the desk and chairs aren't the only thing that was destroyed. All sorts of objects have been cut apart following the shape of a perfect curve. According to a student witness, something left the classroom with heavy footfalls. As soon as the student opened the door, he was blinded by a bright light. He saw nothing but a huge humanoid black shadow in the flash. Whoops. Potholes on the tennis court. School reported an odd situation today. A huge pothole suddenly appeared on the tennis court, taking up half of its space. Pothole is unusually neat around the edges, with visible signs of high temperature being involved. Unlike a crater, the pit doesn't show any typical features of damage after a strong impact. The keyhole to the door in the fence is filled with dense moss and cannot be pried open. Upon closer inspection, the vegetation around the site, the entire tennis court seems to be growing like crazy. Theft at the history building. The school reported another odd situation. Vandalized of the classroom before simply disappearing. The desk and chairs. We've read that already. Blackout. Toro Memorial High School seems to be experiencing serious problems with their power network. There was an overall power outage at the school during our investigation. The power supply to all buildings was cut off, probably due to the less than favorable construction of the electrical system. Also, recent construction seems to have had some impact on the system's stability. Targeted artifact, the Meridian Bronze Bell, which has to be protected, and the Reed Companion, which has been stolen, seems to be a pair of matching artifacts. For some reason, the principal is certain that the Bronze Bell is also on the thief's radar. The origin of the Bronze Bell is unknown, as the pattern on it isn't from any familiar era. It appears to be of great historical value, not to mention that the thing is almost weightless, which doesn't make sense. Because bronze weighs something, but the bell doesn't weigh. It's like it's made of something lighter than bronze. Zach was trying to collection some new information near the warehouse when a student stopped him. During the conversation, Zach noticed that the student seemed to have some information about the strange situation near the warehouse. However, he insisted that people were injured by wild dogs there and refused to give any more information. Yeah, this is something we haven't figured out yet. Like, there were human steps. Like, the guy must be like 8 feet tall, size 14, and seems to be killing wildlife. We haven't figured it out yet. Strange disease seems to be circulating among the janitor, was responsible for cleaning potholes on the terrace court at Toro Memorial High School. Suddenly caught a fever, began slowly showing symptoms of hypothermia, and they're unable to go to work. So probably what the society member is saying, that probably the Meridian Bronze Bell has already been stolen, but this time not by us. Well, you see, the school's power network has been acting up lately, so our storage condition were up to the usual standard. Because of this unfortunate turn of events, we're temporarily arranged for a specialist to store them in a more secure location.
I see. So it's probably better that way, though I have to say, it makes me sad to have missed such an opportunity.
I'm sorry for your visit turned out this way, I really am.
Oh, you don't need to apologize. Wanting to see them may be even considered selfish on my part. Displaying them like that always comes with the risk of damage, some things I could never condone as a Panchayat practitioner of this field of work.
Thank you for being so understanding. Now, there is something else I would like to ask you. Have you been at the school for a while? Did you come here specifically for the festival? Or maybe with friends?
Oh, only just got here today. I heard that some of my old classmates arrived here a couple of days earlier to help set things up. I'm ashamed to say it, but physical labor is not my strong suit. I prefer reading. A few students from the class came, but none of them were here with me. I didn't see any of them in the quarantine area. Maybe they're watching the ceremony over at the auditorium?
How does it look on your side? Anyone you recognize?
Well, I saw a few faces that I faintly recognized from classes and seminars way back, but there are people from all walks of life here, really. I have to ask, why would that be important?
I just wanted to check if this could be connected to some other things that have been happening at the school lately.
I'm afraid I can't be of much help in that regard. Just 2 days ago I was still doing research in another city. I barely managed to make it here in time for the festival, so I don't really have a good overview of what's going on and who's here.
I see. I could just be overthinking this. Never mind. Let's see what else there is. That's everything I wanted to ask. Thank you very much for your time. You've been a great help. Take care. Oh, hell. What's going on? Any luck? Remember, this is Justin. This is not Neko. Mass fainting. They have the same symptom as the janitor Quinn told us about. At the time the symptoms started, a strange floating glowing object was in the room. It could be the direct cause. And none of the artifacts are missing? I haven't heard anything about that yet. Since I'm pretending to be in charge, the doctor naturally wouldn't tell me. He assumes I already know about it. Something on your mind? No, it's nothing. There's no way we can continue as planned under these circumstances. I'll call Dan and let him know what's going on. Neko's phone suddenly starts ringing. It looks down and see the caller ID. Oh, it's Scarlett. I'll take that. Okay, wait a minute. She seems to suddenly remember something and looks at me nervously. Whatever it is, I already have the phone in my hand to answer the call. What's up?
Justin, get over here quickly. There's...
Oh! Dude! What do you mean, Justin?
Wait, store manager?
Yeah, it's me. We got some problems over on our side. Don't worry, I'm with Neko. She's right next to me.
What?
You know what? Never mind. By the way, what's this about a Justin?
I don't have time to explain this to you right now. Get to the library quickly. It's urgent.
The library? Does it have something to do with Yasmin?
I don't know how else to say this. Yasmin is missing.
What? Alright, noon. Neko and I arrive at the library. A huge crowd of people is standing outside. Oh, more police officers are here right now. I have seen combined over... There are more police officers here right now that I have seen combined over the last 10 years. The area is cordoned off, and they are setting up a blockade that looks a little different from the one over at the History Building. Inaudible conversation over buzzing walkie-talkies and intercoms can be heard all around us. From time to time, a bright light flashes before my eyes, and a horrible thought crosses my mind. Could it be that Yasmin was?
No, I don't think so.
Scarlett steps closer as I humble to myself. Dan doesn't seem to be with her. Maybe he was unable to make it in time.
Did you two sprint over here? You're covered in sweat.
I would have flown over here if I could, given how serious you sounded on the phone. So, what's with all the police? Does this have anything to do with Yasmin?
Well, it's too early to tell. They're examining the body right now. ... The victim is a security guard who was employed by the school. Someone found him in the back of the building after a short power outage at the auditorium. He was discovered when staff went to check the fuse box.
Is he alive?
We can't ask anybody here about Yasmin's whereabouts. It's too chaotic at the moment.
So Yasmin disappeared during the blackout?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I haven't been there long. I just got here before you did. When I heard that there had been a death at the auditorium, I rushed here quickly as I could meet Yasmin, but I couldn't continue.
I cannot read anymore. Let me take a sip. Okay.
When I heard there had been a death at the auditorium, I rushed here as quickly as I could to meet Yasmin, but I couldn't find her anywhere.
So she could have already been in danger before all of this happened. Right around the time of her performance, too.
I told her to stay in the auditorium and prepare for her performance. She's such a good kid, she would never run off just like that.
So far, we don't know if anyone in their vicinity saw anything. I'll go over there and check things out. I hope it has nothing to do with, you know. Me too, but we won't know for sure until I ask around. Principal, what would you like to know? Well, I was going to check out the scene myself. Maybe some clues have been overlooked. It's hard to be sure of things without checking them out yourself. Principal, I must say, you're really good at scaring people. You were simply lost in thought. Not that that's a bad thing, of course. I'd say it is quite an important trait for a man in your field of work. I'm afraid I cannot grant your wish. The police are quite meticulous in their work, so much so that even I was given the cold shoulder and prohibited from entering. Is security really that tight? I assume they have their reason. It's a chaotic scene, and they are still in the dark about how it all escalated so quickly. Whoa, they're actually putting up a wall of officers. I've only ever seen that during riots. Since when do the police react in such an extreme way? Neko peeks through the crowd, turning left and right in the hopes of finding a gap. She zooms in on the scene with her phone's camera. Please pay a little more attention. A child should not experience this kind of scene. It is a burden I would like to spare my conscience from carrying. Don't worry about me. I'm here to help, not to be a burden. There's no need to worry. As I mentioned yesterday, she is an expert. Give her some credit. He cast an apologetic look at Neko. The man, being the principal of such a formal school, probably isn't used to kids as precocious as her. Neko seems more motivated than usual. She's a lot less rude, something clearly audible in her tone of voice. It's not like her to pay this much attention to anything outside her area of expertise.
I'm sorry. Come to think of it, how silly of me to tell you to stop when I'm the one who hired you.
If more than one crime has been committed, we need to reconsider our old strategy. We were hoping to gather more information here. I'm responsible for all my companions and their well-being after all. If I let them face a murderer unprepared, that makes me no better than a common criminal, wouldn't you agree?
I most certainly would. And of course, I would like to hear your opinion on these events as well. I'd better introduce you to the officer in charge. He can legally permit your help as an outside civilian.
The principal throws me a look before squeezing past the people around us and disappear into the crowd.
I'll go check out the auditorium with Scarlett while you get an overview of everything here.
If you get the chance, sneak into the area where Yasmin was preparing. With a show of this size, it would be easy to find the backstage area and the dressing rooms. Neko gives me a thumbs up, her back already tuned to me, and walks away alongside Scarlett. Shortly after, the principal returns. At his side is a stern-looking, well-armed man.
Let me introduce you to the expert we hired. We are lucky to have him here for the festival.
Sir? Maybe it's due to the exhaustion of having to carry on his heavy equipment all day, but he doesn't even attempt being polite. He simply nods in my direction. It must be difficult to get any work done with all these onlookers constantly pointing fingers. I know the feeling.
You're right. I appreciate your offer to help. We can always use skilled people, since the situation is obviously quite overwhelming.
I don't want to take up any of your precious time then. Let me keep this short. Why are the security measures so tight? It seems a little excessive.
We want to avoid any rumors from spreading. If details about the scene of the crime got out, that would definitely cause a lot of gossip.
So the potential rumors are so bad they justify that kind of manpower? Must be really bad.
Officer, if you have the time, could you show him around the crime scene? He is very reliable and can be trusted not to leak any information. His knowledge could prove useful.
The officer raises an eyebrow and he looks at me. I can't help but feel I'm under extreme scrutiny. I try my best to look confident as he gives me the once-over. Try to show him that I'm an open book and I have nothing to hide.
Well, you're the one watching for him, Principal.
He takes a look around to make sure none of the bystanders are watching. Then he shows me pictures of the scene in his camera. Store manager, It's censored. It's so gruesome, it's censored. But basically there's a puddle of blood. There's some drops going out away from the body. I understand his worries a lot better now. This is absolutely no picture to be released to the public. The photo shows a man lying on the ground, or rather a hideous mass of flesh shaped like a man. The man appeared to be naked, and his skin's a shade of blue. His insides and muscles are nearly indistinguishable from one another, as if melded together. He looks as if he was crushed in a car accident, with a lot less blood and guts thrown about. Although the body must have been relatively fresh, the blood beneath it has already been spread out quite a bit. Seeing this instantly reminds me of something else we came across during our investigation. It looks just like what happened to those cats and dogs.
Cats and dogs?
Never mind, I was just thinking out loud.
Well, the body does bear similarities to a dog or a cat that was run over in a traffic accident, if that's what you were implying. Though, in this instance, it would have taken an 18-wheeler to flat him in like that.
He's probably talking about those gigantic American trucks that eats up fuel and electricity like there's no tomorrow. If one of those has been making it rounds on the campus, the whole place would have looked like a Transformer movie set. I would have heard about that by now, so common sense dictates the cause of death wasn't a humongous truck. Something else is going on here. I look at the photo more carefully. Follow the trail of blood. The notebook by the body. Yeah, there's a notebook. I want to see all the clues. If they only make me pick one, I'm going to save here. Okay. Follow the trail of blood. The blood is dark red and has dried somewhat. Some of it is still sticking out to the horrifically bent limb. There are strange marks around its edges. It's faintly blurred around that area. It's direct contrast to a totally dark area where it's forming a cluster. Squeezing blood from a human body wouldn't leave such clean spray marks. No. It is a messy sight, but there are some details that still catch my attention. Several circular bloodstains are scattered beyond the splattered pools of blood, vaguely lined up in a straight path. The blood spatters vary in size, the largest being about the size of a textbook, while the smallest is only the size of a thumb. The further away from the body they are, the smaller they become. After a 2-meter radius, they slowly fade away and disappear. There is one thing I can say with absolute certainty. Those are not human footprints. Where does that trail lead? Northeast, around the warehouse and up to the mountain behind the school. We sent people there already and found no similar footprints of further traces of blood. There's a high wire fence there that should be difficult to climb over. Yes, and there was nothing there indicating anyone was ever there. It's as if the killer just vanished. Damn, and there's no surveillance footage of any kind. Nope, or else they wouldn't be digging up through the dirt like primitives looking for traces right now. The security footage in the control room is completely garbled for some reason. I see. One more thing to be concerned about. So far, the signs point towards electromagnetic interference, but we'll have to wait for our technicians to finish their analysis for a real answer. I understand. Status of the victim. As stated initially, the victim's body looks like it's been squashed under extreme pressure. Needless to say, the body is bizarrely deformed. The skin facing the ground looks flayed, as if the concrete floor rubbed it open like sandpaper. But there's something else that isn't quite right about the victim's body. I lean in to take a closer look and finally realize what's been bugging me all along. With the head twisted like that, the spine must be broken, right? The pressure from the back of the neck that forces it towards it was eventually caused it to break. This has been observed at archaeological sites from time to time. Unfortunate people from all eras who have an accident during a construction project or were caught in natural disasters such as landslide often ended up with broken spines. Yep, it is twisted and broken in a few places, but I think the photo makes that pretty obvious. What a sorry state the body is in. Looks like the poor guy will have quite a difficult trip to the morgue. Say, is it differently clear that the deceased is a campus security guard? It's kinda hard to tell with the skull flattened like that and the whole face reduced to a pulp. He had a tattoo on his back and it helped us identify it. He was a former prisoner who being reintegrated into his society. He took his job very seriously and had his heart in the right place from what I heard. What a cruel fate. According to his work schedule, this place was indeed part of his patrol route for today. Still, the location he was found is as remote, and we have no idea why he would walk around behind the auditorium. Maybe he stumbled upon something before he was killed. Hard to say. We definitely need to investigate further before we jump to any conclusions. I agree. Scratch marks on the floor. Yeah, there is a scratch mark on the floor. It's very subtle. What about this? It looks a bit like... I point to the ground in the photo. There are heavy marks, almost forming a dent of sorts. A small sign with a number on it placed next to it. Marks like that couldn't ordinarily be left on a concrete floor. Whoever made them would either have to possess inhuman strength or an incredible set of teeth. It seems almost impossible that a fight that caused such destruction could have taken place without anyone noticing anything. Store manager ... We interviewed the people on patrol duty today. Nobody saw anyone carrying heavy tools or anything else that could have been used as a weapon. And the janitor in charge of maintenance has no idea about the marks. Since the auditorium is often used by off-campus personnel, these checks are done diligently and on a regular basis. Everything is checked thoroughly on a weekly basis, something on this side wouldn't have been missed. So all signs point to this damage being recent. Exactly. I'm curious as to what could have caused it. The velocity needed to cause such damage is insanely high. There are no cracks or sign of corrosion around it. The precision makes me think we are dealing with mindless destruction. I doubt whoever did that brought a pickaxe along. Are there any eyewitness accounts? Sometime before the incident, a witness saw him and another person enter that room, looking very nervous. However, we have yet to find anyone matching the description. This is why we need to seal off the school campus to keep the culprit from slipping away. That would explain why everything is blocked out so tightly. Okay, let me have a closer look at something else. The notebook by the body. A notebook was found next to the body. We asked his colleague to take a look at it, and they have confirmed that it is not his handwriting. And its contents are, well, my personal theory is that he must have acquired the notebook from somewhere else, then accidentally dropped it during whatever mess he got caught up with. So it could not belong to him. While handwriting can be altered on purpose, the deceased's normal behavior leading up to his death makes me doubt he was this crazy. That sounds ominous. What exactly was written there? Is it that bad? We already bagged it and taken it into evidence, so I'm afraid there's no way for you to have a look at it. However, we only have a few pages and we took photos of them. He looks for another picture on this camera and shows me the photographed pages. ... The writing is as much made up of words as if it is of a weird assortment of scribbled, filthy stains, granting me a glimpse into the shattered psyche of whoever wrote this. The longer I look at it, the more clearly I can see the actual words were written down here. At least I'm not dealing with crazy occult symbol for once. So, it's a diary? The author didn't deliberately keep track of time, but it looks like these are notes on various events, not necessarily in chronological order. Whoever wrote it seems particularly fond of talking to themselves. More words are crossed out than are left readable. I grabbed the camera to get a closer look and carefully read everything bit by bit. Everything is sunny and clear, nothing unusual, no rain the whole day, and it's hotter than expected. The infiltration plan worked well. He was easier to talk to than I thought he would be, and I traded some groceries for the key to the side door. As long as I carry around my drawing board and paint, the student won't suspect me. Remember, don't be afraid to strike up a conversation. They're just curious as to what this artist is up to. However, there's a real punk of a student who's not easy to deal with, so stay away from him if possible. He looks like this, don't forget. Sunny, nothing unusual. Not much rain down here in South this time of year. That's bad news. Haven't had any luck lately. That guy didn't go behind my back, did he? I knew this was going to get me into trouble. I don't know what drove me to trust him in the first place. Maybe he was just trying to bluff me into such a high asking price. But since we've come this far, let's stay a couple of more days. It's not like there is anywhere else to go. Remember, there's nothing on the south side. I've checked there 3 times already. Cloudy, nothing unusual. It looks like it was going to rain, but the rain never came. How frustrating. Students say they saw something strange moving around and dead animals have been found horribly disfigured. No flesh was eaten, but the blood was sucked from them. It fits the profile. Chances are high that they are around. I didn't explain their presence to the student. What happens to them and whether they live or die isn't important. It should have stayed longer. I need to see it with my own eyes before jumping to conclusions. Cloudy. There was a heavy downpour yesterday, and today the air is exactly as documented in the article. I have to remember this. I think I know where they are. There have been animal carcasses near the warehouse on the north side. I heard them there today. The article's descriptions on the sound they make was wrong. It isn't a grunt. I heard a strange clicking noise instead. A deep penetrating sound. They must have exceptional lung capacity. I didn't have the guts. God knows how dangerous encountering them face to face would be. I wanted to, but it sounded like it was fighting something. There was no chance to get any closer. The sound coming from there were so strange. It was like bloody meat being slapped around, tissue being torn apart, and I heard strange words being chanted. But none of what I heard made any sense to me. The fighting continued for a while, and then a soft buzzing sound came from the mountain to the north. Immediately after that sound, all movement stopped. It was like a referee had blown his whistle. They're not taking orders from something, are they? No, that's not possible. Nothing of that nature was ever mentioned in the article. I'll remember this and go back later to confirm my theories. I really can't believe it. They may have intelligence, but not to this degree. Nothing is right. Nothing is as it should be. How long has it been since I heard them moving? 3 days? 5 days? Wasn't this supposed to be a success? Things were supposed to be this way. They should still be here, somewhere. I purposely had some stray cats into the school, and it wasn't before long that they had all ended up dead. But I could never see them. They only hunt their prey when I'm not looking. Is it really necessary to use bait? The article mentions that they can have their own twisted preferences, but what is it about the school that draws them to it? I need to remember this. Whatever I can think of, I need to remember all of it. They are fighting something. I need to keep my eyes on their enemies. What a genius idea. I have to remember this. It looks like it's easy to attract those things, albeit dangerous, but I won't get anywhere without taking any risks. Listen. Listen closely. I need to check out the cottage. Enadieo? Oh? Mysterious notes added to the info. ... I don't think any human of this earth could ever successfully decipher what he wrote in the last paragraph. It is scattered across the paper like something subtly interrupted him during the writing process, or like his brain decided to go AWOL in the middle of it. As you can clearly see, the author's mental state is highly concerning. I think you need to take into consideration that there might be another person involved in this whom you should arrest. Definitely. We'll comb the whole school thoroughly to find whoever's responsible for this. He pulls a picture of the murder scene on the camera once again. I just hope that's good enough. ... The officer doesn't urge me to hurry up, granting me as much time as I need to analyze the photo. I doubt it's because he's a nice guy. My guess is that he's doing it out of respect for the principal who's standing next to us. I can't find anything else in these photos that jumps out at me. Well, that's about it. Now you know about what we know. We can rule out a suicide and an accident. All signs point to a homicide, but we're lacking a murder and a motive, so things remain unclear. A suicide wouldn't be this extreme, and the physical evidence points to an event far too precise to have been an accident. Am I right in that assumption? Precisely! Those bloodstains sure make it look like it was an intentional attack on him, but looking at them doesn't provide an explanation as to what exactly happened at the scene. They aren't really evidence for anything yet, right? At the moment, they're just one more part of the puzzle that we need to solve. You've got your work cut out for you then. I hope the principal is fine with us borrowing your expertise. We need someone reliable to work with us on this. Well, I'm in no position to make that decision for them. Feel free to contact me whenever you come across something like that could prove useful. Having seen those photos, there are a few things I would like to get to the bottom of. How about it? Any ideas? A bloodbath in the auditorium. Not a lot, I'm afraid, but at least I have a general overview now. Well, anything is better than nothing. Then we'll hear from each other again later. I cannot abandon my post for too long, I hope you understand.
Of course, thank you for your time.
The officer bows slightly and puts his camera away before leaving in a hurry.
So, about that general overview of yours, do you know which pieces of information to look for?
I have a feeling I have to say. I wish. If you have any idea what to start, please let me know.
Oh my, that sounds quite disheartening.
Well, at least I have some insight now, so it wasn't all for nothing. This bizarre murder bears a strong resemblance to the animal killings on campus, although I have to admit this one is a lot more extreme. The manner in which she died and those fanatics rambling in the notebook both points toward this being beyond the bounds of human imagination. Speaking of the notebook, that last part about bait, I have a bad feeling about that. This is going to be a tough case to crack, I'm not gonna lie.
I see.
Principal, could we continue a discussion somewhere a little more private? I looked at him with the most serious expression I could muster and winked at him.
Do we have to? Such long walks are so tedious.
If we want to keep this a secret, I'm afraid we'll have to take every precaution we can. Prying eyes are everywhere. That includes the member of my own team, something I avoid saying out loud, of course. I want to avoid all the people crawling about the place because of the active investigation, so I picked the most isolated spot I can remember. Dan has been there before, so we should be meeting up with Neko and the others right now. No need to worry about potential interruptions. Okay, so they're next to the warehouse. I think this place should do the trick. We're the only ones here.
And just exactly did we have to come all the way out here?
Because there are some questions that need answering. I cast a serious look at him. If it involves shady business, the fewer people know, the better. It's for your own good, too. Principal ...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Tell me the truth, Principal. Who is after this treasure artifact of yours?
Who? What do you mean?
You heard me. I demand a proper answer, or else I don't see any sense in continuing this investigation.
Please stop. At least explain yourself first.
Thinking back, this whole job was sketchy from the very beginning. An artifact was stolen, and a regular thief would usually get as far away as possible and find a place to sell it. You, however, are somehow convinced that the culprit will return, despite the place being so crowded. I can understand your desire to recover the artifact, but no matter what else they want you to steal, they would want to steal, doing it during the school festival is the dumbest possible time for it. Anyone with more intelligence than a mouse would pick a different time. Principal ... From what we gathered, the school may have been home to strange creatures for quite a while already. We learned from the students that strange signs of vandalism has been turning up more and more frequently. You somehow failed to mention any of that during your job offer. Strange holes have been turning up all over the campus and have to be fixed on a regular basis, but you obviously don't care about any of that, do you? Then there's the matter of the animal carcasses, and if not for the well-being student who revealed that to us, we will still be in the dark about that. It doesn't seem like the school cares about this potential threat to the safety of the students. Am I right?
I'm a busy man. I have a lot on my hands.
Save it. What I found out during the investigation and the description we were given at the beginning of the job are completely different. It has been going on for at least half a semester, so this isn't a recent development. In other words, you have had plenty of time to get to the bottom of all of this, yet for some reason you decide to wait until the hectic days of the school festival. You never asked for anyone out before that. I wonder why that is. What is it that made you call us and ask for our expertise at the very last minute, with things already being chaotic enough as they are? Now, I don't mind a challenging job per se, but it seems to me like you deliberately didn't leave us enough time to prepare any appropriate countermeasure. Or were you simply hoping we wouldn't have enough time to prepare from the very beginning?
You're thinking about this too much. You caught up in a web of paranoid thoughts. The fact that you didn't manage to track down the artifact remains, so please don't pretend to be all high and mighty.
Hey now, don't underestimate our professionalism and work ethic like that. I chuckle softly when I pull out the taser.
Ah!
You should see your face right now. Calm down, it's not even powered on. Yet. Now, something else that's been bothering me. Setting aside the fact that it is illegal for civilians to purchase them, those paint bullets from the shotgun are extremely rare, seeing as they have to be imported from abroad. Our resident expert from those things assured me that that was the case, and I have no reason to believe he's lying. So why would you go to such great lengths and rush to get these things ready for us? Were you expecting us to need them? Principal ... For the first time since I've met him, the principal's perpetual smile disappears. He stares at me intently, and thick drops of sweat starts running down his face. Within a few seconds, he goes from being a cheerful educator to a grim and troubled middle-aged man with a heavy heart. I don't try to push him, but choose instead to wait patiently and take a deep breath, making sure to pressure him by staring straight back at him. My patience pays off.
The stolen Reed companion has a questionable origin.
You can tell me. This stays between us.
I hope you keep your word. Well, despite the claims of it having been found during an archaeological excavation, the history of its ancient scroll is actually a bit more complicated than that. 3 years ago, a foreigner came to me out of the blue and asked if I could help safekeep 2 artifacts. I have never met him before, nor had I ever heard of the research institute that he supposedly belonged to. He didn't even make an appointment with my secretary, he just suddenly showed up in my office out of nowhere. I didn't agree to his request at the time. The history building has a reputation to uphold, and no matter how valuable the artifacts, I couldn't even be sure about the legality of the whole matter. His identity being such a mystery only made me more suspicious of it all.
That reaction seems only natural.
I refused him multiple times, and he suddenly stopped insisting. He just said, "It's okay, you always say yes in the end," and left quietly. A day later, one of our graduates announced the discovery of 2 artifacts and decided to transfer them into our custody. It's not the first time we receive artifacts of that nature, nor are they the most valuable, but they happen to be a very popular area of study these days, so it caused quite a stir for a while.
Meaning there aren't items you could sneakily get rid of.
I've asked the graduate about them in private and guarantee him full confidentiality, but he keeps insisting that he discovered them on his own and that he knows nothing about the foreigner. I'm not sure if that's the truth or if he's playing dumb for whatever reason.
What if someone stole the artifact from behind him and tried to frame the school?
While that does sound like a possibility, we're not even considering it for now. In fact, things only get much weirder from here.
Weirder? How?
Less than a week after we received the artifact, the graduate who sent them to us ventured out on his own. He was found by a lake. He hung himself. ... You can imagine the consequences of such a drastic and unexpected development. I was bombarded with questions from all sides. The stress gave me a stomach ulcer. It was then that the foreigner suddenly appeared again. He showed up in my office without an appointment once again, and then the security guard couldn't tell me how he got inside.
I think his reappearance was related to the artifacts?
Yes. He wanted to make a deal with me.
A deal?
Yes. We'd safekeep these 2 artifacts for him for 3 years, and as long as we didn't arouse any suspicion, he wouldn't tell anyone about their true origins. He had evidence, although clearly forged, of me threatening the graduate to hand over the records of those artifacts.
And you couldn't refuse in light of the graduate's death.
In return, until he showed up to retrieve them again, we were to keep them safe and in pristine condition.
So you took the deal?
I didn't have any other choice at the time. Keeping 2 more artifacts wasn't much of a problem, but returning them when they were due was different. Regardless of the actual state of affairs, the officially recognized discoverer is still the graduate. I certainly couldn't simply hand him over to a stranger.
And that was 3 years ago. So this is the year he wants them back.
To be precise, today is the deadline. I've spent 3 whole years trying to get our various academic luminaries to agree to cover for me. Now that the artifacts are in the school possession, it would be better to ruin my reputation than to hand them back to that stranger.
You would actually do that? You would be held accountable for a crime you didn't commit that would follow you for the rest of your life.
It's where I draw the line. I cannot in clear conscience compromise my integrity as an academic. There are the values I hold dear.
Eureka! What's this? Unlock all the intelligence pieces in the game.
For real?
If what you're saying is true, you deserve respect from one academic to another. So, this is the last clue? Mass fainting? A deal made 3 years ago. After questioning the principal under pressure, he finally admitted a secret of his own. 3 years ago, mysterious visitor wanted him to safekeep two artifacts. Principal has no choice but to accept. 3 years later, mysterious visitor returned, demanded that the principal hand over the artifact, but he refused. After threatening the principal and stating that he would definitely get the treasure back, the mysterious visitor left again. The artifact that he left behind have recently been stolen. Okay. Okay, so the stranger is either Dan or the deliverer.
Thank you for your understanding, but in the end, this is just my way of trying to make myself feel better about it all. When I put out the news that I was going to display these 2 artifacts at the school festival, well, that's when all sorts of strange signs began to appear around the school. First, the staff fell ill, then wild animals keeps dying in and around the school. After that big hole appeared in the tennis court, people reported hearing strange snickering sound coming from the mountains. And now, most recently, there have been reports about vandalism, like you said yourself.
And now the Reed Companion was stolen as well.
Yes. I don't know how he could have possibly pulled it off. He won't stop before he has the remaining artifact.
Can you elaborate on that?
It seems as if all of this is just in preparation for what he really wants, the one artifact that is still in the school possession. Also, both artifacts are of great importance. That's what he told me himself.
Do you think they may be useless on their own? That one might not work without the other?
Maybe. I'm the one to ask. I'm the wrong one to ask. All I know is that I cannot afford another loss. That's why I implored your services. Recovering the artifact will be the ideal outcome. Since you are experts, I wanted to assist you the best way of my abilities in apprehending that man and placing him under arrest, no matter how many devious tricks he might have up his sleeve.
Still, that's no reason for you to keep all of that hidden from us.
I'm sorry. I had to do this, or else the pressure for you to arrest him straight away would have been too high. I didn't want that to be the focus of the job.
At least, now I've been thoroughly briefed. Finally.
What's done is done, and I will compensate you in whatever way you deem appropriate, I promise. Will you see the job through?
Well, you know. I do my best to avoid his gaze and collect my thoughts for a moment. I spilled a lot of detail. He spilled a lot of details just now. The fact that he kept all these secrets doesn't really inspire confidence. It's hard to trust someone like that. We already collected a lot of clues, and finishing the job isn't the problem here, but I feel like there's more to all of this. A deal made 3 years ago, mysterious note, and the theft at the building. I didn't pick those. The means of recovering lost property. So, this is why the game says that I don't have a choice in the matter. It picked it for me. So I want to read what they picked. The deal made 3 years ago, questioning principal under pressure. 3 years ago, mysterious visitor. Okay, so that was the last thing. Mysterious note. Police found a notebook at the scene. Yeah, and the theft at the history building. Yeah, okay. So that makes sense. I can't say I expected it, but it seems like my most troublesome guesses hit the bullseye. Sadly, this is often the case. I never thought we were dealing with a common criminal, but this is just frustrating. This is too much power for one man. What is there to gain from it? Why would anyone want to attract that kind of attention? I understand the principal's decision. The school is dear to him. He has to make the best choice in order to preserve his place and his integrity. It's a heavy burden for him to carry, a responsibility entrusted to him by those who support him as a leader. But the line between right and wrong is often blurred. These artifacts may be highly valuable, but hiding them from a stranger, an unknown source, is highly questionable. That's more like morally dubious concealment rather than safekeeping. However, this moral dilemma has been pushed into the background and replaced by a far graver scenario. Judging by the scene of the burglary, it is clear that the thief used inhuman means in order to recover his lost property, and the consequences are certainly far more dire than the school losing face for having the artifact stolen from them. I can't even begin to imagine how the principal must have suffered in silence for the past 3 years. Having just learned about this deal he was forced to make, new questions are swirling around in my mind. If the culprit is something other than human, and many signs point to that being the case, then there are more urgent issues to consider right now. The notes that the police discover at the murder scenes clearly state that there is more than one suspect, which I found to be a most troubling discovery. Judging from the author's note, it has been pursuing the investigation for a long time, lending credibility to his theory despite his obvious descent into madness. However, the notebook's author seems to have died a while ago, leaving me to try and decipher the meaning behind what he wrote. Why did that mysterious visitor hand over those 2 artifacts to the school for safekeeping 3 years ago? And what could possibly make him go to such length to recover them after having given them away in the first place? What other bizarre danger wander around the school, hidden in the shadows? Raised out the real motive of the person behind it all. Okay. There would be no need to go to such lengths if it were only to recover the artifact. What exactly did the culprit who called out the non-human presence to do all this for? The means of recovering lost property. By failing to fulfill the promise to return the artifacts, the principal may have angered an unexpected enemy. The enemy's method of retrieving the treasure may be connected to the dangerous presence that has been wreaking havoc at Torah Memorial Middle School. The trouble is, according to the victim, the enemy has more than one weapon in his arsenal. The veins on my forehead are already bulging from thinking so hard. My instinct tells me that whatever we stumble across here is far more dangerous than we ever anticipated. It has been hiding its true face from us, remaining obscure behind a veil of fog. Impatience will only lead to failure. I often have to remind myself of that. I inhale the fresh air and let my mind and body become one while I contemplate. Anyway, I should focus on the problem that can be solved first. Apart from what happened today, I already witnessed more than one strange occurrence at the school. If I piece things together, I'll be able to avoid any potential danger in the subsequent investigation, even if I can't necessarily discover the person behind it. Another doubt. Danger at Torah Memorial Middle School. Apart from the thief who stole the Reed companion, what other strange things are happening at school? I mean, the holes. Well, I should start with this one. The potholes on the tennis court, janitor's illness, and the mass fainting. Suspicion approved. The dangers at Torah Memorial Middle School. It seems to make sense. So, who would have leave a trail like that? Informed students, bloodbath in the warehouse, bloodbath in the auditorium. dot dot dot. A giant humanoid creature that specialized in digging, coming and going without a trace except for brisk flashes of light. An indescribable cloud of light that can inexplicably drain a person's energy and causes them to feel utterly weak and fatigued. An unknown being that crushes both animals and humans to death with ease and is perhaps able to disguise its whereabouts in some way. Either one sounds bad enough on its own. I don't know what I did to deserve having to go up against all three at once. These clearly aren't common criminals. Today's events provide further evidence of the threat they pose. Particularly, the last one scares me. Being able to camouflage itself somehow makes it highly dangerous. Fleeing such a messy scene after having caused such damage without anyone noticing is a terrifying ability. The police have been unable to find the other person who entered the room with the victim. Why do they have to be so professional? I can't help but curse under my breath. Let me check the new thing. The danger of Toro Memorial Middle School 1. Huge pothole found in the tennis court may have been caused by some kind of creature. This monstrosity seems to be able to drain a person's physical strength completely. It appears in the history building has been described as a patch of brightly colored light. There may be another danger at Toro Memorial Middle School. The culprit is able to murder his victim by crushing them and then consuming their blood. The murder proved that cats and dogs aren't his only prey, and that is also able to crush humans. An eyewitness testimony proved that this being probably possessed the ability to disguise itself. In any case, it's important to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. Since we have no way of finding back yet, I should keep my distance if I witness anything unusual. Only one question remains. Although the deal was made 3 years ago, all of these strange occurrences started happening recently. A clear sign that he's returned to collect what he considers to be rightfully his. Whether the others are accomplices that he brought along or simply a third party attracted by his presence, there is enough evidence to prove that the two artifacts are more than simple archaeological value. I've seen other artifacts in my line of work that were held in high esteem, but most of them are just self-deceptions fueled by superstitions or evil people using them to their advantage. It's a waste of time and energy, and most of the time just one big ploy to scam people out of their money. By now I no longer expect anything to be an original. Nearly everything that is supposedly of priceless value these days turns out to be a forgery. Unfortunately, it seems to have hit the jackpot this time. These two are the real deal. What exactly are they being used for? It feels like it's for a ceremony. Like the scroll, you read from the scroll and you use the bell to open a portal. Air conditioning system and the blackout. And the people who crushed them. Wrong? No, that doesn't explain it. Despite the many traces that were left behind, the most crucial piece of the puzzle still appears to be missing. The culprit must have their own agenda, or else they wouldn't go to such lengths openly with the school. What are they really trying to do here? Can I really solve this problem with these clues? First conclusion, recovering lost property, strange encounter of school building number 2. Second mistake. No, that doesn't explain it, despite the many traces were left behind, appear to be missing. Culprit my own agenda, we go to the ends, okay. What are you really trying to do here? Can I really solve this problem with these clues? Blackout. Strange Encounter Part 2. Target Artifact. Failure. No. Suddenly thoughts are racing through my mind in ways I have never experienced before. Sounds like you've at least seen the sinkhole with your own eyes.
Yeah, but my intuition tells me something bad. Something I don't want to come true.
Scarlet sounds tired and rubs her eyes.
The road looks as if someone used a sci-fi laser on it, but then there can't have been an explosion.
What is? He shows me a... Okay, so this I made a connection. So now, right now, the store manager is making the connections I made a while back. Like the bell that the deliverer asked, and then the holes are related to Scarlett's other case. So he shows me a small bronze bell. Why, a treasure, of course, though I am delighted to say that in some way every item I bring you is a treasure.
I'm not going to argue with you on that, but those were old books.
These, however, this, even though I'm an expert in all things archaeology, I've never seen anything quite like it. The symbols on it look unfamiliar. What era is it from? I dare say it could very well be an era that you were wholly ignorant of.
You know what? You being so certain of my uncertainty, despite me being a knowledgeable researcher, only makes your attention even more suspicious.
I guess you could say my behavior is rarely considered normal. Scarlet?
However, there is an eyewitness who claims to have looked in the direction in which the destruction happened. They saw something interesting.
Saw something interesting? Wouldn't the light have blinded them?
That's half right. They said that the silhouette of a huge figure could be seen in the center of the globe when the explosion happened.
Silhouette of a huge figure? That sounds like something out of a Terminator movie, if you ask me.
It was even more exaggerating that. The figure was described as having been at least 2 meters tall.
Neko, it's all still very unclear and obscure. Oh, and you asked me to look into that shadowy silhouette that was spotted at the incident site, remember? I was going to look for more information, but the information found me instead.
Wait, what do you mean? Did you see it yourself?
Not quite, but a number of very similar sightings has been reported. However, none of those were accompanied by bright explosive flashes like the initial one. There was a massive spike in unexplainable strange event in every area in which a sighting was reported, and I'm sure there's a connection.
Anything else?
Deliverer. Actually, there is. I would like to retrieve the small bell that I left in your possession. I sincerely hope you remember the particular piece I'm referring to, though I do place my trust in you. It still worries me to have it out of my sight. Store manager,
What a rare occasion. I can't say that I ever expected you to want something back. I was under the impression you were using me as a glorified vault to stash stuff and forget about it.
It is only natural for a vault to be opened when the retrieval of an object is deemed appropriate.
You mind telling me what's so special about that thing? I've taken a good look at it, but I couldn't find anything that stands out, apart from the fact that it's incredibly light.
I'm afraid that without specialized knowledge, it's impossible to discover the mystery of this treasure. The value of knowledge is infinite, you know that.
That was...
I'm willing to bet everything I own that I never experienced any of those memories myself. Yeah, these happened in the future. Yet they all look so incredibly real that I'm having a hard time convincing myself of that fact. Who is that tall, slender foreigner? Why is there a bronze bell there? When has that ever been in my possession? Also, there are those 2 notes again. Professor? Is something the matter?
No, it's nothing. I can't afford to rely upon illusion as a source of information.
That would be ridiculous. The situation right here and now and the existence of those 2 artifacts requires my undivided attention. However, I lack a basic understanding of the Meridian Bronze Bell and the Reed Companion. And even the images that were flashing through my head just now didn't tell me what purpose they serve. There is no way of learning more about them with the current information. I must persuade the principal to allow me to study the remaining artifact in the history building again. I mull it over and carefully think about how should I phrase my question to convince him. Also,
what is it?
I'm getting more frustrated when I suddenly hear an obnoxious electronic ear ringing in my ears. The principal looks shocked as he pulls the alarmingly loud phone from his pocket. Oh, it's his cell phone.
Yes, what is it? Da da da. The fear on his face become even more pronounced. Okay, I understand. I'll be right over. Stay at the scene and check the surveillance footage. We should have it on camera this time. Well, just do it! Do it quickly! Why does this keep happening? All this backlog all at once? Did something else happen? Yeah, I would like to thank you for coming out here and talking to me. I'm afraid it really is all over now.
Huh? Hold on, do you mean?
Mere moments ago, the bronze bell was stolen as well.
What?
People are start fainting all over the place outside the museum.
Wait, all over the place? Only people who visit the museum should have seen it, right?
What do I do? What do I know? You're the man with all the solutions, aren't you?
Dot, dot, dot.
Anyway, doctors are gathering everyone at the schoolyard where there's plenty of room to arrange stretchers and other means of transport. But it seems that even they are starting to show symptoms.
Dot, dot, dot. Take me there. Afternoon. Okay. Okay. I believe that this is an appropriate moment to split. I didn't know that the chapter 5 was so convoluted. I have no idea how long it would be. I thought it was gonna be shorter, because they told me that there was no decision on my part. So basically, I thought, okay, it's gonna be like they're gonna wrap everything in one chapter, and that would be it. But no, this chapter is more convoluted and everything that I've witnessed so far. So I'm gonna have to cut it here. Sorry. So I believe it's gonna be chapter 5 and probably an epilogue.